Hello and welcome to the 8th of our run of 4 weeks of non-stop media days here on the Field of 68 Media Network. My name is Rob Dauster. That is Jeff Goodman that you see there with me. And today we are going to be breaking down the America East, the conference that is typically been dominated by Vermont. And it looks like that might end up being the case again this season. We're going to hear from head coach John Becker here in a little bit. And we're going to hear from TJ Hurley, who is one of the best players in the America East this season. But for now, Jeff Goodman, we're going to talk big picture. We have a preseason poll in the America East. You'll be shocked, Jeff, to find out the Catamounts are right there at the top once again. 7 first-place votes. What's going on, man? I would like to say it's good to see you, Jeff, but it's never good to see you, man.
You know, I am a little bit surprised by one thing in this poll. It's not Vermont being picked number 1, Rob. It's who's picked number 6 in this poll. That shocks the heck out of me. And that is the team that won it all last year and toppled the Catamounts out of that number 1 spot, Bryant. I know they have a new head coach. I understand Phil Martelli Jr. left to go to VCU and was replaced by Jamion Christian, who came back from Italy for this job. Crazy. Mm-hmm. Why would you leave Italy? But, you know, ultimately Bryant has won for how many years now, dating back to the Tim Cluse era. So I'm surprised they're picked that low all the way at number 6. I would have Vermont at number 1 because of retention here. And like you said, I mean, you've got 2 all-league preseason, all-league guys that you know, right? TJ Hurley, TJ Long, 2 guys that are back that John Becker has had and can build this year's team around.
Yeah. Look, it's John Becker. It's Vermont basketball. You just kind of expect it to be great. Looking at the rest of the poll, Maine and Albany are both projected to finish second, tied there. We have UMass Lowell projected to finish 4th with 1 first-place vote. I'm interested to see what happens with Maine here because they have, over the last couple of years, started projecting in the right and trending in the right direction under Chris Markwood. And Goodman, you know this program a little bit. They're up there from your old stomping grounds in Boston, up there in the same area. And it's not like Maine has been this dominant basketball program over the years. They do have a famous last name, I guess, on the roster, an Ace Flag, Cooper's twin brother. And we're going to ask Chris Markwood about that. But I think the fact that Maine is projected to finish second in this league with a first place vote tells you everything you need to know about the job that Chris Markwood has done there.
You know, I said it the day he was hired, Rob, like incredible hire. I've known Chris for a while. I know people who know him well. He obviously played there. He knows how hard a job it is at Maine, but what he's done in his first 3 years, amazing. Nothing short of amazing. I mean, again, going to the first America East title game in more than 2 decades. The last time that they finished second in the league and went to the title game, he was a starting point guard. And Chris isn't, he's young, but he's not that young, Rob. You know, what he's done is remarkable. Now they had to revamp this past offseason like so many other teams, not only in the America East. We've been on these media tours and, you know, we're looking at all these rosters and the turnover, and there are very few teams that bring back more than half of their roster. So Maine's no different. Markwood's going to have to figure it out this year, but you know he brought in some good guys. He brought back enough that I think there's enough respect in this league now, Rob, from his peers that say, you know what, we believe that Chris Markwood's going to get it done, even with the turnover.
Yeah, and it's a really fun story too, because I love these situations where you have the alum of a program that maybe isn't known for being the best basketball program coming back and kind of turning it around, right? Like it's just a really cool story when I mean, you mentioned it, the last time that they were this good was when he was a player on the roster, and now he is coming back and he is turning them into a team that is going to have a chance to compete for an America East championship. They've lost, I believe it's now right the last 2 America East title games. They've or at least last year they made it to the
last year was the first one they got to in 21 years. So it's been a progression the first few years for Chris. I mean, you look at it, took over a program that was in, you know, a tough shape, They win 13 games their first year, 7 league games. Second year, they increase it to 15 games, still win 7 league games. And then last year, they make that jump and they win 20 games overall and finish with 10 league wins. So, again, I think this is a program that I'm not sure they're ready to beat Vermont this year. I think that's going to be tough. I think Vermont is clearly the number one team in the league again, and I think it's going to be a one-year blip, but we'll see. I mean, in this day and age, Rob, we don't know. We've talked about this. Like, you just don't know what you have. Now, again, Vermont, John Becker knows what he has to some degree, but there's still a lot of question marks with the Catamounts.
Well, yeah, and everyone's going to have question marks, man. When you bring back 2 starters, you might as well celebrate, right? That's when you start letting off the fireworks. That's when you start cracking open the ice cold Diet Coke, shall we say? And Becker brings back 2 of those guys and 2 preseason first team all conference guys that were with him last season in the TJ Hurley and TJ Long, and I think that ends up kind of being the difference, right? Like, it's very easy to kind of get suckered into some of these really impressive transfer hauls that some programs might put together. But when you have that continuity, when you have 2 guys, especially in the backcourt, that are coming back and ready to kind of lead the program in a way where they understand, what's being asked of them, where they understand what this what this terminology means, they understand what this play call means, they understand what John Becker expects out of them on both ends of the floor. It makes things easy when you have a coach as good as John Becker. So TJ Hurley and TJ Long, we're going to be hearing from TJ Hurley here in a little bit. And, I do think he is another guy that's a little bit of a fun story, right? Like, I'm sure in this day and age, with the success that he's had at the program and the visibility that they've had, he heard quite a bit from people in the spring and kind of the early summer about, hey, if you enter the portal, this and that and the third, and he's back, man. And I do love stories like that, right? I do love guys that are able to kind of stick it out and play extended numbers of years at the same program.
Yeah, I mean, this is his 3rd year there. Freshman year, he averaged like 5 a game. Then it jumped up a little bit. And actually 4th year. And then last year, he had kind of the breakout year, right? He had the breakout year last season, to which now it's kind of blatantly obvious that he's the preseason player of the year, and a guy that they're going to build around. I have a question for you. Do like all TJs just go to Vermont?
Apparently.
I mean,
Look, they got a lot. They have there is a reputation there that is going to have to get upheld for somebody named TJ. And look, we'll ask him when he gets on. He shot 38% from 3. He shot about 7 threes a game, so he definitely can shoot the ball. We're going to ask him if he has range out to the parking lot. Before we we're going to be joined here by Commissioner Brad Walker here in just a second. But before we do, I do just want to ask you about the other team that was kind of picked second with Maine in this conference, and that's Albany. I think Dwayne Killings has done, he's been there for a little while now, but he's done a nice job, and now he's got a little bit of expectations on his program heading into this season. And they were just joined by John Fanta for a preseason banquet. I don't know if you saw that. That's when you know it's big time. When you can get John Fanta coming in for a preseason banquet, your program has really hit it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Dwayne, certainly the second year was kind of a blip. Now you look at it and they really struggled, but he's gotten the program back. And last year, getting to where they won 17 games, they got kind of back to the upper tier of the league, and now picked second. The biggest thing for them is will they? And I know we'll ask him about this. The ability to ramp up defensively. They weren't great. They bring in 9 transfers. So again, I think so much of these leagues and these preseason polls, Rob, are based on what? They're based on the coach, number one, the coach and the program and the resources to some degree. Now, I don't think there's as big of a gap, certainly in the America East, as there is resource-wise to, let's say, an ACC, but there's still a gap, and I think a lot of it is based on those 2 factors.
Yep. We're now joined by America East Commissioner Brad Walker jumping on the Field of 68's coverage of America East Media Day. Brad, what's going on, man? It's great to see you. How you doing on this beautiful Monday morning? We'll see if we can get Brad here in a second. His looks like his microphone was muted. Dagan is going to take care of that for us. In the meantime, the I think the guy that I'm most interested in talking to on this broadcast is Pat Duquette at UMass Lowell, right? And Goodman, the reason I want to ask him is when you hear the last name Duquette, what do you think of? What's the first thing you think of? Do you think of basketball?
No, baseball, obviously. Dan Duquette.
Yeah. Yeah. So how does a guy who comes from a baseball family end up being a college basketball coach? I know you know him well. He's a Boston guy just like you.
Yep, that's right, and he's done a great job. I mean, again, these are jobs that have been tough. Why? Because Vermont's owned the league, so it's like it's like Gonzaga. I compare out there in the WCC to some degree, right? I mean, Gonzaga has owned that league for so long now. St. Mary's was able to kind of catch up. Now we looked at what Bryant did last year. Can it open things up and it gives hope to some of these other programs that maybe, again, Vermont doesn't have the resources of, comparatively speaking, that Gonzaga has to the rest of the WCC. So I think it does give a lot of hope and optimism for some of these other teams in the league that, hey, you know what? Maybe we have a chance now.
Yeah, and I think that I go back and forth on this, right? And we talked about this a little bit last week with the commissioners in the Big South and the American. Like, would you rather have a conference where you know who is going to end up winning it? And I'm not saying that we know Vermont's going to end up winning it, but right, they won a whole bunch of America East regular season titles in recent seasons. Would you rather have a program where you have one great team that maybe has an opportunity to win a game, maybe two in the NCAA tournament if it works out well? Or do you want something where you have three or four really, really good teams, but none that stand out to the level of what we see out of Vermont in some recent seasons, what we saw out of Bryant last season? And I think it kind of depends on whether or not that top team is going to be good enough to win a game in the dance, right? If they can go out and they can win a game in the dance, you probably want that. If it's not quite at that level, then you probably want three or four really good teams at the top of your conference.
I like having competitiveness at the top. Personally, I like it because I think, again, you're talking about having, a 3 or 4 month season that you want some intrigue, right? The only intrigue, really a lot of the intrigue has been, can Vermont run the table in the league over many years in the America East? Now, I think it'll change a little bit. And I think, again, I hope we'll have it where, the Maines, the UMass Lowells, the Albanys, the Bryants, they can all push Vermont a little bit and make this thing interesting down the stretch, because it wasn't even that interesting last year down the stretch. So I kind of hope that'll be the case this year.
Yeah, the interest with Bryant last year was this team's got some talent. This team's got some horses. Are they going to be able to find a way to get into the NCAA tournament and make some noise? So Jamion Christian coming back from Italy, I think, is a really interesting hire. And I'm looking forward to kind of talking to him about this, because he was a guy that when he was at Mount St. Mary's in like the mid 2010s, made a couple NCAA tournaments with Mount St. Mary's, which is, I believe they were in the NEC at the time. And it kind of a program comparable to a lot of what you see in the America East right now. And he was able to thrive there. He got the job at Siena. He parlayed that into a job at George Washington, and it just did not work out well for him at GW. Is out of coaching for a year and then goes to Italy. And, he won I can't remember what division they were in, but they won a championship last year in Italy. So what do you make of this hire? What do you make of him coming back to college basketball? And do you think that's something that you can do, is go spend 3 years overseas and then come back and find a way to be able to thrive in college again?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could actually help. It's like those coaches who say, when they get fired, they go around the country and learn, because they haven't had the time to be able to do that before. They're so obsessed. They're so, they got to be around their team all the time, especially these days, that you can't really do that. I think Jamion had the opportunity to do that and learn, Italian basketball, all those coaches, we always talk about how international basketball has ramped up over the last 10, 15 years. And part of that reason is why skill level, and they work on it more. They practice more. So I wonder if Jamion will come back, and we'll ask him about that, like a different coach in some respects.
Well, you know what he better come back with? He better come back with a Rolodex that will allow him to be able to go out into some of these European leagues and bring back some of these guys like that. I think that's as big, that's probably as valuable as anything that he learned, right? Sure. Is be able to develop some of those contacts overseas so that you can bring some of these 24-year-old freshmen coming in from the EuroLeague. Like, who wouldn't want to go play for Bryant right now?
And they say this, I mean, a lot of the kids don't know the difference over there. Now, it's Duke, it's Kansas, it's Arizona, that's one thing. But a lot of these kids don't know the difference between a Bryant and, a St. Mary's, right? They may not know the difference. So I think it is going to be an advantage for Jamion Christian in terms of, again, reinventing himself a little bit, having those contacts, and being able to really evaluate differently now.
All right. And I think we are now joined by Commissioner Brad Walker. Brad, we got you. Can we hear you?
Yeah, I think you got me now, guys.
There we go. Hey, can you do me a favor, Brad? Whatever you did to mute your microphone, can you show Goodman how to do that so we can get him muted here?
Absolutely. John, I'm trying everything out for you, so you'll be in a better spot later.
Yeah. What's up, Brad? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I hope you guys had a good summer start to the fall, and I'm ready for basketball season like you guys are.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about your league. So Vermont has been kind of the face of the America East for a while, and Bryant came in last year and put together a season which allowed them to win the America East and get to the conference championship. What are you excited to see about with these teams, this conference, this league this year?
What I'm most excited to see is that the top to bottom, how competitive we are, and seeing who has a shot here to get even better. I'm sure Vermont, who's had just a heck of a run here over the last 10 years with this league, being one of our top 2 or 3 teams. But it was good to see programs like Maine and Bryant and Albany show that they can compete for championships in this conference. Last year was a good indication. I also think with all the change in the transfer landscape, we don't know until the season starts and people start playing games who's really going to be any good this year. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the conference race looks like.
Hey, Brad, what was the biggest hot button topic in your league meetings this past offseason? Was it scheduling and how to find a way to get some of the big boys to play you guys so that maybe you can move up a seed line for whoever wins the tournament, the conference tournament? Was it NIL? What was the number one thing that was on the mind of you and the coaches?
Well, I would say all are priorities, but the one that jumps out the most is the NIL. It's just a new space, revenue generation tied to getting the best possible players, but then also it's retention. Like, how do we keep the players that we develop in our programs under some of the really good coaches that we have in this league and keep them here so you can keep building cultures and building winning programs and developing players the best of your possibility. But so the NIL piece tied to retention and recruiting the best players possible was probably the number one topic. And then after that, we feel good about our conference tournament and the amount of value that it puts on the regular season, to where we didn't spend a lot of time talking about that because we feel like we're in a good spot with being on campus sites and the amount of value put on that.
When it comes to player retention, I think what we've seen is the teams that are able to bring guys back are the ones that are able to kind of have success, especially early on in the college basketball season. Once you kind of know your guys, or they know the terminology, you have players in your program that are able to kind of do some of that teaching for the coaches in the offseason and in captains practices in the spring and summer before coaches can really get their hands on these players. When coaches are asking you, and when it's coming from the conference, like, what is the advice that you are giving some of these programs? Because I mean, look, you look at it with the rosters, not just in the America East, but around all of college basketball. We've done, I think this is the 8th media day that we've done. Bringing guys back and player retention, it's a much more difficult task than it was even 3 years ago.
Yeah. Most of the conversations we have around that, and it's a really good observation and question, is building a culture where the kids do want to come back, because you're not going to be able to attract them in the same way with the finances that you would. But I think you probably run into a lot of situations, and you guys know a lot of coaches around the country who stay connected to their kids to transfer out. Sometimes that new situation might not be as good as the situation they were in. And you find kids that are missing it. We have kids that transfer out and then come back. We have kids that transfer out and then they're showing up supporting some of their old teammates at their old American institution. I think it's the best they can do is build a culture around winning, and family and the experience. And the best that we can do from the conference perspective is provide the best experience we possibly can. So, the kind of word of mouth spreads about what it's like to play in this league day in and day out.
Hey, Brad, where do you stand with NCAA tournament expansion? I've been against it for the most part. I could be on board with maybe, some sort of play-in system where the final 4 or 8 high majors play against the final 4 or 8 mid majors to get into the main bracket. But I'd rather keep it where it's at. Where are you with all that?
I'm almost withholding judgment until I see what the structure looks like. If you told me that, because I'm all for the opportunity when we have that year where we have a team that's, we think is really high quality, will perform in the tournament. If I felt good about the structure to where those early round games, those first 4 felt like you were part of the Thursday, Saturday experience, I probably feel better about it than I would if it felt like it was a play-in game as opposed to just some opening round and part of the overall experience for the kids. So I have a lot of faith in Danny Gavin and his staff, and I'm on the men's basketball oversight committee. I'll have a lot of insight into seeing what this looks like. But for me, it's what's the structure if we expand, and that'll make me feel one way or another.
That's actually an interesting point, Brad, because I've heard differing opinions on this, right? When it comes to the traditional 1-bid leagues, is some people like it where you have the opportunity for the playing game because it allows you to get what qualifies as an NCAA tournament win. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but those first 4 wins count the same for units as like a Final 4 win does, right?
Correct.
So you're able to get that win and you get a little bit of money coming into the program, but it means that one of those 2 teams that earned the right to be in the NCAA tournament doesn't get to live that first weekend experience. Where do you kind of stand on that?
Yeah, and I will admit I have not been to a first 4 event. I haven't been to a game before, but I know there's a different feel, even just as a fan or as an administrator, with that first weekend. I also, and this might not directly be answering your question, I think it's going to be so hard for the NCAA selection committee to tell the difference between a 27-5 Bryant basketball team and the quality compared to a 500 team in the middle of a Power 4 conference, and it's going to be so difficult to determine that. I'm not sure if the structure, if we were to expand, is going to have any impact on that, but I would hate to see something like that where a team is one of the best in a good major league and has a different seeding set up in an expanded bracket than they would in one that's 68 currently. And I'm not saying it's going to head in that direction, but those are the kind of things that give me a little bit of pause before I get to see what the actual structure looks like. But I think it's hard to say that the opening round feels the same as a Thursday, Saturday start to the season at this point.
Well, Brad, I'll tell you this. I got an idea for how to figure out if a 27-5 Bryant team is as good as a middle of the pack Power 4 team. You know what you do? Play them. Play Bryant. Challenge yourself, guys. Come on, let's see. They got 27 wins. These guys can coach. Jamion Christian just won a championship in Italy. We know how good Vermont is. Play them. Test yourselves. Come on. Let's go. I'm calling out all the Power 4s. Let's do it.
Hey, in 2 years, in another year, we're going to have 32 games. There's plenty of room for those games to take place. We are more than willing.
Yeah, they just don't want
the smoke.
They don't
run from the smoke, Brad. Just tell them. You could say it. You could say it.
That's right. I'm with you.
Hey,
I'm with you.
Last one I have for you, Brad, real quick, is I know you said you're on the oversight committee. There's been a lot of chatter about this, 5-year of eligibility deal that we had Steve Forbes, who's on the committee, tell us a week or so ago it's not even on the table yet. I understand it's not on the table. Do you think it will be on the table soon? Do you think it'll go into effect at some point in the next year or so?
I don't think that the 5-for-5 necessarily has as much traction as it might seem publicly. I think what's important about the eligibility piece is it's going to have to be tied to a rationale, tied to the collegiate experience. I think that's what's going to be the most important. But obviously, with all the lawsuits out there right now, it's kind of tough to identify something that makes sense, at least from the perspective of the courts. So this will be an interesting conversation. A lot of membership feedback on this one. But I think it's going to be hard for it to be exactly what it is, because with waivers the way that they are right now, I think we need to button that up. And then whatever we get the opportunity to put in as our policy, we just have to stick to it moving forward.
Brad, great to see you, man. Appreciate you jumping on and hanging out with us here on this Monday morning. I appreciate you tolerating Goodman here on a Monday morning. And I also appreciate the fact you're the first commissioner we've talked to that hasn't been like, yeah, let's go to 76. So if it stays at 68, this merch right here, I'll give you the code that we use to be able to get whatever you want. Free, unlimited Field of 68 merch coming your way just for that, Brad. I got you.
When a t-shirt arrives, I'll be wearing it on the next interview we got.
Awesome.
There you go. I appreciate
Thanks,
you, man.
Brad.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Coming up next, we're going to hear from, we talked about him a little bit earlier in the show. We're going to hear from Maine head coach Chris Markwood. Another Goodman, it feels like everybody on these America East broadcasts is somehow, some way connected to you from your days in Boston. When you faked being a Boston guy. Can we be honest about this for a second?
Faked it? What do you mean faked it? I'm a Boston guy. I've been to a lot of parades, Rob, a lot more parades than you've been to. So I count myself as a Boston guy.
No, man, you can't. You don't even like Boston. I think we got Chris Markwood here. We'll talk to Chris about whether or not Chris. All right. So Goodman and I were just arguing about this. I don't know if you heard it. Do you think he is allowed to claim being a Boston guy when he doesn't have an accent and he doesn't root for any teams anywhere associated with the city itself?
For sure. Jeff's been in the city for a long time. That's how I got to know him. So he definitely can claim Boston.
I think you're biased.
Chris knows, Rob. Chris knows. Chris and I have a similar passion for coffee shops, by the way, Rob. And when I got to Charleston, Chris, how about this? I went to a different coffee shop every day. I have a list. I literally have a list of coffee shops. And I have to know which ones offer 2% because, I put on a few LBs. So I got to make sure I don't drink whole milk every day.
Yeah, that's my world, Jeff. You're speaking my terms right now. I am a big coffee guy. Some call me a coffee snob, but I enjoy finding good local homegrown coffee shops wherever I'm at.
So
what's
give me your spot.
Order, Chris?
Yeah, give me your spot and your go-to order in order.
Where at? Up here?
Yeah,
up here. I go to a spot in Bangor called Chimera Coffee. It's downtown, just a local spot. They actually sell a lot of, Tandem Coffee, which is based out of Portland, which is sold all over the place, all up and down the East Coast.
I've been there. Yeah.
But for me, I keep it simple. A lot of black coffee, especially in the morning. If I want anything sweet in it, I do a little bit of maple syrup or something natural like that. Honey, that's about it.
Maple syrup, huh? That's how you know you're from Maine. All right, let's talk about this team you got, because you are coming into the season with a little bit of expectations, man. You guys were picked second alongside Albany in the America East preseason poll, coming off of a 20-win season. You guys won 10 games in the league last year. Do you like your team? Do you like your team as much as the other coaches in this conference like your team?
I like our group. I mean, we still have a lot to learn about ourselves, obviously. Like everybody, we got a lot of new guys. We got eight new players, as well as 3 redshirt freshmen, so 11 guys that haven't really done it here in Orono. So we got a lot to learn about ourselves still. We've been battling some injuries throughout the summer and the fall too, so you throw that on top of having essentially 11 new guys. There's a lot of work to do, but it is a great group on paper in terms of the talent and the pieces. I think there's a lot of versatility there that if we can become cohesive and on the same page on both sides of the ball, we'll have a chance to compete every night for sure.
Hey, Chris, I know you had to go to the portal a bunch. You're not alone. It's probably not what you wanted to do. When you got the job at Maine, even, 3-4 years ago, you're thinking the same way probably you were 20 years ago when you played it at Maine. Hey, we're gonna get some guys. We're gonna develop them. We're gonna evaluate, develop them, retain them. Just doesn't work that way anymore. How difficult is it? Harder now at a place like Maine because again, you don't have the resources some of the other teams, even the America East, have. How much more difficult does it make it to sustain the success that you've had the last couple of years?
Yeah, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Jeff, my background, the places I worked under Bill for a long time, obviously a huge mentor to me, John Becker at Vermont. Both those places, it was always about developing, retaining and growing over time. And that's what Bill and JB are excellent at, so that's kind of what I know. But as anything, we have to adapt. And, we're figuring that out here. I do think even the first 3 years before it really exploded to what it is now, we have done a good job in terms of finding the right guys in the portal. Those guys have come in here that, weren't, overly productive maybe at the places they were at before and have had great seasons here with us. So we've kind of seen it in small doses, and I think we're, my credit to my staff, they're doing an excellent job too of finding the right guys that are going to really embrace UMaine and have a chance to have success and continue to help us push this program forward, even in these challenging times.
Chris, you're a native of Maine. You're from South Portland. You were the Maine Gatorade Player of the Year in 2000. You started your career at Notre Dame, but you graduated from Maine. You played your last 2 seasons there. You were an assistant here for 5 years before you ended up getting the head coaching job in 2022. What would it mean? I mean, you guys were 1 win away from the NCAA tournament last year. What would it mean to be able to kind of put the bow on that growth, right? Put the bow on that kind of career where you go from being the local kid to the graduate to the coach to getting them to their first NCAA tournament?
Yeah, it would mean the world. I've told a lot of people. I mean, I've come back to this place on 3 separate occasions. I came back as a transfer student, went and worked in the real world for about 10 months and came back as an assistant coach, thanks to Coach Woodward. Was here, as you said, and then, went away again just on the journey of being an assistant coach and chasing it. And now I'm back as a head coach. And every time I've left and came back, every time I've come back, it's to try to be a part of that first group to kind of kick the door down and put this basketball program on the national map. And we have been close. We lost in the championship game my junior year at Vermont to the Sorrentine and Copperrath teams. And, obviously last year we got there and lost to an excellent Bryant team. So, all we can do is keep putting ourselves in position and do it the right way with the right type of guys. And I do believe that we'll be able to knock that down here.
All right, Chris, let's go through a few of the guys that you brought in because, again, it's a lot of Maine fans don't know what you have now. They might know about, Makai Gray because he came from UMass Lowell, but, Ryan Mabry, the kid who came from Quinnipiac, who was really good at Miami of Ohio early on in his career. Had a little bit of a tough year last year at Quinnipiac. Give me kind of your expectations for Ryan, how you're going to utilize him and what type of role he's going to have this year.
Yeah, Ryan's been great for us in the time that he's been here. He battled a little bit of a nagging injury throughout the summer that didn't really allow him to get up and down a ton, but he's been full go since the fall semester started, and we absolutely love what Ryan brings to the table. He's our type of guard. I do think you're going to get to see his full game kind of shine this year. He's always kind of been known as a guy can make shots. He's been known as a shooter. But I think what he brings to the table at a really high level is just feel, passing ability. He can really make the game easy for others. And we lost a lot of that with the guards that we either lost to graduation last year in Kellentines or in the portal with Jaden Clayton. We lost a lot of feel. and just natural feel and understanding and guys that can make the game easy for everyone else. And Ryan brings that. He's different than those guys, but he can really, his ball skills, I think, really surprised us early, how well he does handle it, how well he can play in pick and roll, and then his vision in those scenarios too. So, he's our type of guard. I think you're going to see a lot from him, as a guy that can obviously stretch the floor and make shots, which we're going to need out of him, but also a guy as a secondary ball handler, playmaker that can really, make plays for others too. So excited about what he brings to the table. And I think he's going to have a great year here.
All right. So Chris, you missed on Cooper Flag. You couldn't get Cooper to stay home, but you got the next best thing, right? You got Ace Flag, who comes in as a freshman this year, Cooper's younger brother. What do you think Ace will do for you this year as a freshman? He went to prep school last year. I loved him on the circuit. What do you think his role will be?
Yeah, we love him too. I mean, everybody, based on what Cooper's been doing, everybody kind of understands the DNA of that family and how they're wired. Ace is no different. He is tough as they come, really high level feel just naturally, and very skilled. He's got a unique game. He's kind of, he grew up playing the 5 for most of his life. He's kind of the guy that played inside. Jeff, you saw him in AAU. He played the 5 a lot for that team, although they utilized him differently at times on the perimeter. He's really developed his perimeter skill set over the last couple of years. So, for us, he's just a really versatile piece that, I do think is going to have an impact for us as a freshman. How big that impact is, we'll find out. We're still learning that. But because he is so tough and versatile on both sides of the basketball, there's always a place for that. And he just finds ways to help you win. So he's had a really good summer and a really good preseason. And, a guy that, because of the level that he's played at in high school, both, obviously at Montverde and EYBL and Greensboro Day, which is a, legendary coach, and they win a ton of state championships as he did last year. He's just prepared and ready to help you win at our level. And like I said, we'll see how big that role is, but really excited about what he brings to the table. Obviously, there's a big buzz in the state around him as well, and he's going to go through his ups and downs, as all freshmen do. But he is, I think he's as prepared as a Maine kid could be to step into this level and help you in some fashion.
Well, it's not just Ace, but Brian Mabry also has famous older siblings. Both of his sisters are WNBA players and great basketball players. But I think Ace, it might be a little bit more difficult for him, just that last name in that state. How do you manage kind of expectations in terms of what he is going to be this year? Because look, he's going to be a great player for you guys. I don't think he's going to end up being as good as Cooper was. And it's going to be hard for people to see that last name. And yeah, but I'm just saying, like, how hard is it going to be for people to see that last name and expect maybe what Cooper was when Ace is just his own player on his own path, on his own journey?
Yeah, I think that's natural. I think for the outside to kind of look at that, I think, as you just said, I mean, we're focusing on Ace and his journey here. We're not going to I can't really control all of that. I think Ace is going to be an excellent basketball player, and he's going to write his own story here. For him, he's been dealing with it for a few years now, since Cooper's whole story exploded. So it's not really new to him. But as you guys get to know Ace, he's a very confident young man in his own skin. Like he's his own guy. He's not really, which I love about him. He's quirky, he's unique. He's got a great personality. He's a lot of fun. And I think he's kind of built to handle it. And I'm sure it's not easy. It's a very unique situation, but he's done just an excellent job of showing up here in Orono, locking in on his job, trying to get better every day, and helping this team get to where we need to get to. And that's what we're asking of him, and trying to help him along all this other stuff as well.
All right. Well, Chris, it's great to see you, man. It's great to catch up. Best of luck this season. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch you guys kind of grow and develop over the course of the year. And you have a target on your back this season, which has got to be nice to know that people have kind of given you the recognition for what you guys can be. Great to see you, man. Best of luck this year. Appreciate you being here.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. That was Chris Markwood, Maine's head coach. When we get back, we're going to be joined by Jamion Christian, the new head coach at Bryant. No breaks, but we got Jamion Christian coming up here in a second. The new head coach at Bryant, taking over for Phil Martelli Jr., who led the Bulldogs to the NCAA tournament, to an America East championship this past season, and he's coming back from Italy. Goodman, it's going to be. I'm looking forward to being able to catch up with Jamion here.
I'm looking forward to knowing, where the best pizza spot was in Italy, because I will say that.
Well, you got to be. He did. I promise you, he didn't test all of Italy for the best pizza. But do you even know what city he was in? Can you tell me what city he was in? Do you even know?
I can't pronounce it. No, I cannot pronounce it. But
Trieste. Come on, you got to be better than that, Goodman. You claim to be Italian.
All I'll say is, yeah. If there's one area that was downgraded by Jamion's move from Italy back to Rhode Island, to Smithfield, Rhode Island, it was the food. The food is just not as good, period.
You don't have to be taking shots at Smithfield. I think a lot of places are going to be a downgrade from Italy. Jamion, what's going on, man? Look, we were just talking about the food in Italy. You don't look like you partook in the pasta and the pizza too much, man. You look svelte. You look good. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I mean, but the thing is, the quality of the food in Italy is just such a high level that, you eat smaller meals, you walk a lot more, and, you don't work out as much, but you definitely walk a lot more and do different things like that. So it's good to be back, though, here in the States. And Smith Food actually has great food. So, I'm fortunate to be in another good spot.
Hey, I'm going to give a little to Dauster years ago. What was Smithfield, Rhode Island known for years ago, Jamion? When I was a kid, do you know what it was known for?
I don't. Educate me.
New England Patriots training camp was held in Smithfield, Rhode Island, and you could legitimately walk with the players from the dorms to the practice field with a guy named Sam Bam Cunningham, who was the running back at the time. Steve Grogan was the quarterback. I know I'm aging myself here. Yeah. I'm just saying, I went to Smithfield every year when I was a kid, and now you can't get near any of the New England Patriots players because they're actually good. They sucked back then.
Well, you never know. These things have a cycle, so maybe we can bring it back in our own direction.
I think that ship has sailed, Jamion. I think that ship has sailed. Great to see you, man.
So you know, Jamion, just so you know, when Sam Bam Cunningham played, it was the early 1970s. So I was not alive then. I know you were not alive then. Goodman was 17 years old in 1970.
That's not true. That's not true. I was a kid. I was like 4. My dad was taking me to Patriots training camp when I was like 4. Anyway, it's great to have you back. We were talking when we opened the show of, number one, how surprised I was that you guys are picked 6th in the preseason. But forget about that. It was more about you coming back here after spending a couple of years in Italy and what you learned from there, because what I said was coaches, when they're here, don't have that opportunity necessarily to go and learn. They're obsessed with their own program. They can't even get to other places in the States, never mind to other countries. So I ask you, what was the biggest thing that you learned from being over there coaching-wise?
Well, first of all, you're forced to learn aggressively. In the Italian league, which is one of the best professional leagues in the world. You've got lottery picks on your team. You got lottery picks in your league. You've got Olympic medalist head coaches in your league from Serbia, from Greece, from Spain. So, what do you learn is you learn how these other countries view basketball, how they develop their players. And if you want to win, and we were able to win a good while we were over there, you got to learn how to implement your culture on a group of men who maybe speak English as a second or third language. And so, you really are forced into a situation where you need to learn. But, I'll be honest with you guys. I really found like I found myself over there, in the midst of learning against all those other great coaches and having a chance to coach great players like Denzel Valentine and Markel Brown. you really learn to ground yourself, what's most important to you and how you want to attack this game.
So when you first got the job at Bryant, you were still kind of going back and forth, right? And coming back, doing some recruiting, going back, helping coach, coming back, doing some recruiting, and back and forth across the pond, across the Atlantic. So one, how many miles did you accumulate in terms of your status on the airlines over there? And two, like what was that like? Just the level of travel and how chaotic that was. It's not a normal off season for anybody in college basketball. Being able to coach a team in Italy and being able to build a roster at the same time is probably, you're probably the only person that did that.
Yeah, well, I had to first give thanks to Pallacanestro Trieste, their ownership group, our GM there, and then Bill Smith, our AD here at Bryant, really allowing me to go back and forth. I think I made the trip back to the United States 3 times during that period, and we were in the midst of one of the best seasons in 30 years in Trieste history, where we qualified for Champions League. So it was a pivotal time for both programs. I accumulated a lot of miles. Don't worry, my wife and I have been able to travel some since with those miles accumulated. But then, also the thing is, like, I just try to hire a great staff of guys. I mean, Brian Merritt, Bruce Shingler, Harley Fuller, Derek Wall. I tried to get these guys in place as soon as possible. I had a strong idea of who I wanted to hire, who I wanted to put around me. And Bryant's got an incredible brand of basketball right now, and the momentum is incredible. So to have a chance to be a head coach at a place like Bryant, to have that history of being a professional coach and also being an NCAA tournament coach who's won at other places, we really had a lot of people interested in coming here. And, I'm excited to lay another foundational brick, that the other teams have done before us.
Jamion, you still going to play fast and get after it defensively? Has any of that changed?
I love playing fast. I will say, at Siena, we played the slowest, and we're second slowest to Virginia, which is always a tough thing to beat those Tony Bennett teams in terms of pace. And then obviously those mountain teams, we played really fast. And I'm looking forward to just playing at the speed that we can with our team. We got a guy named Quincy Allen, who's first team All-America East preseason, who's an incredible electric athlete. Ty Tabalis at the point guard spot is another incredible athlete. My light's going off in here. And so we've got some guys that can really go, and we're always going to shoot the three, Jeff. I think my teams, we shoot about 50% of our shots from three. We try to turn you over 20% of the time. Whether or not that's going to be playing fast or slow, we're still trying to figure that out. But I do think we're going to be aggressive on both ends of the floor, and we're going to play a dominant style that we're going to try to force our opponents to have to adjust to us and not us adjusting to them.
So let's talk a little bit about the roster that you have put together here. You get Ja'Kai Robinson back, who played for Bryant this past season. You bring in 3 transfers from the Division I level who are all 5th years or graduate students. And then you have a bunch of freshmen and a couple JUCOs coming in. It feels like you are trying, Jamie, to build this in a way where you develop from within and you don't have to rely necessarily on the portal by adding this many freshmen. Am I kind of reading the tea leaves correctly here?
Yeah, I think you're evaluated it correctly. We had this study done when I was at Mount St. Mary's in Siena, NGW. Players within our program for the second year usually increase about 20%. So, we're really trying to build it that way. I've got an international feel now. One of the things that was a little bit different about being in Italy is that, I sat down with the agents, I sat down with the players, all the Italian players and a lot of players within Europe played in our arena, 3 or 4 times a year. So we're always going to have a strong international feeling here at Bryant, as long as I'm the head coach here, because I have a strong familiarity and I understand that brand of basketball and what that can look like in terms of how we want to play. The portal is going to be there. And, this year, I think the America East lost 8.5 players on average. So that gives us all a great chance to be strong evaluators and what we believe helps you win and win in a dominant way. We try to put together a team. Number one, the size of our team. Ja'Kai Robinson, you mentioned, is a 6'5". We're going to move him over to the point guard spot. So we really only have one player in our top 11 that's going to be below 6'3", and that's Ty Tabalis. So we're really going to feel, and our size is one of our biggest strengths that we're going to have. I'm definitely bringing that from the pro style game, and that's going to allow us to play a more aggressive, physical brand of basketball, which I think is going to give us some consistency. And you hit on it. If we can get a guy to stay here 2 or 3 years, again, we look at that number. 20% is a pretty big number. We're going to really try to entice some guys to stay here and really have a lot of success.
You've mentioned Tabalis now twice. He's a reclassed point guard from New Hampton. What type of player? And normally those reclass point guards struggle early. Is he a guy that you expect to take a little bit of time to get acclimated?
I think he's done a great job of getting acclimated. Jeff, my history, we've played a lot of freshman point guards, Junior Robinson, Jalen Pickett, Elijah Long, Don Carey, James Bishop, who didn't play at LSU, so we count him as a freshman, Breon Freeman. So my history has been littered with freshman point guards because I believe there's a certain level of talent that's needed at that position. They always tend to have some struggles early on. My job as a play caller is to call the game in a way where they can go be most successful. Tabas is a great outside shooter and stretches the defense in a unique way. I got to give him a lot of credit. I mean, he came in here day one with the mindset of how he wanted to improve and how he wanted to attack the game. And, he's done an incredible job. I mean, he's definitely point guard number one for us. And he's done an incredible job of just getting our guys better every day and attacking this thing. I think he's going to have the same level of success that many of the freshman guards I've had before.
Jamion, what I think is really interesting about your journey to Bryant is you were 29 when you got your first head coaching job at Mount St. Mary's, I believe, in 2012. You went to 2 NCAA tournaments there. You get to Siena. You parlay that in one season to the GW job. And you had some successes at GW. I'm sure it didn't end the way that you wanted it to end there. And now you're back at Bryant, and it feels like you've been around forever, but you're 43 years old. Like most guys, when they get their first head coaching job at 43, you're like, yeah, he's young. He's still got a chance in this business. You've been around for a long time. What have you kind of learned through that journey, and how has it maybe changed the approach that you have as a coach heading into this new era of your career?
Well, I've been able to go through the phases. I mean, I think the phases are you coach because you want to prove that you can do something. You coach because you want to keep something. And then I get a chance now to coach because I love coaching and I love impacting these people every single day and watching them become super successful. And that's a great place to be in. It's no longer, I'm always have that drive to want to prove that I can be the very best version of myself. But the drive to help our players become the best version of themselves drives me way more than maybe in previous years. Mm-hmm. And I've been able to be a part of watching, and I've been able to do it even at the pro level. I mean, a lot of the professional guys we were getting at the pro level were guys who were trying to remake their career. And so being a part of watching guys rebuild themselves, I mean, that's an exhilarating feeling that doesn't go away. So that part of my, that part of me will always be there, the teacher, the learner, the person who appreciates the comeback story. I get a chance to do that now with this group of guys. So that, I think that helps. I mean, I think secondly, I would say, look, I've been there. I've run that race where I've made quick jumps and made bad decisions, and a lot of guys in the portal run that race and make bad decisions, and so I can communicate with them in a different way about what happiness really looks like, what competitiveness really looks like, and what kind of environment you need to be at your very best. I've been in some great environments. I've been a part of some environments that were not the very best to be elite, and now I get a chance to really sit back and judge what that looks like. And now we get a chance to rebuild this one. And again, it's an exhilarating opportunity. 43 years old, everybody treats me like I'm the old guy. I'm still probably one of the youngest head coaches in college basketball. And I think that experience level, when you look at, guys on the football side of it, their second or third time around, when they were young head coaches, I'm expecting to have a lot of success doing that as well and just learning from the things that passed.
Hey, Rob, before we let Jamion go, true or false, Jamion, that you are addicted to Love is Blind?
Something that happens, Jeff. I mean, you guys are both married guys. You can understand the struggle. Can you imagine leaving your wife for 2 years with 2 young children? Look, when you come back, you're going to have to do certain things that are maybe against your best interest. And, my wife loves Love is Blind. I'm going to sit down with her as much as she wants to watch it. And we'll make fun of the characters on our own. So, I'm just trying to do the best I can to keep everybody happy. But, it is fun coming into an office every day with the personalities that I have and being able to share, some fun things and not just be locked in on basketball every day. But my wife is incredible. And if Love is Blind to what she wants to watch, I'll be sitting right there with her.
Smart man.
So
man.
What you're saying is it's not you, it's your wife that loves Love is Blind. I don't know, Jamie. I don't know if I believe this one.
You know how this goes. Like, you never want to watch the show. Your wife wants to watch it. And then you kind of get into the characters a little bit because they are interesting and they are fun to make fun of. So, I think all of us go through that. And, I'm in that place with my wife now.
So what happens was you didn't want to watch it. And now you're the guy who's like, no, don't go to sleep yet. Let's watch one more episode. Is that where we're at right now?
Look, I thought about
this is the trust tree, Jamie. We can be honest here.
We're in the trust tree. I actually thought about starting a live cast on while I watch this show, because I feel like it could be hilarious, but it also could get me canceled. So we decided to just keep the comments between ourselves.
Hey, you just got back here. Wait a couple of years before you do that, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jamion, great to see you, man. Great to have you back in college basketball. Best of luck this season.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for always having my back, and I look forward to working with you guys through the year.
Thanks, we got you, man. Appreciate you. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Albany head coach Dwayne Killings. The Great Danes were picked tied for second in the America East preseason poll alongside the Maine Black Bears. We already heard from Chris Markwood. And hopefully we're going to have Dwayne Killings here in just a second. It's great to hear from Jamion, man. I'm glad he's back in college basketball. I remember when he had those like Mount St. Mary's teams. They were a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, he, like you said, I mean, he had a fast upward trajectory as a head coach, and you forget the fact that, he's not even, he's just, in his mid-40s, approaching his mid-40s at this point, and all he's learned and the experiences he's had and how he can utilize them at a place that has won a lot of games over the past 15 or 20 years.
You know what the problem is, Goodman? I think that when he looks exactly the same right now with the same hairstyle as he had when he was 29 years old. So I think people forget that he was 29 when he got the job, and they were like, yeah, he must have been 40 when he got the job. So, Dwayne Killings of Albany is going to be joining us here in a second to talk about the roster that he's kind of put together. While we wait for him, let me ask you this. Who is the player in this league that maybe you are the most intrigued to kind of watch throughout the season? Maybe intrigued to see how they kind of develop at the spot that they're at right now.
I think, obviously you have to look at TJ Hurley, and can he be a dominant player in year 4? Just because he knows Becker's system, he's been there, he's done that before. I will say, probably for me, it might be somebody like Will Richardson, who transfers from Fordham, to Albany, and we'll talk about him in a minute. But he's a guy who won state titles when he was at Bergen Catholic, played 3 years at Fordham. How big of an impact will he make this year for Albany, who's a team that, again, has a chance to compete maybe for the league title this year?
Yeah, I think the way that Will Richardson kind of develops alongside a guy like Amir Lindsay, who sophomore coming back, had a good freshman season at Albany. The way that
where he's from, right? You know where Amir Lindsay's from, right?
I'm gonna guess town he's from. What town are you from?
Framingham, Massachusetts.
Framingham,
same town.
Yeah,
same town. Yeah. So I'm a big Amir Lindsay guy. So
that's must have been where he got all his talent from, right? Is that he learned from you growing up? He looked up in the rafters at that Jeff Goodman jersey in the Framingham High School gym and said, "Man, if I could just one day be as good as Jeff Goodman is at basketball."
Yeah, he's preseason first team guy now, so he did something right.
It's always interesting, like how do you know, like how can you project any of that stuff, like the preseason all conference? And that's not a shot at Amir Lindsay. Like I think Amir Lindsay coming back, like freshmen, best thing about freshmen is they become sophomores. I think he's in line for a big season, right? But like how do we know? You don't know how these players are going to be used. You don't know what their fit is going to be at these new programs. Like the preseason all league teams are just I don't know how you make some of these decisions that these guys make. And that's not a shot at any of the thing that we had. It's just how do you know?
Well, generally it's the 5 best players, or 6 in this case, that have returned. Now, again, you have to mix in. Nowadays, you might not even find 5 or 6 that have returned that have done that much the previous year. So you go to a Quincy Allen from Bryant. You go to some of these other guys that are transferring in. But yeah, I mean, if a guy puts up decent numbers as a freshman, and I think what was a Lindsay average 6 points a game as a freshman. That's enough to get you in the preseason first team where, 5 years ago, you're averaging double figures or you weren't getting on the preseason first team.
Mm-hmm. All right. While we wait for Dwayne Killings, Albany head coach, to join us, let's talk a little bit more about Vermont, because I think what John Becker has done there is turn that program into arguably the best mid-major program on the East Coast, right? Like we all remember what TJ Sorrentine did that year, but they consistently win. And we got Dwayne Killings here joining us now. We'll talk about Vermont here in a little bit. Dwayne, what's going on, man? Year 5 for you in Albany. How you feeling about this group you got coming in?
I'm feeling great. We had a little technical difficulties over here in Albany, but we got it figured out. Just got done with a little walkthrough out there on the floor, and 2 weeks away from playing Marquette to start the year.
I know, 2 weeks. 2 weeks to the day right now that the college hoop season opens. And I know you got to be feeling a lot better today than you did maybe even a year ago. I know you liked your team a year ago, but it was kind of like, all right, we don't know yet, right? I mean, I don't know what Amir Lindsey's going to give me. Now, you come in after getting the semis for the first time in your tenure, come in with some momentum, some guys back, some good transfers. What's realistic expectations for this team this year, Dwayne?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's to win America East Championship. We did a great job in the portal. I thought the staff did a great job identifying a few things. We needed versatility, we needed length, we needed size. We needed guys that had, something to prove. And then obviously one of the biggest, most important things is bringing back Amir Lindsey and having him back. He had a great freshman year. He's a 3.8 GPA student, point guard, leader. He's our rock. And then what we did is we added guys around him that allow us to play in a way that I think can help us win this league. And that's to be really disruptive defensively, get out in transition. I think we can be really good in the open floor. And I think the guys understand what the expectation is. Now it's setting the everyday standard. And, we're learning on the fly. I mean, we don't have a lot of returners. We have a lot of new guys. So we're learning day to day. What's the expectation? Film, treatment. How do you prepare yourself? How do you get ready for these games? How do you get ready for more opportunity? How do you handle, success and failure?
Well, we were talking about it a little bit before you jumped on, Dwayne. You got Amir Lindsey coming back, preseason first team all-league guy, and he's also going to be joined by 2 players with a lot of experience and a lot of minutes under their belt in the backcourt, in Naz Muhammad and Will Richardson. How is that? How are you going to strike that balance with 3 guards that all have a high level of experience and high level of success at this level?
Yeah, you know what? I think we have guys that have a lot of Northeast experience, too, in their basketball journeys, which I think is important in our league. They understand the competition. They understand what it takes. We need experience to win. Now, it hasn't been on the floor at the Broadview Center necessarily, but they've played college basketball. Guys have confidence with the ball in their hands. They understand time and score. They understand what it takes to go on the road and win by games, win a tournament, what it takes to get to the conference semifinals and get beyond that. And then we couple that with guys that I think that are hungry for opportunity, guys like Chris Okeke, who at one point was a junior college All-American, Bulai Fall, who was a junior college All-American this past year, Ife West Ingram, who's a guy that can be very disruptive, on the half-court defensive side and then be a high-level rebounder and finisher. I think the pieces have been put together. Now we got to make the puzzle, put it together cleanly and get off to the races and run. But our guards have to lead us.
Yeah, what have you challenged Amir with to make that next step? What's the one thing that you've kind of gotten on him for in the offseason that he needs to be better at this year?
Yeah, I think 2 things I'd say to you, Jeff, is one, he's not a big guard, so people try to attack him. So, defensively. So how are we going to help him? And then how does he have to help himself? And I think he understands that because he went through it. And the second thing is, I think Amir is a very efficient basketball player. Now, how do you make guys better? And how do you help them understand what they have to do to have success? It's what you're saying in the locker room, on the bus, in the film room. When coaches walk out of the room, you got to carry the message forward. And he gets that, and he wants it, and I'm excited for him.
So we talked a little about the guards, and I feel like you have more experience in your backcourt right now, specifically at the Division I level than the front court. Chris Okeke, Abdoulaye Fall. Where do you kind of see that front court shaking out, and maybe who has really impressed you so far in the spring and the fall as you're getting ready to start the season?
Yeah, Ife West Ingram has been really impressive because he's just such a good athlete. He's a high major athlete, above the rim, covers ground. I think that's been really impressive. Yaya Kita, who comes from Oklahoma, I think, he's a leader. He understands what winning looks like. He understands how to hold a standard. That has been really good for us. Chris Okeke, he has the ability to be a defensive player of the year because he can rebound and block shots. And I think our guards are learning how to play with him, how to generate offense for him, which has been really good for us. And then Isaac Abide, to be honest with you, I think if Isaac has a great season, we're going to have a great season. He comes from two really good programs, Wichita State, Cleveland State. I think he's learned, he's grown. Now he's taken this opportunity to run with it. In our first scrimmage, Isaac was very impressive.
Hey, Dwayne, you've been doing this a long time. How have you
Don't
changed?
How have you had to change?
No, you're younger than me. I'm just saying, like, we
not
didn't
saying
come up
much.
that different.
That's not
We didn't
saying
come up
much.
that
You're younger
different.
than me.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's funny. I was talking to Kamani Young, who's at UConn, and we started this journey as coaches, and it was about relationships, and you're building, and the 4-year process and developing kids, and literally now it's like you just got to focus on the 1 year that you have, like this one season, and how do we make Amir good for this season? How do we make Yaya Kita good for this season? What are we going to do right now? It's not about this long 2, 3, 4-year process. And then the other thing I think you have to be is really patient. We have a lot of new players, so they have to learn what does that all take. And then, Jeff, the crazy thing is, we play a big game here in town. It's the Albany Cup, and we're playing Siena, and Jerry McNamara has done a great job with his program. It's a huge game in the city, and he retains 9, 10 players. We don't. So his kids know what that game means. Our kids don't. You have to teach that to them. And as crazy as that sounds, North Carolina is doing the same thing about the North Carolina Duke game, which sounds kind of crazy, but that's what college basketball is
You're
today.
right. Yeah, you're 100% right. We talked to the kid Henry Visar, a couple weeks ago at ACC. He transferred from Arizona, and he has no idea what that Carolina Duke rivalry is. And you're right, it's changed, and I think we can all you have to adapt, but that doesn't mean it's better. There are parts of it that are better, but overall, I don't think it's better. I don't think it's better than it was 20 years ago.
It's so. I think Jeff. It's it's hard for the fan, right? They want to care about the program. We had a big open scrimmage the other day, and we got people coming in, and they're like, "Okay, who is this guy? Who's on the team? What do they do?"
Right.
And you're learning, and you fall. We have a kid, Byron Joshua, all-league player. Our fans fell in love with him, but it took the second half of the season for that to happen because they had to learn who he was, how he played, the hunger he played with, the grit he played with, and he represented the institution greatly. But then guess what? Byron leaves at the end of the year, and then you got to start all over again. And luckily we bring Amir Lindsay back. But I just think college basketball, it's such a different animal, but we all have to work together. These moments are huge because you're teaching fans, you're teaching communities what the team's about. I mean, this is a huge step for us to be, preseason ranked number 2, but there's a huge population here in this community have no idea who's in our locker room, who's playing for our program, and we got to educate them. And it takes time. And with that, we got to educate them on the road against Marquette, then UMass to start the year. So that's going to be fun.
I think the hard part, Dwayne, is that where does the player development come in, right? Usually what would happen is you get a kid in as a freshman, you start working with him, and he gets better, as a sophomore, maybe playing 6-man, starting as a junior, all league as a senior. And now you jump from spot to spot. It's like you're trying to figure out how these guys fit in your system. Where are they getting better? How are they? Where's the improvement coming? Where's the long-term growth? I don't know. I don't see that when you go from one spot to one spot to one spot. 5 schools in 5. We talked to a kid last week. 5 schools in 5 years. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's hard, and the other thing I say to you guys is, like the improvement that he had at the last school may not be what we want based off how we play. I mean, we play a lot faster, so we got to teach that tempo. And that was hard for our guys, the conditioning, the pace of the way we want to do things in the summer. And credit to the assistants. They've done a great job with our guys. We started a shooting club we do in the mornings, skill development sessions. We actually add more time in practices to do that. But then you got to prepare them to play. And then I think part of the player development is teaching them how to have success. Last year at their last program, did they watch the extra film? Did they pay attention to the scout? Maybe they didn't have that opportunity. Well, that's part of player development. We have sports performance coach that comes and works with our guys so they can, basically grow and accept the moments that go into college basketball. That's part of player development. There's an investment. Unfortunately, now, to your point, you used to invest in guys and you had this huge plan for growth over 4 years. You might not reap the rewards of what a player does in his second year of his process because he may leave, but you just got to kind of maximize the day that you have. And I think that's where we are, in today's world. But I think the plans that we have is how do we help him have success at Albany this year? And that's just the way it is now.
Yep. Dwayne, it's great to see you, man. Best of luck this season. And you got a target on your back this year, picked second in the conference. You got to hope you guys are ready for what's coming.
Yeah, I'd rather it this way than the other way, but now we got to go do it. I tell our guys, this is what you wanted. This is why you came to Albany. You wanted the opportunity. You wanted to go out here and play it. But now you're not looking down at the bottom of the bench. You got to look at yourself, and we got to be ready for these opportunities. I know our guys will be, and I appreciate the time.
Yeah, appreciate you, Dwayne. That was
right,
Dwayne Killings, Albany head coach, picked second in the America East preseason poll. Coming up next, we are going to be joined by Nathan Davis of New Hampshire. My guy, Goodman, a D3 guy from Emory. Spent some time at Emory and Henry, spent some time at Randolph-Macon. And we got Nathan Davis here joining us now. Coach Davis, what's going on, man? It's great to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Nathan, it's tough for me. I'm down here in Charleston right now. It's 77 degrees today in Charleston. What is it up there in New Hampshire?
It is 61 today.
All right, hey, that's not bad.
Little cloudy today. Got a little rain, but it's not bad. It's not bad today. Yeah.
I miss my preseason jaunt up there. Miss seeing you. The one thing I'm gonna say to you this year is just be healthy, man. Just stay healthy as a team this year because I felt bad for you last year. I mean, it seemed like every time I looked, another guy was going down with an injury. And I think you had a pretty good team, but we were never able to really see it even close to full strength. Did you say you're saying some prayers every day, or what are you doing to make sure you stay healthy?
I used to be, it's actually kind of funny, for years, the last few years, I was so worried about being healthy and it hasn't worked out. I said, forget it this year. We're just going to play. We're going to play. We're going to go physical. We're going to do our thing. And so far we haven't had anything major yet. So, we've had those typical bumps and bruises, but
I'm knocking on wood.
It is what it is. We can't worry about it. Let's just keep plugging away.
Well, look, I think you guys were able to bring back 4 players that were kind of in your rotation, 2 sophomores, 2 juniors. I think Davide Poser, I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly, is probably the biggest name. What have you seen out of him in terms of growth? And is it nice to be able to, even if it's only 4 guys, to have a little bit of leadership and a little bit of continuity in your roster where these guys know what your terminology is, they know what your expectations are, and they know kind of where you expect them to be at certain times?
And with him, I think it's a great point with him. It's so different now than it was, 5 years ago with the turnover on roster. He's a guy that's going in his junior year. I think he's improved every year. And with those 4 guys, they do know they do know the expectation. They do know how we want to play. So they can help bring the other guys along. But again, I'm really excited about this group. They've been high character. They've worked hard. They're in watching film. They want to be good, and they're putting the time in needed to do that.
You got a couple transfer guards. Go ahead, Jeff.
How hard was it last year? You only averaged like 66 points a game. For you, I mean, that had to be brutal because you were known for certainly your Bucknell teams even at UNH a couple of years ago, you're known for playing fast and scoring a lot of points.
Well, I think that, excuse me, across the board, I think, yes, last year was frustrating for a lot of people. And it started with, you don't want to make excuses, but start with the injuries. We had to add a walk-on in the middle of October, so we had enough bodies to practice. We didn't really have the same even 8 or 9 guys available day in, day out until the middle of January. We had to adjust what we were doing. We couldn't really practice the way we wanted to practice. We didn't have the depth or the consistency to play the way that I think is best for us to be successful to play. So I think turning the page to this year, I think we're a lot closer to where I want to be, and the type of team we want to be, and the way we want to play right now.
What is the impact of a couple of these guards that you have coming in? I think specifically RJ Kennedy and Keyshawn Robinson are 2 guys that were RJ was a red shirt at UAB under Andy Kennedy, and Keyshawn was at Hofstra. 2 guys that are going to be talented backcourt pieces for you this season. What have you seen out of them so far this year?
I think I said it earlier, excuse me, but I think the first thing with those guys is they want to be good. They're coachable. They are in watching film all the time. They're in the gym getting extra work in. They've done a great job of picking what we're doing. I think they're both dynamic guards. They can defend. They can make shots. They can put the ball on the floor. They're willing passers. So they're capable of doing the things we need to do to be successful. And I'm excited to see them as we move forward. Obviously, RJ didn't play last year with a red shirt. So there'll be a little adjustment period with that. But again, playing at UAB, it's great competition every day. So he's obviously a very talented and good player. And then KJ played some, but I think he'll have a little more freedom in what we're doing. He shoots the ball really well, which will be an added bonus for us.
So one thing's I kind of noticed for you've gone heavy into the prep schools, right? Even kids that have maybe played other places, but you got a kid who went to Winston, a kid who went to Brewster Academy, a kid at Milton Academy. Was that strategic this year? Has that been something you've thought about since you got the job at UNH? Where did that come in?
Well, I think it's a couple of things. I think first off, obviously the prep schools in New England are very good. They're all really well coached, so they've had to deal with the competition. They've had to deal with the demands of expectations and the way you're supposed to prepare every day. Our focus in recruiting really was more across the board the type of guys we wanted to bring in. Obviously, we wanted talented guys, but we wanted a certain kind of guy that would fit into school, would do things the way we wanted to do them, would be low maintenance, would be high character, low volume guys that could perform with the ball in their hands and without the ball in their hands. And the more you played against the better people you played, the more you have to adapt to doing that. In prep school, you're going to get more of that.
Yep. True.
Nathan, I think it was about 8 years ago now, I wrote a story for NBC Sports about the coaching tree from Emory and Henry. I think at the time you had 5 Division I head coaches that had played or coached for Bob Johnson as an assistant when he was at Emory and Henry. 2 of those guys now are in the conference. Are you gonna feel bad having to go up against Jamion Kresge this year? Did he warn you before he was coming back that he was going to be in the same league and you guys are going to have a now intra-conference rivalry here?
It's funny. He didn't say a word to me when we talked, even when he was in Italy the last few years, probably every couple of weeks at least. Fortunately for me, honestly, it's I think coaches across the country, it's no fun playing against your friends. It's a different experience. You're obviously very close. I've known Jamion since he was 23 years old, and assisted at Emory and Henry. And then he was our first ever operations guy at Bucknell for Pat Flannery. Families are close, so it's no fun. We won't enjoy those 40 minutes, but afterwards it'll be fine. I guess it's one less person I get to talk to weekly about what I can do better because he's not going to really willing to help me out as much, which is understandable. But no, it's great for him to get back in the country and get an opportunity again.
Give us a little insight into the front court. I know you brought in a kid from City College of San Francisco, John Squire, who started his career at Pepperdine. Brought in a transfer from Wofford as well. What's the front line going to look like, and maybe how much you even know at this point? Like, we're 2 weeks away from the first game. How confident do you feel about some of these guys until you see them under the bright lights?
I think, Jeff, that's a great point. I think let me say I really like the guys we brought in. I think across the board we're better at every spot than we were a year ago. I think we play better together. I think that we're very coachable. I think that they work hard, and one of the things I've been impressed with is how extremely competitive the entire group is. Um, I like our front court guys. You mentioned Blau coming in from Wofford. He had played a decent amount before he got hurt. John Squire had played some at Pepperdine before the coaching changed it up in City College of San Francisco. And of all things, talk about a small world, his family had bought a house in Durham last summer, Durham, New Hampshire, and have moved here since then. Janos, I can't even say Janos' last name. I'm not going to try. From Greece is a 6'11", 4'5", who's extremely talented and highly skilled. I'm excited about him. And then you look at the guys we brought back with John O'Neill, who played some. I think it's a good group. Like, I think it's a versatile group. I think it's a good group. I think we can do a lot of different things with them. I think there's going to be different ways we can take advantage of matchups, but like you said, I think it's across the board right now. What is there? Two players in this league returning that have been all league. So no one really knows until you start playing, and I'm looking forward to getting out there. We've had one scrimmage. We'll have another one soon. I like what we did that first time, but it'll be a process, especially through the non-conference, of figuring out who plays best together, what the best ways to play, lineups, different things like that, so that when we get into January and February, we can really get rolling.
You got a lot of people fired up, Nathan, when you said you brought in a 6'11" Greek guy named Giannis, whose last name you can't pronounce.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not quite as good as the one everybody knows. I'm not going to say that, but no, we're excited about where he is and how he's adapted.
But what I do think is interesting about the way that you have built this roster is that you don't have any seniors, right? It does seem like you are trying to build this thing and in a way where you can kind of get that continuity, and you get these guys and you bring them in as freshmen and you develop them as sophomores and they get better as juniors. I know it probably isn't going perfectly to plan, which is just kind of the state of the game that we're in 2025 in college basketball. But it feels like you are trying to develop this thing and grow this thing internally and kind of from a natural way.
Well, you'd certainly like to keep guys around. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We've all been around a long time, and it's much it's just very different. 5-6 years ago, we were trying to build a thing for 3, 4, 5 years. Now it's year to year. You're just trying to put together the best roster you can. Hopefully you can do well enough and guys can enjoy it enough and feel like they're getting better, that they want to stay for, multiple years, but a lot of that's out of your control. It's just the way it is, but we wanted to bring in, like I said, we wanted to recruit a certain kind of guy. And I think staff did a great job of doing that. I think that we got a group that's going to be exciting. I think we got a group that's going to compete at a high level, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we do as the year rolls on.
Have you put maybe a picture of the preseason poll up on the board yet in the locker room? Will you do that to motivate your team? You're picked 9th last in the preseason poll. How much will you try to utilize that to motivate these guys?
You want to be honest, not at all. I could honestly care less. I've been fortunate. I've been the head coach on a number of teams that have been in the NCAA tournament. All those times we were picked first once, picked as low as 4th many times. I've been in the league in leagues where the team that finished was picked 8th won the league. So it doesn't matter 5 years ago. It matters less now. No one, we can all say we know this. We don't know. Especially
I agree. I'm talking more, Nathan. I'm talking more from a motivational tactic for these kids. I'm not talking for you. I know you don't care, but will you utilize it as a motivational tactic for the players at all? No.
Not really, because I think that if we're going to reach our goal, and our goal, I always say, obviously everyone wants to play in the NCAA tournament, but our goal is to worry about what we control, and we can control being the best we can be. And where you're picked, I don't want extra motivation. I don't think it's going to carry over. I want us to focus on every single day. I know it's kind of cliche. Let's get better today. Let's worry about this game. Let's worry about what we can handle. Let's not worry about external stuff. Let's not worry about who's doing this, who's doing that. Let's worry about what we control, and that's the best way to get where we want to go.
Yeah. Last thing. If I Venmo you $20, will you go to Popovers in Portsmouth and overnight, I don't know, a dozen popovers to me down here in Charleston?
I'd be happy to.
Don't do it.
But you got to send me something up from Charleston too.
Nathan, no popovers for Goodman. You can Venmo. What you can do is you can overnight maybe a couple pieces of broccoli maybe a carrot, maybe get him a couple of gift certificates to a salad place for Goodman. That's what he needs. He doesn't need popovers.
Everybody needs a little popovers.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, listen, Nathan, it's great to see you, man. Best of luck this season, and hopefully don't beat Jamion too badly on his return to the States, man. He needs a little confidence boost. All right, let him have a chance.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great day.
See you, man.
Thanks, Nathan.
That was UNH head coach Nathan Davis. Coming up next, we're going to hear from the guy that is predicted as a first-team All-Conference player. They don't do the America East does not do a preseason player of the year, but I think Goodman, you have already named him the Jeff Goodman America East preseason player of the year, correct? That's TJ Hurley from Vermont.
Yes, I tabbed TJ Hurley, that guy. Can't wait to talk to him here in a minute because his story is really impressive. As you said, kind of from the jump of the show, you don't find too many guys that are going to stick around and be a part of a program for 4 years when they have other opportunities. Let's face it, in this new world of NIL, guys can and do, and they watch their buddies go elsewhere. And TJ Hurley has decided to stay in Burlington, Vermont for 4 years and do it kind of the good old-fashioned way.
Mm-hmm. Let's bring him in here. TJ Hurley, preseason first team All-America East. TJ, let's start with this, man. You made the decision to come back to Vermont for your senior season. One of the rare all-conference mid-major players that is going to play at the same program for all 4 seasons. Talk to me about that decision, man, and why Vermont is a place for you.
Yeah, like you said, I've been here all 4 years, came in as a freshman, and honestly, it just feels like home. Like I fully trust the coaching staff here. I feel like they have my best interest in mind, as well as all the other guys that come here. And it's just a different type of culture here. Like everyone is super close every year I've been here. And it seems like everyone does their 4 years here and doesn't even think about transferring. Like it's a different type of culture here. It's a winning culture. And I've come to call it home in these past 4 years.
What I think is really impressive is that you were at a place that Ryan Schneider is on the coaching staff, and you decided, hey, you know what? That's the spot for me. I'm going to come back here and play for him again.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was thinking about leaving because of Schneid, but no.
No, what you needed to do, you came back because you want to be the best TJ ever to play at Vermont. So
right.
you gotta eclipse TJ Sorrentine in that category. And the only way to do it, TJ, is how? What's the way you can eclipse TJ Sorrentine's career?
I mean, the only way I see it is win a couple games in the tournament.
There you go. At least one. And you got to hit a game winner to do so. So
yeah,
there's a lot on your shoulders this year. Having said that, you've made a jump every year. And again, Rob kind of alluded to it, but I'll further it even, like how impressive it is that you have stayed there. What's the next step in your progression as a senior this year? What have you challenged yourself? I don't even want to hear what Becker's challenged you or the staff. What have you looked in the mirror and said, like, I got to be better at this my final year?
Yeah, I think a big part of that is just my leadership this year. I've been one of the younger guys on the team my whole career. And this year coming in as the guy who's been here the longest since my freshman year, an older guy on the team now, like I've really challenged myself to be a better leader, trying to connect with the guys and just trying to be the best leader out there I can on the court. And then individually, I would say my playmaking, I've shown that I can score. And now this offseason, I've really been working on my playmaking, trying to add that dimension to my game to have another tool to attack teams with.
TJ Long came back as well, another guy that averaged double figures alongside of you. Is it nice to be able to have another piece that kind of started with you, played a lot of minutes with you, and is coming back to the program? And two, do you guys have battles over which TJ is going to end up being the best shooter on the team this season?
Well, first of all, it's great having him back. It takes a lot of pressure off me and everyone else on the team. And yeah, it's great to have someone that I've played a good majority of minutes with, someone that I'm comfortable with it on the court. And, hopefully we can kind of bounce off each other, help each other out there. And, I mean, I think it's always a battle, especially both being named TJ. It's a little competition out there, especially shooting-wise.
So do people just call you both by your last names all the time? Not to confuse you guys?
We have different nicknames, but yeah, for the most part, Hurley and Long.
Yeah. What are the nicknames though? What are the nicknames?
I've got Terry, Terrence. I don't even know where those come from, but he's got Tito.
You don't know. You don't know where they come from?
I don't know where they come from, but yeah.
Is your name Terrence?
It's not. No.
That's phenomenal. Who gave it to you? Like you really have no idea. Was there somebody on the staff, a player?
It started freshman year. Robin Duncan started calling me Terry. We had a player named Perry. I think you might have just combined both names one time, and it just stuck since then.
All right, that's pretty good. Hey, go back to when the season finished last year. Were there even calls? Generally, how it works for people that are listening is like no coach is going to call you or maybe your parents directly, but might be an AU coach, might be a mentor, somebody like that. Did you get some calls from coaches of other teams around the country that said, "Hey, listen, if he goes in the portal, we'd love to have him, and we'll pay him some real money here"? Did it ever get to that point, TJ, or was it almost just understood that, hey, this is a Vermont kid, he's not leaving after 3 years?
Yeah, it started out that way. There was definitely immediately after the season, I was hearing things about that through AAU coaches, or my dad especially was talking to my AAU coaches, and and I just kind of told my dad like I didn't really want to hear anything. Like I had my decision set, and didn't feel like getting into all that. So I think it quickly became understood that I was coming back here.
What were your demands to Becker? Did you have any really good demands like, hey, I need a front seat at the wedding or something like that? Was there something in there?
No demands, no.
No demands. See,
No.
If you had me as your agent, we could have got a lot done, TJ. We could have got a lot done on Becker. So it's too bad. If we had known about this back in April or May, man, we could have really held them ransom for a lot.
Well, here's the thing. TJ would have made some demands, but Terry is not. He's not the demands kind of a guy. That's the problem. Terry's too nice.
I think it's the opposite way, actually. Terry might have made
Terry's the well, I don't want to say it. I won't say it. I don't want to get myself in trouble here.
Keep it moving, Goodman. Let's talk about some of the pieces that you guys do have coming in. I want to specifically ask you about the Spanish point guard that you got coming in, Lucas Mari, the freshman, big guard, 6'6". What are you expecting to see out of him this season, and what can Vermont fans expect to see out of him this season?
Yeah, I mean, you said it. He's all of that 6'6". He's a massive guard, super strong. Kind of reminds me of a Robin Duncan who played here my freshman year, as in a big guard who can post smaller guards up. Elite passer, has great vision, and yeah, he's going to bring that type of skill to us. That skill to keep the ball moving, see the open man, just kind of flow within our offense. He's going to be a great asset for us.
What about the Gus Yeldon, the transfer from Seton Hall? I'm a Big East guy, TJ, and I used to love watching that dude play for Seton Hall last year. He's he's one of the more entertaining characters in college basketball, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. He's been really fun to play with as well. He's looked great through the first few months here. Just brings a low presence, paint presence for us that we've kind of been missing the last couple of years. Someone to throw the ball into and get a few easy baskets every game for us.
Do you call him the Gus Bus?
Little energy.
Yeah, we call him Gus Bus.
Yeah,
he's got some energy to him too, doesn't he?
He's got great energy.
Wait. Yeah, wait till like the games too. He gets everybody going. He'll be a crowd favorite fan favorite, definitely in Burlington.
Sure, yeah.
Hey, how hard was it last year? Because the expectations in Burlington are it's like automatic. Like Vermont, what do? They win regular season titles. They go to the NCAA tournament. What was last year like for you personally to watch you guys, struggle by Vermont standards?
Yeah, it was really hard. You always feel that pressure. There's always expectations here. Like even this year, we again got predicted to win the conference. So there's always pressure coming in every year, and that was just really felt last year, losing games in the non-conference. And then it just felt like a ton of pressure piling up, and then we kind of got it going towards the end of the year. And then, to lose in the playoffs like that, it was disappointing. It was I expected more myself, and I know everyone in the program did, all the fans did. So it was a very hard year in that sense with all the pressure and the disappointment.
TJ, you are a native of Pelham, Ontario, and I'm curious. I'm sure you're going to say for the best Canadian hooper right now, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I don't know if there's really much of an argument. When you're the MVP of the NBA, you're probably the best basketball player in the world. He happens to be from Canada. I want to know who your favorite is, and you can say Shai if you want, but who's the guy that you kind of looked up to growing up as a basketball player in Canada?
There was a few. One guy I really looked up to is Kevin Pangos. He played at Gonzaga. I think he's still playing overseas right now. Just kind of a super smart player, could really shoot it. Kind of a smaller guy like I was growing up. So it's someone I looked up to a lot and watched a lot. I watched a lot of college basketball growing up, and he was one of those guys that was playing when I first started watching, and he was just really fun to watch for me, and someone I tried to take stuff from while I was watching.
Well, I can see a guy that shoots 7.5 threes per game is, you definitely watched a lot of Kevin Pangos growing up.
Yeah.
All right, listen, man, we appreciate the time. Thank you for jumping on here with us. Congratulations on, I guess, the preseason nods, but those don't mean anything, right? You got to find a way to be able to prove it. Last thing I got for you is, if we look up in March and you guys have won the America East Championship, what is the one thing that has kind of happened? What is the key to this team this season to be able to have that level of success?
I think it's just all of us coming together. I think we've done a great job of it with so many new guys. I think we're a very close group already, but I think it's just going to come down to when games start, all of us buying in, all of us buying into what our roles are, buying into each other, and coming together for that common goal. We all share that goal, so I think it's just understanding what we all need to do to get there.
All right, TJ, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for being on.
Thanks
for having me. Thank you.
That was TJ Hurley, the Jeff Goodman America East Preseason Player of the Year. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we get back, we still got to hear from Grant Billmeier. We still got to hear from John Becker, and we have Pat Duquette, Jim Ferry, and Levell Sanders here to close out the men's basketball portion of America East Media Day here on the Field of 68. The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 Opening Day Marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Sanford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day. Welcome back to America East Media Day here on the Field of 68. Rob Dauster. I'm joined right here by Jeff Goodman, and we're going to be hearing from, in just a minute, NJIT head coach Grant Billmeier, year 3 for the former Seton Hall assistant at NJIT. Goodman, when it comes to the way that this poll is kind of shaken out, and you look near the bottom of it, it's NJIT in New Hampshire. You asked this question to Nathan Davis. What's the balance between using that as something that motivates players for where they're projected and killing their confidence by saying, hey, look, everybody here thinks that we're not going to be very good? I think it's a delicate balance to strike when you have a new team of 18 to 22-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into the year, it's different now because, 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was the same group, the same core group that they were basically saying, hey, you know what? We don't think you're any good. Now it's kind of throwing darts. And as I said, you're doing it based on what programs have done recently, not based on the current personnel. So, yeah, I mean, it's a little different for New Hampshire than it is NJIT too, because Nathan had a complete turnover. Grant brings back some key guys. They're younger guys, but he brings back some guys. So if he wants to motivate a few of these guys, he can certainly put it up over their lockers and show them. But, they weren't great last year. So I don't know how much that's going to do for them. I almost feel like if you're Grant, you want to build up their confidence as much as possible. You don't need to be negative on them. Grant dealt with enough negativity from a former coach in Bobby Gonzalez when he played at Seton Hall. I don't think he wants to go that route.
I didn't know if you were going to say Bobby Gonzalez or Kevin Willard when Grant was on Kevin Willard's staff. So
no, Willard,
maybe we should ask.
Willard's positive. Come on, Willard's a positive guy.
Willard's very positive, man.
What's up, Grant?
What's going on, fellas?
All's good.
How's it going, man? Listen, I wanted to ask you about kind of the method to the madness in building this roster. Right, last year you had 2 graduate transfers and all freshmen and sophomores, and this year you have all freshmen and sophomores with a couple of juniors mixed in that have come back from last season, and 1 grad transfer in Melvin Coley. I hope I got that name right, Melvin. Don't yell at me too much. It really feels like you're trying to build this program and develop from within and grow it from within. And it doesn't feel like this was an accident that the roster happened to be built this way.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, when you look at the job, when you're interviewing for it, you kind of look at all the situations. One, what is the status academically and how easy is it to get transfers in it? It's not a very easy school. I can get grad transfers that are really good undergrad. And I was able to get my first undergrad transfer in this past spring in Jeremy Clayville. Just kind of worked out that, he was a local kid. My staff had known him. He goes to St. Francis. He plays, a big role in an NCAA tournament team. And then he's in the cafeteria, 2-3 weeks after the season ends. And one of his teammates gets an email saying they're going Division III in 2 years. So was fortunate with that. But, this is certainly a job that's not a job you're just going to come and, get 10 transfers and you're going to have crazy money to pay guys and everything like that. And it's a quick fix. But I like where we're at going into year 3. I'm excited about this group. I think we have a lot of pieces that we haven't had before. And, and the kid Melvin, we're going to have a true inside presence, being a guy that, played the forward spot in college and worked with some really good inside presence. My time as assistant, we just haven't had the luxury of throwing the ball inside, but having a guy that's played, in a good program in UMKC and, started his career at Missouri State, and this is his 6th year of college. I think that certainly helps us because we've been all, relying on playing on the perimeter, and just having a 24-year-old man to go along with another young team for the most part. Just having that presence, having that leadership is certainly going to help us a lot, especially when we get.
It's nice to have another adult in the locker room, huh?
Yeah, no, seriously, you said it well. But when you're, I think my first 2 years I probably brought in 15 freshmen combined between the 2 recruiting classes just because of the academic components. But now you can go out and get a really smart grad transfer, a kid that speaks a few different languages, and a kid that, had some good games, up and down last year, but I think he had 14-9 against a really good Omaha team that went to the NCAA tournament. So he's certainly shown promises. Now the biggest thing with him is going to be, if you can get 14-9 against Omaha, I'm going to want you to get that every single night in America East play.
The biggest thing for me with you guys is retention. You brought back some key pieces here that, again, maybe didn't win a lot last year, took their lumps, but, Ari Fulton back, Sebastian Robinson back. Like, those are two cornerstone guys for you to try to build around. Like you said, now you have a low post presence to help those guys out. I'm guessing the spacing was not great last season without having a guy that you could throw the ball down to. How different do you think both Fulton and Robinson will be this year with the addition of Melvin, number one, and just another year under, your tutelage, knowing your system?
Yeah, starting with Ari, he missed a lot of time last year. Preseason, was injured, so he didn't get off to a great start like I had hoped. But when the conference player came around, he started getting really comfortable. I think it was like after 8 games, even though he was a freshman, he was leading the conference in minutes per game. And then his grandfather unfortunately passed, and he missed 2 games, and he had to go back to North Carolina and for the funeral and the wake for his grandfather. And didn't finish the year quite as high as he was playing at the beginning of conference, but I've just seen a completely different player in him than it. Coming back this summer, this fall, he's been playing at a really high level. I expect him to be one of the better mid-major wings in the country. And then, bringing Sebastian back was big. He's the only kid in my program that's played for me all 3 years. So just having a guy that kind of knows what he's doing and can kind of help the younger guys from a leadership standpoint, be an extension of the coaching staff, I think that really helps him. I think those guys have the ability to be all league players. They've certainly showed it at spurts now, as Sebastian being a junior, Ari being a sophomore, a kid that I think had a massive summer. Those guys got to have really good years, along with Melvin. Melvin just being around, having played at Missouri State, haven't played at a year of junior college, haven't played for Marvin Menzies at UMKC for 2 years, and starting for him. Having those 3 guys, they got to be guys for me, and they got to embrace where they are, where their game's at, where they are in terms of Sebastian being a junior, Melvin being this last year, and Ari being a guy that didn't really get going the way I kind of thought he would last year, just with the non-conference being out, missing so much time in the preseason. But those 3 guys have to be dudes for me this year.
So you mentioned Sebastian Robinson. He's a guy that I believe he entered the portal and then decided to return to NJIT, correct? You got him and Jeremy Clayville looking like a pretty good backcourt when it comes to the America East level. What are you seeing from those guys, and what can NJIT fans expect to see out of that group this season?
Yeah, Sebastian's a junior. His body looks great. He averaged 12, was up and down. Tariq did some good things, but he was. I think with Tariq, leaving and going to Rutgers, I think it's going to allow everyone else to kind of shine more and have a lot more opportunities. Tariq was a guy we really played a lot through last year, but I think this is going to give Sebastian a great opportunity. And Jeremy's just a flat out shooter, man. Like he gets down on himself when he misses a shot, but I just tell him, like, hey man, like I brought you here to shoot the basketball. I don't care if you miss 5-6 shots in a row, keep shooting the basketball. But having Jeremy, even though he's only a sophomore, he got a chance to be a part of a team that won the NEC tournament, was right there to win a game in the NCAA tournament. He made 61 threes as a freshman and shot it at 38% on an NCAA tournament team. So very confident, Ken, and having 2 local kids, I think that will help get a lot more people out to our games this year.
How have you approached this year? We talked about it as you came on a little bit. You picked 8th in the preseason. Do you use that at all, or you trying to build these guys up as much as humanly possible and give them confidence going into the season?
Yeah, I'll probably just mention it. I think it's fair to say, it's hard to really predict it, right? Like you look at Vermont's roster and the winning and the success they've had, you can say, all right, they're one. I think after that, what I'm going to tell my guys 2 through 9, like anything, it's completely up in the air. I can say, we can finish anywhere from 2nd to 9th, just how things play out, how we develop and, our injury status and everything like that. But I think it's a lot of unknown. And I think a lot of that goes to, okay, where have teams been, recently? And, I'm not here pumping on my chest saying this is crazy because, the program hasn't had much success lately. And if we want to change the narrative of the program and the perception of us, it's something we're going to have to do on the court.
What's the key to this group, Grant? I mean, look, you got to get the internal development. You needed the big. You got that. You got a solid looking backcourt. What is the one thing that has to happen if we look up in February and March and you guys are right there in the mix for an American East regular season championship?
I think a big thing is going to be, our ability to shoot the basketball. I think it's going to help us a lot more because Melvin's a willing passer. I also have a kid, Malachi Arrington, up and down as a freshman, didn't play a ton. He was 17 when the season started, but he's 6'10". He's a lob threat. So having those 2 guys, Melvin being a guy that you can play inside to out as opposed to just all perimeter, and then having a guy that can sprint to the rim and catch lobs and Malachi and putting pressure on the defense. Having those 2 guys out there should really allow us to get much more better quality shots. And I think our ability to shoot the basketball. I mean, I think defensively last year we were solid and, we put ourselves in position to win games, but, we just couldn't get over the hump offensively. But I think that should be I think we should be much stronger on the offensive end this year. And then obviously we want to continue to be an elite defensive team.
Grant, how in the world are you in your 3rd year as a Division I head coach, right? You 6'10", Big East big man, right? You play professionally. How did it take you this long to get a big guy on your roster? How does this happen? I would have thought in my mind, Grant Billmeier, knowing what you were in college, first thing you would have done is gone and getting a guy you could throw it to in the post and go get you a bucket. And we had to wait 3 years for it. What happened, man?
Well, it's funny you say that because when I got the job, I had a relationship with the mentor for Melvin. You guys probably remember the kid Alexis Yetna that played for us at Seton Hall. Alexis had a good year. I got really close to his mentor, a guy from France. And so when I got the job, he called me and said, "Hey, I got a big guy for you." And immediately I went to work on the kid. I think we did 2 Zoom sessions, and then we got his transcript back. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to get him into school from a credit transfer standpoint. So the relationship had been developed back then. And then, because we weren't able to get him in, he had gone to play at UMKC. And then, I got a call from his agent again saying, "Hey, this kid's going in the portal. He spent a year at junior college. He's got another year." And I was like, "All right, I got to get this kid, whatever I got to do." And I called the kid literally 3 times a day, every day. And with all these players getting NIL and stuff like that, I got to be honest, I'm probably one of the only coaches that has benefited from a player taking care of a coach because he's a big PSG soccer fan. I'm not that big of a soccer fan, but he came back from the start of the year and he gave me a PSG jersey with my last name and my college number on it. So shout out to Melvin for giving his coach the first NIL coaches soccer jersey.
Hey,
why didn't you put it on?
My question is that. Yeah, why didn't you have it on?
Yeah, I probably should have. I'll probably save it for our first game at Fordham or something like that.
There you go. Hey, what do you think Grant Billmeier would have made NIL wise if you had been playing right now? How much could you have commanded this year?
I don't want this to come off the wrong way because by no way would I say I had a great college career. But being that I was a starter as a junior on a team that went to the NCAA tournament, I think the going rate for that now in high major basketball is probably $750. Like,
yeah,
I know
might have made $1 million.
Yeah, I know there's backup centers playing 8 minutes a game that are getting $750 and up. I just think the market is so high, and eventually, I don't believe it can be sustained. But to all the kids getting the money, that's great for them. And I wish it was like this when I was in college. I mean, I remember making $27,000 my first 3 years. My first 3 years on the staff at Seton Hall, I made $27,000, and eventually I got it up going into my fourth year, and I felt like I was making $1 million. So I don't know what my life would be like if I was getting paid close to $1 million, in South Orange.
You would have owned that money. Hey, Grant,
probably would have been a lot of trips to Bunnies or Crines in South Orange, the local bars. But it was probably a good thing.
It's funny you mentioned that, Grant. I literally just got a text that said, "Would Grant have had an NIL deal with Bunnies South Orange when he was in college?"
Yeah, I mean, the amount of bar pies that would have been eaten would have gotten me an NIL deal itself.
See, that's why all those bar pies is why you can't wear that soccer jersey right now. Those things
Yeah,
might be a little bit
I
too
don't know.
tight.
I got 2 young kids, so they keep me active, chasing them around all day.
There you go. Listen, Grant, it's great to see you, man. Best of luck this season, and hopefully, I got to get up there for a game. I'm going to bring my kids up there for a game. Can we get a 10-year-old to maybe be the guy that shoots free throws for a chance to win a gift certificate to Bunnies? What do you think?
Yeah, I'll make that happen. And all my beef with Dauster has ended. I usually unmute him. Being Seton Hall, UConn, the rivalry. That Dauster is a pretty hard UConn fan, so he got muted. But with a guy who's like my brother and Mike Nardi joining the staff, I've considered unmuting you for the college basketball season. With Mike on staff, he got my kids two little husky dogs. So
Yes.
having you here in the Billmeier household will definitely be a new thing. Unmuting Rob Dauster is up for debate for the college basketball season.
Look, you don't want to do that. I am
Don't
not a
unmute
good
him.
follow anymore. Yeah, don't unmute me. I'm not a good follow. But I will put you in the rotation of text messages that I send every time UConn wins a game. So congrats.
I don't need that.
We're gonna win a championship game, baby.
Well, good seeing you guys. Appreciate it, Jeff.
You
You look good, man. Hope Charleston's treating you well, man.
It has in my stomach. It definitely has. Thanks, Grant.
All right, fellas, be good.
Great to see you, Grant.
Take care, man.
That was Grant Billmeier from NJIT. Coming up next, we're going to be joined by John Becker, the guy picked to win the America East. A shocker, right? A shocker that the Vermont head coach is picked to win the America East Conference this season. Year 15 for him as the head coach at UVM. Year 20 as a member of the UVM staff. So we'll be joined here by John Becker in just a second. And there he is. Coach Becker, what's going on, man? It's great to see you.
What's up, boys?
What's up, man? How are you?
Great.
First, congrats are in order, Rob, to John, who got married at the end of August. When was it?
Yep. Labor Day weekend.
End of August. To Maureen McGarity, former Holy Cross women's head coach. And congrats. Is she going to change her name, or is she sticking with McGarity? What are we doing here?
She's going to stick with McGarity. It's
smart. Very smart.
Yeah. Very smart.
I would too if I were her, but I'm not her. Anyway, they also came down to Charleston, Rob. They came down to Charleston a couple weeks ago. I was already on the road doing one of our media day tours, but they hit a couple big time spots here. They went to High Cotton and Halls, right? How good?
Oh my God, it was an incredible day of eating and nice recommendations there. The guys at Halls took care of us, and that was a big time meal right there.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, you had some. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, no, I was just going to say I did not realize until prepping for this that being a basketball coach might not be what you were best at. Were you a tennis coach back in the day? Is that true?
I was a tennis coach at Gallaudet. My first coaching job was at Gallaudet University. I was an assistant basketball coach, and then to make some more money in the spring, I was a tennis coach, and a terrible tennis coach. And I did it for a couple springs, and basically just drove the guys to the matches, and pick the starting order, I guess. was
I
bad.
was going to ask, is that one of those things where like you actually deserve to get the job, or did you like lie on a resume to be able to go and say, yeah, you know what? I played tennis a couple times when I was in high school. You should put me on the staff.
It's basically, yeah, they didn't have anyone that wanted a job. So I got it by default. I was actually doing the AD a favor. And so that's how that went.
All right. So you guys have won the league 8 straight years. Every year you could just pencil in, right? Vermont, America East title. Last year you did not win it. How did you deal with that? How did you deal with it? And what did you do in the offseason to make sure that it's not going to happen again?
Yeah, well, I think last year, we were really snake bitten with injuries and our all league backcourt of Shamir Bogues and TJ Long, did not play much together. And then, they were, TJ Long missed basically the whole season, and Shamir was out last couple games and into the playoffs. And I thought, you never want to blame injuries. But we were down to a 6-man rotation. And so this off season, it really was about getting depth. It really showed when TJ Long was out. We just had TJ. We had to lean on TJ Hurley so much, and Maine did a great job in the semifinal game of taking TJ Hurley out of the game, and we struggled to score. And so I wanted to make sure we had more depth, more shooting, more size, and I think we've addressed those things. We addressed those things in our off season.
Lucas Mari coming in from Spain, big guard. We talked to TJ Hurley. I guess we call him Terrence. Is he Terry? Is that what we're calling him now? We talked to him a little bit earlier. He said
Becker
his nickname
doesn't
was
even
Terry.
know. Becker,
Who are you talking about?
yeah, Becker has no idea what this is about.
Who we call him Terrence?
TJ Hurley said that his nickname is Terrence.
Huh, okay.
Good
to know.
He's been in. Wait, hold on. He's been in the program for 4 years, and you don't know the people.
That's what I'm
Terry
saying.
or Terrence?
I'm shell shocked right now. I mean, I'm sounding like I'm very out of touch with things.
He could have been messing with us. That we've had a bunch of people mess with us on these. He could have been messing with us there. But he said that Lucas Mari was really impressive, big guard. Using him to kind of post up smaller point guards. Where did you find this kid? How did you end up getting him? And 2, what kind of impact do you think he's going to end up having on the Vermont program this year?
Yeah, I mean, Lucas is a big time player in the Spanish system and our first big time international recruit. And so my staff did a great job of finding him, identifying him, and we were fortunate through his agent, that this was a good situation. He had a lot of high major opportunities, but they were looking for him to be, go somewhere where he would have an opportunity to play right away and have a bigger role than what some of the high major programs were offering. And so we kind of fit the bill for that. And we had a clear opportunity, at the point guard position for someone to be able to come in and have an impact right away. So, he's been good. He's a young, he's learning our system and learning, college basketball, different than international basketball. So he's kind of going through that process like a lot of our guys are. But this year's team, we have Lucas at 6'6" guard, Jackson Skipper's back, another 6'6" guard. Trey Woodyard's a transfer from New Hampshire, another 6'5", 6'6" guard. So we have some good size at that position, which will allow us to deploy them in different ways on both sides of the ball. So it's been fun, working with those guys and figuring out how they can be, real nightmare matchups, for us. And so we're still working through that.
John, how big of an addition was Gus Yalden coming in, a Wisconsin kid who, played a decent amount for Seton Hall last year? I love his energy. I love his toughness. I think it rubs off on other guys. I mean, TJ is a pretty mellow dude. You can tell. But like I think Gus is going to get everybody going with this team, and he just plays hard as you know what.
Yeah, no, that's the other thing we want to address. We really haven't had a back to the basket big since Ryan Davis, and so we wanted to have more balance. We've shot a lot of threes the last couple of years, and we wanted a way to have a little bit more balance. So Gus certainly provides that. He's a tough cover one-on-one in the post, so he's going to draw double teams. He's got a really good feel, and he's got a great energy about him, and he's been really, really impressive so far through training camp here.
You mentioned TJ Hurley a little bit earlier. He's fourth year in the program. Averaged almost 16 a game last season. Where have you seen the most development in his game, right? Where have you seen him kind of take the biggest step forward as he heads into a senior season?
Well, unfortunately, he's been injured for the last couple of weeks. So, that's been kind of a situation here with our team. We haven't had all 13 scholarship guys available for the same practice yet this year. So it's been with 9 new players in the program, that's been, that's as we get closer to the season now, that's been a little concerning as far as developing some continuity and just guys needing a lot of reps to get up to speed with what we're doing. And so, TJ, but the one thing we are working with TJ, and he was, is just being a better passer and playmaker. And last year was great for him because he had to be the alpha. He had to be the guy for us, and he stepped up to that challenge. He is by nature, he wants to fit in, and he'll defer to a TJ Long or Shamir Bogues. And last year he was forced to be the guy and did a great job in that role. And now, hopefully, with a little bit more support, he's going to be able to, his gravity, he'll draw a lot of attention and be a playmaker for others.
Hey, John, I was really, really hoping to get some good video of you dancing from the wedding, but evidently there was none. There was either that or Maureen just protected the heck out of you, which give her credit, because I can imagine what that would have been like. We do have some photos, though, that we want to show of you and Maureen at your wedding in Vermont. Where was it exactly? It was
at a
Vermont?
friend of mine's. A friend of mine, Chuck Davis and Marna Davis, were gracious enough to allow us to use their beautiful property in Shelburne, Vermont. There. Beautiful.
Love the pictures. We know you outkicked your coverage with Maureen.
Oh my God, yes.
What's it like? She's in, and for those that, again, I mentioned it before, she was a Holy Cross women's head coach, stepped down, and now is in fundraising. Congrats again. She's going to be hosting our women's portion.
Yeah.
She's going to be co-hosting our women's portion after this of America East Media Day. But I want to know, what are the conversations like after your games now? Do you ask her things? Does she give you her opinion? How does this work? Because, I don't know. I feel like sometimes you want to leave that stuff at home and you don't want to go home and then, be hit with hey, you didn't defend that ball screen right.
Yeah, no, she, it's been really cool. And she was up here for last year's season with the girls. And it's been incredibly supportive and incredibly, it's been great. I've never been happier as far as, just having someone at home that really understands what I'm going through and what it's like to be the head coach. And we don't talk about basketball that much, the technical parts of it. We'll talk about leadership stuff and how to, manage your staff or how to manage the players. In her role as the fundraiser for the athletic department here, she knows everyone now really well in the department. And so just easily to be able to talk about the people She's at practice a lot. She brings birthday cakes over for everyone's birthday, and I'll tell you, it's a lot nicer around here than it used to be, and that has a lot to do with her, and so it's been really, she's been an awesome coach's wife, as good as you can expect and would expect, and I feel really, really blessed and fortunate to have her in my life, and the support she gives me is just makes this job way more fun.
So what kind of cakes are we talking about here?
She mixes it up. Yesterday it was incredible brownies she made for Lucas's birthdays today. And assistant coach Derek O'Grady's birthday was last week. So her and the girls made a couple cakes, and she even sang happy birthday in Spanish to Lucas. So it was impressive.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can
Look
you
at that.
stand it?
So
You can't sing. You can't sing or speak Spanish. Either one of them.
I can speak a little Spanish,
sing.
but yeah,
you can sing. You can play the drums. Like you can definitely.
I'm
sing.
a drummer. Yeah, I'm a drummer. Just I hang out in the back.
there's a big difference between playing the drums and singing, Goodman. Just so you know, like
but like
John,
you're musically
I'm sorry,
inclined
he
to
doesn't
know.
get it.
But if you can play the drums,
He
I
doesn't
feel
get
like
it.
you could sing a little bit. No.
I mean, you would think I'd be able to carry a tune, but I've been told I can't do that. So but you think I could?
Not allowed to anymore. Banned from singing. Listen, John, it's great to see you, man. Congrats on the wedding, and best of luck this season. And get to the bottom of it. Figure out what this Terrence situation is, and let us know, please.
Yeah, the way you guys are crushing it, I might be hitting. And Maureen might be calling you guys for a donation.
We'll see. We'll see. Go Cats, baby.
Thanks, great seeing you.
Go Cats, baby. All right, guys. I appreciate it. All right. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, man. Thanks. That's head coach John Becker, UVM head coach, picked to win the America East Conference this season, coming off of a 21-12 season this past season. Next up, we're going to be joined by UMass Lowell head coach Pat Duquette, another one of your Boston guys. Goodman. Well, we'll ask him too if you're allowed to claim Boston, even though you never did. You ever actually live in Boston, Pat? You got to help us out with this thing, man. Okay, so Goodman forever has been claiming that he is a Boston guy when he doesn't have a Boston accent. I don't believe he's ever actually lived in the city of Boston, and he doesn't root for a single team from the city of Boston. Is he allowed to claim that he is a Boston guy just because he grew up an hour east of the city?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
There's tell him, Duke. First, tell him an hour east would be in the water. All right,
that's where I wish you were. That's where I wish you
could
drop
say
you
an
off
hour
right
east?
now.
No,
yeah,
a little directly challenging. That's okay. Well, what do you have, a 508 area code?
Yes, forever.
Yeah,
it's close.
Yeah.
Framingham's close. I mean, I was a suburban kid. I wasn't tough enough to live in Boston, but we count it.
You can come live in the North End with me. You don't have to be too tough to live in that neighborhood.
But you got to eat a lot of cannolis. You got to eat a lot of cannolis in the North End.
And believe me, I've been doing that lately.
That's actually a good fit for you. Not too tough and a lot of cannolis. Not too tough and double desserts is kind of what Goodman's. That's who he is. All right, so you know what? You can claim that part of Boston, Goodman. I'll allow you to do that.
Listen, I miss seeing you, Duke. I miss seeing you up there. I know we had our kind of annual lunch in Newburyport, Massachusetts, and it is one of those things that I really miss in the preseason this year. So you're gonna have to get down to Charleston to do that at some point. All right, some point, get down.
You just happened to leave when it was your turn to buy. Was that coincidental?
Yeah, I'm not stupid. Come on, we know that. We know that. So back-to-back title games in 2023 and 24 with this new world we're living in. And you and I have had talks about this off air in depth. It's tough now. It's tough because in the old days, and you guys did it at Boston College and even at UMass Lowell when you were getting it going here, you could kind of sustain this thing. You could build it in a way where, hey, you could evaluate, you could develop, you could retain relationships, all of that. This year, again, going into last year, you had a decent amount of turnover. You have a lot of turnover again this year. What's this been like to try to figure this thing out and just accept the fact that, hey, you know what? I'm just coaching these guys for 8 months now.
Yeah, so it's funny. We just scrimmaged Northeastern. Obviously, Bill Cohn's a friend of yours and mine, and we got talking, as we were watching the guys warm up, and we scrimmaged them last year. And I looked out, and I'm like, Bill, I don't know anybody on your team. And I just started laughing and thinking about it. I'm like, I hardly know my own team. We brought in 10 new guys, only returned 3 who all redshirted. It was the strangest feeling that I've ever had when they showed up in July, because I felt like I had a different job. Like, it just was so different because nobody knew a thing, and I had a couple new coaches. So, we had to go really slow, and we had to start from the beginning, and we had to keep going back and repeating it. And I think you brought up a good point is, you gotta accept it, right? Because that's where it is, and you're not changing it. And I try and tell my assistants the same thing, and try and stay positive and do the best we can under these conditions. We don't have to be better than the schools up there with all the resources, but we just have to be better at this particular way of building a roster than the teams in our league. And hopefully we'll have enough resources or close to enough resources to be able to do that. And then realize, you know what? Okay, I don't like that part of my job, but I still love what I do, and I love 90% of my job, and not many people can say that. So,
Pat, when I hear the Duquette name, the first thing that I think about is baseball. Obviously, your brother and your cousin were both longtime fixtures in Major League Baseball. How did you end up going down the path of basketball in what amounts to a baseball family?
Yeah, it's a good question. I get asked that a lot. They're a big reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. Just kind of their example, and they're older than me, so to be able to have the success that they've had, and for me to see that, it gave me the confidence and kind of just pointed me in the direction that I want to do the same thing. Like, I don't want to feel like it's work. I want to do what I love, and I wasn't any good at baseball, but obviously I was passionate about basketball, and I played in college, and I just said, I'm not sure which path this will lead to, but I started with an unpaid internship with the New Jersey Nets, thinking front office just like them. And then I realized that, maybe coaching was a better path. And once I tried it, I was like, yeah, this is definitely for me. So it's been real rewarding for me to just, to be able to make a living and make money doing it. But I've loved it ever since day one. And both Dan and Jim clearly had a big influence in me choosing my career, and then helping me, give confidence and talking through some things in terms of, managing personnel and off-court decisions. They've been great. They've been great resources for me.
As you said, you got 10 new guys. I'll read off a few, and then I'm going to put you on the spot here. Austin Green, transfer from Texas State. Sean Simmons from St. Joe's. Jared Fry, Stony Brook. Those are a few of the top guys that you got through the portal this year. Give me one guy that's absolutely stood out that maybe you didn't realize was as good as they are. And I know it's hard. You haven't played a game yet, but so far through maybe, work habits, talent, leadership, some of those things that you've been really impressed with somebody in particular.
It's funny when you read off the names, I saw you look down. Just so you know, I have my cheat sheet here as well. I'm still learning my guys' names. So
I don't feel bad then. Good. I feel much better.
No. I'm looking down as we speak here. I'll give you a couple guys. A kid from Canada who played at Carleton University. His name's Xavier Spencer. Just because he's played in Canada, I don't think a lot of people knew too much about him or weren't sure maybe what would translate at this level. But I've been really impressed with him handling the ball, making decisions, toughness. And then I'd say Austin Green is a kid that's been more impactful than maybe I thought he would be. He didn't score a lot of points at Texas State, but I think he's athletic enough, and he's got good enough touch around the rim, and he's really strong. He played well in our scrimmage Saturday, and he's been one of our most consistent front court presences as well. So there's a couple for you.
One of the things about this era of college basketball I've found and talking to coaches about it is that you do lose guys, right? There is going to be turnover, but it also allows you, when you have a year where you have a bunch of players graduating at one time, or you lose a bunch of guys to transfer, or maybe, they're not saying it's what happened with you, but there's situations where coaches don't like their team and they just want to get a bunch of guys out of there. You can flip it quick. You don't have to wait until you cycle some of these players out. You can recommend that a bunch of guys get in the portal and go out and find a new program and kind of build it through the portal that way pretty quickly. And, with the number of new faces you have coming in, you're going to be able to kind of flip this thing quickly. Is there a benefit to be able to maybe just kind of go out and get, if you need 8 transfers coming in, you go out and get 8 transfers with experience and upperclassmen coming in?
And I think that's a great point, Rob. I do. And I've told a lot of people that ask, I said, I'm not really sure how good we can be. And a lot of coaches say that every year, and it's always coach speak. I don't know any coaches at this level that have a good sense of how they can be, because I don't know the other conferences the other schools in our conference. I don't know their team. I don't know their players. So I don't know how we're going to stack up. But I've really enjoyed coaching this team as much, in the first 3 months as any team I've had. They're likable. They're coachable. They get along with each other. It was frustrating at first because we had to go so slow. Mm-hmm. But I like being around them, and it has kind of been a fresh start. There's a couple of things that we decided that we're going to do differently, and we had no problem implementing it because, like you said, we have all new guys. So there are some benefits to it, and I've certainly enjoyed being around this group the first 3 months.
Hey, Duke, how important – we know how important it is at the high major level for NIL, right? I mean, you hear the numbers, right? Guys making $3-4 million, even more than that when you're talking about, some of the AJ DeBonces at BYU. How impactful is it in the America East right now? And how big a disparity is it, would you say, without saying numbers, from like 1 to 9?
Yeah, I think every coach is trying to get a grasp on that right now, because we're all wondering, okay, how much is it going to take for us to be competitive? And our athletic directors, at least mine, because she wants to be competitive, she's asking me that too. I've given her as much information as I have. I can't at this point tell with certainty, but clearly, any team that retained their better players, clearly has a good amount of money, I would say. So I'm trying to get a feel for that, Jeff. I think it's critical for us moving forward if we want to be successful in the conference, to at least have, reasonably enough resources. I don't think we have enough right now, but I'm trying to get the numbers just like you are. And as you can tell, it's at this level, it's hard to get the numbers. Nobody wants to tell you. So you figure it out when you're starting to recruit against schools. And yeah,
are you trying to raise money, Duke? Are you
yeah.
Are you raising money? Like, what percentage of your job now is coaching, recruiting, and fundraising?
Yeah, it's it's still, obviously mostly coaching and recruiting. Yeah. We've got people here fundraising for other areas as well, and the athletic department itself needs fundraising. So I can't go kind of rogue on my own and do that sort of thing. I have to work kind of in collaboration with my athletic director and the alumni that they're working through. So and that's part of why I think my athletic director is asking. So I got to kind of work. Yeah, I got to be on the same page and work with them on that. So it's not easy, I'll tell you that. As hard as recruiting is, raising money is just as difficult. So I got a lot of respect for people that can do that.
Isn't it tough? I mean, I know we're getting off topic here, but with you, I feel like I can do it. But I've talked to other coaches about it. Isn't it hard, though, to keep going back to – I mean, these are people – you've been at UMass Lowell for a long time. You've been at Boston College for a long time. These are people you've known, and now you got to kind of keep going either back to the well or asking them for money. Like, that's not easy, right?
No. Or you got to come up with other sources, and we're going to have to come up with other sources in order to sustain it. Because, like you said, you can't go back to the same people time and time again. So we're going to have to find, a different way to do it.
Well, listen, Pat, it was great to hear from you, man. Great to see you, and I'm a little disappointed that you vouched for Goodman as a Boston guy. He just is not built like Boston in the division that I have a Boston guy. But I'll let it slide for you this season.
Well, I'm glad he doesn't have the accent. That's not a good thing. So
I got rid of that.
Yeah,
one.
good.
Trust me.
Good.
Dude,
I appreciate you guys having me.
man.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Take care.
thanks, man. That was Pat Duquette, UMass Lowell head coach. 2 more left here, the men's portion of America East Media Day. Levell Sanders will be joining at 11:45. But coming up next, we are going to hear from Jim Ferry and the UMBC head coach here, year 5 for him in the program in Baltimore. So he'll be joining here in just a second. Goodman, it's interesting. He brought in 5 players from the Division II level to kind of build out his roster with. So we'll see how that works. The guy I'm most excited to ask him about, remember Daryl Armstrong, the point guard? There he is. Jim Ferry, coach, what's going on, man? It's great to see you.
What's up, guys? How are you?
See, I don't have a big accent. I don't have a big accent, Massachusetts accent, Boston accent, Rob. But Ferry's got a strong accent. You know where he's from?
Smithfield, Rhode Island.
I've tried to lose that accent over the years. How you guys doing?
Good. You're never losing that accent. You are never losing that. It's like Pat Scarry never losing his Boston accent. Same thing.
How bad is that accent, right? With Pat? That's crazy.
Awful, atrocious. I would tell him that to his face. I think we all would.
You have. You have.
I have. It's very true. I have. No doubt. Jim, you're one of those guys that I respect a ton because of how you've done it, different levels. This is year 5 for you now at UMBC, trying to get this program, on solid footing, right? Like, it's not easy these days because we just talked to Pat Duquette about this. 1 year you could have momentum. You could feel good like you did a couple years ago, win 18 games. And then the next year, the portal just, devastates you. And for most coaches, that's kind of the norm right now is the portal hits you pretty hard and you got to figure out quickly how you kind of revamp. How have you gone about it this past offseason? What was kind of the plan in place to try to get this team together?
Yeah, really good point, right? Like, my first 2 years here, we had real good success, right? My first year, finished second, got to the championship game, 1 game away from getting back to the NCAA tournament. Next year, we did it again, right? When that was all about academics and facilities and the campus life and all that stuff, we were really good. Then it flipped to, this crazy transfer portal and NIL and buying players and all that stuff. And we got hit really hard. Our best players over the past 3 years have been taken away from us, just by money. Guys that were sophomores are averaging 20 a game and got offered crazy money. And I support these guys and all that stuff. And it's been difficult, and here at UMBC, we're trying to figure it out just like everybody else. I kind of heard what Pat had said, and Pat and I talk quite often about it. And it's a new era, and I think everybody's trying to figure out, from the president of the universities, athletic directors, staff, and coaching staffs as well, trying to figure it out. So, we're not a heavy NIL guy right now. So what my approach was to kind of go out and find kids that have proven themselves at the Division II level, and then find some local kids that we recruited aggressively out of high school to see if they wanted to come back home. So, we recruited, I think we brought in 5 Division II players, all very good Division II players. Now, they're not just any Division II guys, right? Like, I played Division II. I coached in Division II for a long time in the NE10. I was the head coach at Adelphi University, where I had great teams. We're number 1 and number 4 in the country. So I know what kind of translates, or I certainly hope I know, because we're going to find out. So I was able to lock in on some of the leagues that I know in Division II are very successful basketball leagues, coaches, programs. So I think we did a very good job. I think my staff did an outstanding job of focusing in on the right kids that we think fit our program. And, and for them, the advantage that we have is we're a school that does offer cost of attendance, Alston. So for those Division II guys, getting something like that is something they haven't gotten before. So I think that kind of helps out a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. You played that level, you've coached at that level, you've seen that level, and I think we've seen in recent years other coaches kind of mine the Division II ranks, some of the best players, to bring them up. And there's not. I don't think there's all that much of a difference between the best Division II basketball and mid-major Division I basketball. Like, it's probably your point guard is 5'11" instead of 6'2", and your center is 6'5" instead of 6'7". It's a little bit of height. The skill level's not all that different. What's going to be the biggest kind of step up for these guys that you are bringing in from the Division II ranks as they move to the America East level?
I think it's just the wear and tear, the travel, longer seasons, the summer access, all that stuff. And I've been talking to these guys about that. But, 2 years ago, I'm so old now, right? I've coached at every level. So Division II, Division III, all this stuff. But a couple years back, we took a kid, Colton Lawrence, from Bentley College, or Bentley University now, Jeff, right? Where I worked for a long time for Jay Lawson. He was an all-league player, and he was our leading scorer. Last year, Marlon Short was a Division II player, had an outstanding year for us. So, but I think the biggest thing is the travel. I think the biggest thing is the longer seasons. And understanding how much they really have to take care of their bodies. And then, the physicality. Did the games a little bit more physical, especially in the fact that the front court's a little bit bigger, a little bit more physical. And you're playing all these, up games against the, ACC, Big East and stuff like that, which you don't do at the Division II level. So I think that's it. Otherwise, they're really good players, man. I mean, the guys that we brought in, they're blossoming really well right now.
So you got Josh back, first team all-league guy. We're talking about all these new guys, but at least you got somebody back that you feel good about, right? I mean, a guy that put up numbers, that was productive for you guys, have been at Columbia before. What's going to be the biggest difference maybe in his game from last year to this year?
Yeah. First of all, very fortunate, right? We had to go through the waiver process, and it took all the way till mid-August, until like the beginning of August to even hear back from the NCAA, which was kind of crazy. But having Josh back, having Ace Valentine back, right? Those are two guys that have played significant minutes in this league. Very fortunate to have that. Josh has just expanded his game. By the end of the year, he was playing 35 minutes a game. Outstanding leader, rebounder. He's expanded his versatility, playing a little bit more on the perimeter. But just having Josh in the program again with his personality, his leadership, and his experience has really helped a bunch of new guys understand how we do things. We had a scrimmage yesterday, and like any scrimmage, it was good, it was bad, it was up, it was down. And as I'm watching the tape last night, I get a text from Josh, and just talking about how much that he really likes this group and how good he feels about what we can achieve this year with this group. And that's just sometimes you get texts after these scrimmages from kids, why didn't I play, or why didn't I this, or, but to hear from Josh about how excited he is, that was great to see. That's his leadership.
That's good leadership.
It really is. It really is. And I'm really fortunate.
Not a lot of people have it, Jim. Like, that, like, how rare is it to have not only a guy back that's done what he's done in the court and been productive, but there aren't many great leaders out there anymore. Vocal.
Oh, well, he's, great leader, just a beautiful person. Like, everything you want in a young man is Josh. And listen, man, we have not had a bad practice on a bad day. This group, for bringing in 9, 10 new guys, I don't even know how many new guys we brought in, talk about how competitive, how hard, how coachable. Like, it's really been, it's been awesome. It's been enjoyable every day. Now, are we great at everything yet? Nope, we're getting there. But, you know, when you have a group of guys that are playing really hard and really trying to do what you want as a coach, it's really been awesome. I think maybe, like I said, I don't think we've had a bad day. And you know, hopefully we won't show up.
Jim, is part of it, do you think that they're grateful for some of the things that you mentioned before, a little bit of the money, but more so the opportunity to play Division I basketball? Do you think that's a big part of this?
Well, Jeff, that's a great point, man. I think some of the guys, you know, are Division II, so some of them might be grateful. I called us in a jokingly way the other day in practice, and I said, hey, guys, we're almost like a bunch of misfits, all of us, starting with me, right?
Yeah.
But, like, you know, we have a bunch of guys that played at Division II that now have an opportunity to play Division I. They have something to prove. We have some Division I transfers that maybe were highly ranked recruits or hyped up and went to a place and it didn't work, so they haven't gotten on the court to the level that they want. They have something to prove, right? Then you got some guys, the returners in our program, that we didn't have a very good year last year. We thought we were going to be better and we didn't. They got something to prove. So I think they're all, but on top of that, whether it's NIL, whether it's money, whether it's transfer portal, you know me, Jeff, I'm not changing, man. I'm taking good people, good kids, and we're going to build it together. And that's why every day is really enjoyable to be around these guys, because my staff did a great job. We put together great kids that fit. And I actually think we're going to be pretty good, man. You know, I usually don't say stuff like that, but I like this group. They really fit who I am and who we are as a program. So it's exciting.
All right, we got to end with something fun here. All right.
Oh, boy.
Your son, I believe, works for GLD, a custom jewelry company that is also owned and founded by Christian Johnson, one of your former players. We're going to show a tweet here from Jim Ferry, clad in I don't even know what you call it, bling. What is this shit, Jim? What is that? Let's show.
I have to see first.
Jim Ferry,
oh, geez, yeah.
Head basketball coach at UMBC. Whenever I'm down here in Miami, I always got to stop into GLD headquarters, see my former player and founder of GLD, Christian Johnson, and also come in always thanking for the support and allowing us to be a part of Team GLD. Thanks, CJ. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, there you go. You see the watch? I'm wearing my watch right now, too.
Love it. Love it, man. I want you to coach.
I got my GLD.
I want you to coach him one of those big ass chains. All right. I want you to one game.
Man.
Give me one game.
Oh, geez. They've been pushing me to do that. So let me give you the story, right? So I'm the head coach at Duquette, and CJ was a local kid from Pittsburgh who was a walk-on, right? And, you know, we had some talented guys, so CJ didn't play much. But at that time, my son was younger, and he would sit on the end of my bench for every game. So he would sit next to CJ, and they would, you know, became friends. My son graduated during COVID. Wasn't a lot of jobs available, and he didn't want to move back to New York, and loved being there. He went to school at the University of Tampa. So I reached out to CJ, like, hey, you know, do you have a job or anything? And CJ's like, hey, man, you know what? Your dad gave me an opportunity. I'll give you an opportunity. So he hired my son as just like a gopher, you know, $30,000 a year. And then he's become like the guy. He's in charge of all NIL. He's in charge of all celebrities. And GLD, like Christian, it's a $100 million company right now. Forbes 30 under 30 considers it the Nike of custom jewelry. And he has my son as the kind of front man all over. So they do everything. They sponsor. If you follow GLD, you see all the major pro athletes, the rappers, and I mean from like Snoop Dogg to Rick Ross to the Kardashians to, you know, high level college guys. And we're fortunate that, you know, we're team.
Look at this.
Yeah, and that's his gig, man. He's always at the Final Four. I'd always go to the Final Four, and always the coach. I always bring my two sons with me, and the coaches always used to know me. Now they know my son James. They're always looking for him for a deal to do something, and so the company's doing well, and we're fortunate. Every recruit I deal with now, like, is either wearing it and stuff, and they know who it is. So it's kind of unique, and they take care of us. We do have that big chain as our, you know, dog of the day chain, and they are trying to get me to I have all blinged out stuff at home and watches, and they want me to wear it one day. I don't know. I'm just too old, man.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. One after like a big win.
You know what you got to do, Jim. You know what you got to do. You got to change the name from UMBC to UGLD and find a way to be able to get them to fund everything.
They do help us with some NIL stuff with our guys, with the jewelry and stuff like that. And we're working on it. We're trying as a university to figure all different avenues out, because it's a never ending time. And I think our administration here at UMBC, they want to do it right. They really do. So I think we're taking our time to evaluate things, and because they want to make sure that we're doing right by our athletes here.
Well, it's great to hear from you, Jim, and it's great to see videos of you wearing $100,000 chain or whatever it is with all the diamonds. I will tell you this: never let Goodman get his hands on that stuff, because there is a 100% chance that something will get broken if you allow him to touch anything that is that valuable. We don't even let him touch the cameras that we have. No cameras.
Here's what you hear: all the stories now of these kids with NIL that have these chains that are worth a ton of money, and I've already heard multiple stories of how they've been robbed or something in an airport. It was stolen. Listen, that's why I don't wear one. Otherwise, I would have one on right now.
I got my old traditional old man, crucifix and all that stuff. But it's all good. It's all good.
There you go.
Great seeing you, Jim. Appreciate it, man.
Great to see you, man. Best of luck this season. All right. Sounds like you do enjoy your team. So we will be following along for you. Appreciate you, Jim.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys doing this for our league too. All kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Jim.
See you
soon. Take care, man.
That's Jim Ferry, UMBC head coach, closing out the men's portion of the America East Media Day here on the Field of 68 is going to be Levell Sanders. Make sure you stay here. Starting this afternoon, Maureen McGarity, who is the better half of Vermont head coach John Becker, and Brendan Glasheen will be doing the women's portion of the programming here for the America East Media Day on the Field of 68. We're going to be joined here, closing things out on the men's side, by Levell Sanders from Binghamton. And there he is, Levell. What's going on, man? Great to see you. How we doing?
I'm doing great, man. Good to see you guys.
You too. Last but not least, and this is a guy who's done a really good job at Binghamton, Rob, and took over 5 years ago and has kind of stabilized that program. And coming off a good year last year, the big question I have for you, Levell, how do you keep this thing going? How do you take that next jump? Because it's hard. We've talked to so many coaches about this, and you wish you could bring back the core of your team last year. It's just not always reality.
Yeah, you know what? It's Jeff. It's little things. I think a lot of times we as coaches are looking for the magic potion, but it's little things. You whatever team you have, one, you gotta get good guys in here, right? We got 9 new players coming in, and so first and foremost, we try to get good people, and then once we get good people, you try to get them to become a basketball team, like a group, a collective group. Like we just finished practice. And we're almost about to start the season, and we still have issues with guys, not allowing their teammates to coach them. Not the coaches, but not being able to hold each other accountable. And so it's little things like that I think that can help you take the jump. I think that the other thing is we get a lot of players, student athletes that come here, and we're trying to get them to play roles that they've never played before. And I think a lot of times when you got guys that have never played certain roles, it takes them some time to grow into those roles. Like if you look at a guy like we had Taimu Shinnery, we had him for 2 years. His second year, he was so much a better player because he had kind of went through a year with us, and then also he had kind of played in that role for 2 years. And he's having a tremendous career right now over in Europe. But then it goes back to can you protect the basketball? We struggled last year with turnovers. We gave our opponents 142 more possessions. I remember when I was at Seton Hall and Coach Hammaker took over my senior year, and he came in and he said, listen, if we could not turn the ball over as much and we could shoot a higher percentage from the free throw line, we'll win 5 more games. And so that's kind of been my approach with our guys. Like, if we can take care of the basketball, shoot a high percentage from the free throw line, all things that we can control, I think we can be a good basketball team.
Levell, you spent 21 years of your life living or coaching and playing overseas, and I think the most impressive part about that is that you're here at 49 years old now, and you still got the Brooklyn accent, man. You still got the New York accent. That has not changed. That has not gone away anywhere. That 21 years abroad, and you still have that accent is really impressive to me.
Yeah, you know why? Because I lived 21 years overseas, but I came back all the time, right? Like every summer I came back. I think it was only 1 year that I didn't come back. It was when my daughter was born, and she was so young, we didn't want to take her on a plane, and so we stayed over in Europe. But yeah, I come back every year. I'm around a lot of New Yorkers all the time, and it's just how I talk. I don't think it'll ever go away.
We got some strong accents in the league. We actually, some of the head coaches, I mean, Jim Ferry's got a strong accent. So do you. Yeah, we got some, no doubt about it. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, I was just going to ask. So you played, I think it was 14 years, 16 years that you played professionally was in the Czech Republic. You coached there as well. Are you fluent in Czech? And then more relevantly, when you have that experience playing in Europe at those professional levels, I kind of feel like that's getting close to where we're trending with college basketball right now in terms of the movement and getting used to new rosters as quickly as you have to. Has that been helped you been able to adjust to what we're seeing now in college basketball in 2025?
Yeah, it was 17 years. And I say that all the time. I say it to my coaches. I say it to a lot of people, like what we were dealing with, when I was coaching over in Europe, exactly what's happening right now. And so I don't think I'm as annoyed as a lot of the other coaches are, because when I was coaching in the Czech Republic, I was over there for 4.5 years. We change our top 4 or 5 players were changing every year because they were leaving, going to a different country. They wanted to make more money. And so you're bringing in a core group of guys all the time. And so that's exactly what it is now. You got guys that are leaving every year just because they want to put themselves in a better position, which I'm okay with. I'm always okay with whatever someone wants to do for themselves that they think is best. I'm okay with that, because I always believe that we'll be okay. We'll figure it out somehow. And so it is the same model as it is over in Europe, where there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of changing. And before it wasn't, before you weren't paying guys, but now, guys are being paid. So I used to say, that was the biggest difference, but now there's no difference, and guys are actually making more money over here than they are over in Europe.
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, give me a little bit of a breakdown on a couple of your new guys that people, Binghamton fans, just don't know yet. Demetrius Lilly comes over from LaSalle. Put up numbers. There's a reason he's in the first team preseason. Jeremiah Quigley comes over from George Mason. Didn't play a ton, but played a good amount at Iona his freshman year. Team takeover kid, tough. Give me a little bit about those two guys for those that don't know much about them.
Yeah, so Demetrius is, we were kind of trying to figure out in the summertime with the coaches, like who was going to be our leader in terms of like just talking and communicating. You got 9 new guys, and from day one, even just over the summer, he was, we were in contact a lot. He was talking and communicating, and he came right in and picked that right up. He's a guy that, again, we're down there, we're closing practice out, and he's the one. And there was other guys, but he's the one last voice. He's always talking and communicating. So I think, he's going to be our leader in terms of like vocally. And, I think he's the type of guy, a type of basketball player where he's just, his motor is unbelievable. He's a guy that, he never stops going. He never gets tired. He's in great shape. We were just joking with him. We seen a picture of him at Penn State over the weekend, and man, he's a total different
Really?
player. His body looks totally different, and I think he's going to have a tremendous year. And so I'm really looking forward to him. He can kind of do a little bit of everything. He can play inside. He can play outside. I think he's going to lead the country in rebounding. We had Gavin Walsh here, who was top 5. He's bigger than Gavin, and his motor is goes a little bit more. So I think he can lead the country in rebounding. So that's going to be something that and I challenged him on that already early in the summertime. Jeremiah Quigley, super quick. I think he has a chip on his shoulder. Not playing last year, George Mason, I think, really kind of motivated him. And so I think he's going to come out. He's been really good in terms of, our team has been really unselfish so far. And I think a lot of it is because of him. I think when you have the point guard that has the ball in his hands all the time, when he's unselfish and he makes plays for his teammates, I think it kind of, it becomes contagious. And so I'm really expecting a big year out of him, just the way he can push the ball and play in transition, the way he can pass and make his teammates better. And so those two guys are probably going to be our leaders. And we need it. We're going to need those guys to be really good. They know that. Obviously we don't like to rely on just one or two guys. We like to preach balance and have a lot of different guys that can do a lot of different things. But I think those two guys are going to be our guys that really kind of make us go.
One of the things that we've heard doing these media days from coaches over and over again is, you got to build for one. You're not building a program for 4 years or 5 years. You're building for 1 year, and then you're going to kind of reevaluate after the season. And I think it's interesting that you got a couple freshmen coming in. You got a couple JUCO kids coming in that have 2 or 3 years of eligibility left. 2 of the Division I transfers that you brought in are guys that are juniors that have 2 years of eligibility, and who knows, maybe they'll be able to find a waiver for something or other to get a 3rd year of eligibility back. But it seems like you are trying, at least planning to try to develop a situation where you don't have to go out and get 8 or 9 guys every year. You can get 3 or 4 transfers and try to develop some of these pieces from within. Is that something that you set out to try to do? Was this like a well thought out intentional plan, or was it just these are the guys, were the players that we evaluated as the best fit, and we'll see what's going to end up happening?
Yeah, we talk about that. We talk about trying to get guys that have multiple years, and I think the thing about here and us, because we are not really planning for 1 year, and we don't treat guys like that. I think what we do is, I think a lot of times now coaches are not really trying to build relationships with guys because they feel it's going to be 1 year and they're gone. We don't take that approach. I'm talking to guys that transferred. We had a kid that transferred to Pacific, and I texted him on his birthday, and then we ended up having a long conversation, and he was just telling me, like, man, coach, like you and Coach Johnson recruited him. He was like, man, you and Coach Johnson, man, y'all are, man, I can't believe it. You guys are some really good guys. Like, I'm not here, but when I was here, and he said I wasn't, handling my business the right way at the end of the year, you guys were still reaching out to me. And so, it's not just transactional. We're not trying to, have a transaction with a guy coming here and staying for a year. Like, obviously we know that's a possibility, and we are okay with that. But like, we really want to keep guys here, because I do think, at least 2 years in the program, I think, guys become much better players. They become much better people. And so, yes, when we recruit guys, we do try to look for guys that have more years of eligibility. We had, we think about a guy like Wes Peterson who's coming back. I think he's going to be much better year 2 in our program than he was year 1. And I thought he was really good for us last year, playing out of position. So yes, we are intentional about that. We do try to take freshmen. We don't want to just have 11, some of these, some of the situations where guys have to bring in 11, 13 totally new players. We try to bring in guys like a guy like Gavin Walsh. Like, Gavin Walsh was a sophomore, and he ended up leaving. But again, it was a guy that it was hard for him to leave. He was in my office, even when he were taking visits and even when schools were reaching out to him. He was coming in my office almost every day, and we were talking things out, and he was just saying, like, man, it's so hard to leave here. Because, again, we do treat guys the right way. We do try to make it about family. We are interested in guys, not just, here, but like when they leave here. I mean, we've had so many guys that have left and, just always reach out. We're in touch. We went to a wedding. One of our assistant coaches got married, and, we had a ton of former players, at the wedding. And at that point, I was one of the weddings, Patrick Norris, who used to be one of our assistants, he ended up leaving. He's working at Notre Dame now, in the development department, but he's from Binghamton. His uncle is like family. Patrick is like family. He had a wedding that I wasn't able to make because I was over in Europe visiting my family, and they sent me a picture while I was over in Europe, and it was a picture of like, it was, I don't know, 10, 11 guys that played for us. And I just kind of felt so good because we're really a family. We're really a family. We reach out to each other, talk to each other all the time. And, I think that's one of the things that we really try to hang our hat on. And one of the reasons why I think we do get guys to stay, stick around. Last year or 2 years ago, we were one of the 5 teams in the country that didn't have anybody transfer, So, I think it's because of the way we treat people.
All right. Last thing before we wrap up the show, you got to give me your Rucker Park name. What was your Rucker Park name when you played? And how did you get it?
Okay. So when I played, they were calling me Murder, She Wrote. Obviously, it's because I was I had a couple good games out there. Not literally, but I was killing people in the court. And so that's what they called me out there. So that's a good one. I haven't heard that in a long time.
That's an elite nickname. Like that is about as good as it could get out there in Rucker Park. That's impressive. Love it.
All right. So if you had a nickname at Rucker Park, then I'm sure that you grew up in an era of street ball there. Give me like the top 5 guys maybe that you can think of, or it doesn't have to be top 5. Give me a couple names from New York City that were the best players that you grew up with. Doesn't have to be the biggest names. Doesn't have to be guys that made the NBA. Who are the guys that you were thinking about that were like, that's the dude right there from the neighborhood?
There's going to be so many, so I'm just going to give you one. He was like my idol coming up. He grew up in my neighborhood. Tyrone Davis. You guys can look him up. He went to Cal State Bakersfield. He won a Division II national championship. Played 2 years in a row on CBS. They called him Mr. Dangerous. I used to go watch his games up at the Rucker. But yeah, he was. I seen him play against Kenny Anderson. I seen him play against Dave Edwards. I've seen him play against all of the top New York City players, and I can say that to me, he was the best player that I seen when I was coming up. Never saw him, nobody take advantage of him, but I've seen him really, really abuse people on the basketball court. So Todd Davis, Mr. Dangerous, is my guy.
Goodman, I don't know if you noticed that, but as soon as we asked Levell about Rucker Park, that accent just got a little bit more thick. It turned a little bit more
it did.
Levell, we appreciate you being here, man. Best of luck this season, all right?
Thank you.
Great
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
All right.
That was Levell Sanders, head coach at Binghamton. Year 5 for him at Binghamton. Goodman, that was it. That was the 9 coaches in the America East this season. That's it for the men's portion of America East Media Day. The women's version is going to be kicking off at about 1:00 with Brendan Glasheen and Maureen McGarity, the better half of John Becker, the smarter half of the that's running the UVM, the better looking half of the UVM coaching tree here right now. So they are going to be kicking it off at 1 p.m., doing the same thing that we did. They're going to be breaking down every team in the conference, interviewing every coach in the conference, and a couple of notable names and faces from around the league as well. So we appreciate you guys being here for the men's portion of America East Media Day. We're going to be doing all of this again tomorrow, starting at 9:00 with the MAC, the Mid-American Conference, the MAC, not the MAC, but the MAC. So that will be Tuesday starting at 9 a.m. And then later this week on Thursday, we got a double header, Goodman. I hope you're ready for a long day. Get your energy drinks, get your Celsius, get your Red Bull, get your coffee, because we're going to be in Las Vegas for Mountain West Media Day and WCC Media Day. So that is going to be that's going to be another marathon. We got a lot of Media Day content coming out throughout the rest of this week. But until 1:00, that's when America East Women's Media Day kicks off here on the Field of 68.
Hi, everybody. Welcome into America East Women's Basketball Media Day. Brendan Glasheen, joined by Maureen McGarity, former head coach at New Hampshire years ago. Not to age you, Maureen. Former head coach at the College of the Holy Cross, and now she is at the University of Vermont as the director of major gifts, assisting in the world of NIL now these days with Vermont. Hi, Maureen. Good to talk to you. How you been?
Great. So great to see you again, my old friend, Brendan. It's been a long time, but now I get to do this back-to-back years and get a chance to see you. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be back this year and talk about some amazing teams. Last year was a great year for me out of coaching to be able to watch a lot of basketball, and it was an exciting year with America East as usual. So I'm excited to see what happens this year.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the reigning champions, the Vermont Catamounts, right where you are, with Coach Kresge back. We'll talk to her first at 1:15. She will be one of our 9 guests of all the coaches, and Adrianna Smith of Maine, who did not play last year due to injury, but she did earn a spot on the preseason all-conference team, which we'll get to in just a moment. But we'll start by using this as a jumping-off point. We'll take a look at the America East 2025-2026 preseason poll. And Vermont is picked once again to win the league. Vermont with 7 first-place votes, 63 total points. Maine, second. Bryant, third. UAlbany, who won the regular season last year at 14-2. They sit in 4th in this preseason poll. NJIT rounds out the top 5, followed by Binghamton, New Hampshire, UMBC, and then UMass Lowell, which will have a new head coach. We have 8 returning head coaches in America East women's basketball. Maureen, I'm always fascinated to talk to coaches about this because if you're picked high, you say, well, we haven't played a game yet, so we'll see if that actually holds true. If you're picked low, you can use it as a motivational tactic. You can print this out, put it on your locker room chalkboard or your dry erase board and say, look where people thought we were going to be. So first and foremost, how do you approach the preseason poll? What do you think of this list here with the America East women's basketball?
Yeah, I think it's, my opinion, just knowing returners and players that are graduated. I think that, the league, it's just in my humble opinion, it's pretty spot on. But yeah, like you said, I mean, you can use it in so many different ways. And, I coached long enough that, I was at the top, I was at the bottom, I was everywhere in between. So yeah, I think, for Vermont, it's tough. It's going to be tough to repeat again, and especially with some of the players that they did graduate. I think Maine has a lot to prove after last year. I thought they had a great year, all things considered, with injuries. Bryant, I think that's a really exciting for an up and coming coach. Now Lynne-Ann in her second year. And then a team like Albany that's used to being at the top. I mean, 4th is nothing to shy away from. But I think with Colleen, just with her experience and knowing how she works into the transfer portal, that'll be exciting as well. But yeah, always a motivation for that the bottom of the pack.
What do you make of the league overall in terms of the progress? I mentioned it when we set up the show here. I want to thank also the great folks over at the Field of 68 who they are on a media tour right now as it pertains to doing these media days. So shout out to the Field of 68. Rob Dauster and Jeff Goodman did the men's show this morning. They do an excellent job. So thanks to those guys and their entire crew. It's a huge crew that they've built at the Field of 68 to provide this platform. If you're watching on social media, if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for being with us. You mentioned how there's a lot of continuity in terms of the coaching, right? There are 8 returning coaches, which unfortunately, this is your world, right? Sometimes the coaching changes happen and coaches don't get a whole lot of time to build out what they see fit for a program. So what does that say about the league in terms of having 8 of 9 coaches returning?
Yeah, I think you look at some of the coaches as well. Alisa, Colleen, Amy, I believe they're all going into their 8th season, which is also, tremendous. I think at any level, coaching, when you can, sustain that, and especially with those 3 specifically, sustain the success that they've had, and not only, keep their jobs, but stay, within the community and build on a program. And I think that speaks a lot about the league as well. But yeah, I think it's great, and I was in the league for 10 years at UNH, and there was a lot of people that came and went. Some went on for bigger jobs, maybe, and I don't know if necessarily better jobs, but bigger jobs. And some, unfortunately, had to move on. And, it's always tough for the league to kind of bounce back and rebuild. And the camaraderie, especially in the non-conference, you always are rooting for each other. So I'm really excited to see that, and excited to see, with John, the lone new coach, heard great things about him and his ability to rebuild programs as well.
John Plefka, yes, new head coach of the UMass Lowell Riverhawks. So, rightfully so, you have a tight relationship with Alisa Kresge, who is back trying to make another run, 3 consecutive conference championship games for Alisa. That must be pretty cool for you, also being boots on the ground in Catamount country to see what she's built there. But I think just generally speaking, and Alisa's a great example of this, with I mentioned the returning coaches, right? But also in women's basketball at the mid-major level, at the Power 4 level, the continuity in this league, in particular, the America East, the continuity of Alisa's going to bring in 5 freshmen this year. I'm just using Vermont as an example here, but the program building has been pretty outstanding and pretty notable in the landscape. I think that I would find that to be very important and crucial as a program builder, as a college head coach.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point, Brendan. I think just with like we always talk about the landscape of college athletics right now with the transfer portal, and on the flip side, it's great to have the ability to just take people for one year, and for the student athletes to be able to kind of bounce around, and it's just different right now. But yeah, I agree. I think on the flip side, I think Alisa is a great example, and Amy as well as Maine, that bring in young players and develop them, and they stay. I even think about a couple years, 2 years ago, not too long ago, Emma Utterback is a great example of that. She, probably had a lot of other opportunities to move on to bigger programs, specifically for her 5th year, Anna Olsen as well. But they stayed, and they wanted to, make that impact for not only for their university and their team, but also this community. I think this is just a great community here in Burlington. Obviously, just being here for a full year and living it, and having 2 young daughters. I mean, this place is rocking, and they're just such great role models, and it's a really special place. So I give a lot of credit to Alisa and her staff to build that culture here.
Yeah, I was going to say, when we did this last year, that was right around this time, mid-October, and you got hired in November. So I couldn't remember exactly what the timeline, if you had already had this role, but I guess it was in the crock pot. It was brewing at that point before it actually became official.
Yes, yeah, and it's just been great. I think, obviously I'm really lucky to be here, now married to a coach, and have the relationship with Alisa and I, college teammates, that I can just pop into the gym and get my basketball fix, not only, popping in to watch the men, but obviously with the women. And it's just been a lot of fun getting to know the players, on an individual basis as well, and really building those relationships. And they're just amazing, just like all the student athletes in the America East, but just such well-rounded young people that, just work so hard on the court, in the classroom, in the community. It's just incredible to me, and it just continues to evolve and develop. And even like we talk about with the changing landscape of everything, I still feel, just because I see it firsthand here, that that hasn't changed. Just the quality of the student athletes here at UVM.
Congratulations, by the way, to you and John Becker getting married on Labor Day weekend. I enjoyed the conversation with Jeff and Rob about the experience that is Charleston, South Carolina.
That was really sweet.
Of course, that was great. They did it. That was good stuff. Good note. They had to bring it up. You brought up something about Maine. They are picked second in the preseason poll. They lost 5 of 7 players who averaged at least 5 points per game for them last season. 4 of their top 5. So they bring in 7 newcomers. And Amy Vachon, the head coach there, has done a really nice job over the years of just churning out phenomenal young prospects to fit what their DNA is and what their culture is. We have about 5 minutes before we bring on our first guest, Coach Kresge of UVM, who we just discussed. former teammate of Coach Maureen McGarity at Marist, as she hinted. Let's look at the preseason all-conference team tabbed by the America East coaches. And we hinted at some of these names. Adrianna Smith, who did not play all of last year. We are excited to finally see her back on the floor. Zuniga, NJIT senior. Big step, I think, big role. And we'll talk to Coach Kresge about Nicola Prida, who is expected to have an increased role this coming year with the Catamounts. Not that her role wasn't already very important last year in their run to winning the conference tournament. And then Ava Duquette of New Hampshire, she was the leading scorer in the league last year. General thoughts, Maureen, did they get this right with this list of 6?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously there's a ton more that could be on this list, but just, not only based on, statistics, but just their presence on the floor and the games that they've been able to find a way to win for their teams, and just the impact that they've made, for their teams. But yeah, I mean, this is a great list with, a lot of really strong leaders, obviously first and foremost. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see Adrianna Smith back and, and talk to Amy about her rehab and just how hard, that must have really been. I think when we spoke with her last year at this time, had just happened and it was devastating. So just the impact that has on a team, and how they really, they fought back and they ended up, her standards, I'm sure having a tough year, but, all things considered, a phenomenal year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Adrianna Smith won the Player of the Year in 2023-24, and that's right, that news had just broken, so that was really tough for Amy to process and having to pivot, but that speaks to, again, just how great of a job she does to have her ladies ready to play. Mentioned Prida was the conference most outstanding player in the America East tournament. She was a huge piece for the Catamounts to bring them to where they need to be, and then look, I think for, Duquette is ready to take another step with her connections with Coach Shonniker back at URI. So Ava Duquette has an opportunity now to really bring UNH to another level this season as well. What about, look, there's 4 seniors here of the total of 6, but you've got some junior love. Duquette is a junior, and then Mia Mancini, junior at Bryant.
Yeah, I think, Duquette, she's just incredible last year. The games that I tuned into, she just single-handedly took over games, and her ability to score, I think, hopefully, Megan, I know has all the, confidence in the world in Ava, but I think it's going to be who surrounds her and who steps up as supporting roles. And, Mia, same thing with Mia. I mean, Lynne-Ann has done a great job of just kind of letting her play and really building a team around her. They have some great pieces back. And I'm really excited to see Bryant this year. The more I watch them, they broke a lot of records last year, just in her second year. And I think with Mia, she's just tough. She's tough as nails. She just makes big time plays when her team needs her the most. And she's a junior, but she's very experienced. I mean, she's going to bring back a lot of minutes and, a lot of games under her belt.
They will need her leadership, Mia Mancini, no doubt, because 7 newcomers going to Bryant as well this year, including 4 freshmen. Okay, let's welcome in our first guest here on the America East Women's Basketball Media Day show here on the Field of 68. Welcome in the reigning champion Vermont Catamounts, led by Alisa Kresge, joining us now here in America East Women's Basketball Media Day. So how close is your office to the Becker McGarity office? Is the connection still strong? I mean, could you guys peek out and wave to each other down the hall? Like, how does this work?
It is pretty close, but we live in the gym, so we see them all the time.
Very good. Very good. All right, I'll start us off here. Okay, look, Coach Kresge, great to have you with us here. Exciting times for you. You've been to 3 consecutive championship games, but now, as you know, you're going to have the target on your back, right? You won the league last year. You're picked number 1 in the preseason poll. Why? What's your confidence level right now with your group as you turn the page and start another season?
I think we have a lot of great pieces coming back. We added a lot of great pieces, and we're just trying to figure out what this looks like. Every year's different, but this year's extremely different, graduating a couple of key pieces that have been real anchors to what we do. And so we're just trying to figure out how this new group gels. I like a lot of our pieces, but we got to figure out how to put it together and put it together for 40 minutes. We're going to get everyone's best every night, and we got to figure that out.
Somebody that you already know how I feel about her, but Nicola, I mean, just watching her passion every day, and it's not just during the games. I think people see it, the fist pumps and just how she gets her team going. But it's every day in practice too. So just going into this year, obviously she had a tremendous year last year and was, the MVP of the tournament, and was just really great just to see all of her hard work pay off. But where do you see her kind of in the off season developing the most, and things that she's worked on in this off season to help prepare her for her senior year?
Nicola's been working really hard. She hasn't skipped a beat. I don't think she's settling, which is big after a great finish to last year. I think that just gave her more fire, more fuel to the fire. And so she got an opportunity to play with her senior national team out of Lafayette. And I think that was really good for her. But she understands she's a big piece of what we do, and she's going to have to battle on both sides of the floor. She's going to get everybody's best defender. She's going to get double teamed, things that we've been throwing at her in practice. And, a little bit it's been like, Anna's got all that. I didn't have to worry about that. And she's embracing that. But she's hungry. She's working hard, and we're really excited for her senior campaign here coming up.
Coach Kresge of the Vermont Catamounts joining us, our first guest here on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. So one thing you've done really well these last handful of years is you guard. Your teams defend, and you make it challenging for the opposition to get in any sort of flow offensively. Catamounts with a top 5 nationally ranked scoring defense in the past 2 seasons, but you lose Anna Olson, you lose Bella Vito. Where does the buy-in now come from on the defensive end? Those are 2 huge pieces. How does this group now lock in on the defensive end of the floor?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think our players that come through our program understand that you don't play unless you play defense and give it your all. And I think we've had some players that have been on the bench that are really hungry to show us what they're made of defensively, because they have offensive weapons for us, but they know if they don't help us defend, they're not going to get that opportunity to showcase that. And I think of an Emma Hahn, who's been a nice player for us. And in her first year, she did some nice things. I just think she's made such a jump in the offseason defensive-mindedly. And then I think we have some players like Jaden, who's transferred in, she's just a high IQ player, and she understands the game. So she's in the right place. And I think our defense might look a little different without Anna back there and Bella getting all those steals. But I do think we have some key pieces that weren't part of our program or were, and they just didn't get those opportunities yet. But our players know that we got to play defense. That's a big conversation every single day. So that hasn't changed. The mentality, our leadership leading our defense has not changed.
Good stuff.
You scored a lot. That's something, like knowing Alisa and playing with Alisa, who never looked at the rim. All my college teammates are probably laughing at me right now. But I just thought how you scored the ball, just your movement. You guys are so unselfish, and how you shot the ball from 3 specifically. And just thinking about Kira and some of the big shots that she knocked down. And now knowing that there are sisters on the team. So what's that dynamic been like, having sisters on the team?
It's been really cool. I think that's helped Leah just not skip a beat coming to college. Kira had to kind of fumble through some stuff. And I think Kira, being that amazing big sister, didn't want her sister to have to fumble through things. So she's really helped her understand what to expect and get through challenges. But yeah, we do have a lot of scoring weapons. I think we're pretty darn mobile, which is exciting. And we just got to make sure that we're taking the best shots. Sometimes I think we pass up open shots because we are so unselfish, and got us into trouble at times. And I think that's something we're seeing a little bit of that right now, and we're identifying it. And we got to make sure that we are confident in raising up and hitting shots. That's part of each of our players' roles, and they got to understand that.
So you mentioned the addition of Welts coming over from Binghamton, so a newcomer, but you also have, and you mentioned the Hansen sisters, but you've got, of those, including Kira, you have 5 freshmen added to this year's team. What is the most, and maybe Maureen, you could weigh in here too, like what's the most gratifying part of your job when it comes to molding freshman while also having championship aspirations? Like what for you, Alisa, what's the biggest challenge when you try to bring along freshman players?
I think a challenge is just understanding we're all getting really talented high school players, right? And so they were probably, right? They were winners, they were competing, they were playing most minutes, and trying to get them to understand, like, just show up and give it your all every single day, and watching them figure that out and being okay with embracing the challenges that come with you've known a system for 4 years, you were the top person, you know? And so figuring out how to just embrace those challenges and using those situations where maybe you failed as an opportunity to learn. And so I think that's really fun with our first years. They've really embraced that. They've really embraced, like, I'm going to fail over and over again, but I'm getting better. And that's all that matters right now. So that's, for me, that's really fun watching this group of freshmen really just own that they're in a pretty darn tough environment because there's some elite players that they're competing every day against, but to embrace that opportunity just to get better.
Yeah, and to that point, I think, Alisa, like before you came on, we were just talking about you and your staff's ability to just develop players that come in as freshmen that you guys develop, and just with the changing landscape of the transfer portal, you kids stay at UVM, and they, like Emma and Anna, I mean, I'm sure have had opportunities to move on, and I think that speaks volumes of you and your staff. And even just seeing the list that came out last week, the America East, like top 25 of the last 25 years, and to have Emma Utterback on it, and then have Anna, have Anna who just graduated on that list. I just, I think you and your staff have just always you've done such a great job with that, of keeping the players and building that culture where they don't want to leave. They want to win. They want to win for each other. And I just think that to me has always shown through, especially in the last 3 championship games. So kudos to you guys. It's just been really fun for me to watch that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. And I think you hit the nail on the head. It's our players care here, and they care about each other. And I think that's what's special. All the credit goes to the players and what they've been doing. We're fortunate to have the right people here that want to make the most of this and want to see things through. So we've been really lucky as coaches.
Is that what you've accomplished in terms, not just the wins and losses in the championship games, but as far, Maureen's mentioning it, she just laid it out very nicely there. Is this what you envisioned from when you took the job? Or maybe what's happened now when you could look back and say, wow, I didn't expect it to be like this. Do you reflect at all on that?
I just think of, and Maureen and I have a nice connection because of our experience in college together, and the people that we were showing up every day for and with, and the coaches, and the environment that they created was really special. And I just felt like if I ever had that opportunity, I want to try to make sure I can try to recreate that as best as possible. And so getting the right people on staff, the right people on our team, the leadership, it takes everybody. And so I just reflect on that. I'm really lucky that I've found a home, that they really care about women's basketball. They care about the people. And then we found the right players to buy in and want to make this place a special place for everyone. So I do reflect in a sense that this is what I was hoping for, but it's pretty special that this is where we're at now.
I have to ask you, because she's everybody's favorite in Burlington, but how proud are you of Kat Gilwey? Just everything she's been through, and now being on the preseason, all-conference team, just especially your position as a player, and, Kat being a point guard, and just your relationship.
Yeah, she's pretty darn special. She just does everything with the Vermont pride in her. She works her tail off. She supports her teammates through and through. She's obviously quite talented on the court. She's so passionate about Vermont, and she will literally give her shirt off her back to anybody. I mean, and she's really, really smart too. She just has it all going for her, and she doesn't come across that way. She's the most sweet human being. She doesn't care about the accolades. She just cares about supporting her teammates and trying to win. And so it's just an honor to watch her continue to develop and continue to make the whole state proud. As a coach, you want 100 Catherine Gilweys.
That's awesome. Kind of off of something, you just brought something up about the state, the community buy-in. I mean, one of my first jobs out of school was to work at UNH, and I worked, Maureen was the head coach at UNH, but the fact that the league and the men have done this, but now the league has shifted where you have the on-site conference tournament. Now, last year you had to go to UAlbany. Is that something you've discussed with your veteran leaders? Like, we want this game, this championship game, or this Final Four to run through us. Is that something you've got in mind for this year?
We have a standard where we're at in our program. We want to be in the mix. We want to be hosting postseason play, right? That's obviously part of it, but we have a lot of steps to take before we get there. We talk about the big picture, but we also talk about the little benchmarks that we have to hit in order to get there. And I think where we're at right now is we know where our end goal is and what, it's going to take a lot to get there. But now it's making sure that we stay grounded and we take care of the day in and day out little details. And then it will work itself out if we can really focus on those little details.
Very good. I think I'm good, Maureen. I guess my last question, my last thought would be, Alisa, do you go knock on the door of the director of major gifts if you keep winning at this high level and say, hey, come on, Maureen, like show me the money, help me out here. Like, how does that work? Like, I'm just saying.
Oh, she's driven. I don't even have to do it.
We're trying. And before we go, I have to say, what a year it's been for the Kresge linear household. Not only did they go to the NCAAs, but they had a big wedding in June. So congratulations. It was one of the best parties I've ever been to. So thank you for inviting us.
Oh, thank you. Our players gave us a nice wedding gift.
Yeah.
Love that.
I'll
a lot
say.
of weddings.
I'll have to do it again.
Big theme.
Yeah.
Big theme to start the day. Okay, very good. Alisa Kresge of the Vermont Catamounts. Thanks so much for stopping by, and best of luck this year. Hopefully you're in another conference championship game.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks,
Excellent.
see you later.
Good stuff. You see her all the time, don't you?
I do, yeah. But I think obviously it's funny. Like when we're up here during the season, I see her a lot. But it's being in coaching. I mean, she's out recruiting a lot. Has had on-campus visits this past weekend, and but yeah, her and Will got married on the Jersey Shore back in June, where Elisa's from. It was a great party. When you're my age and everybody can come back from college and relive the glory days. It's always a good time. So. It was a beautiful wedding. She was one of the most beautiful brides I've ever seen. She was just stunning. So it was really fun. They're two of my favorite people. Her husband Will is an all-time great.
That's great. Busy summer for you and for Coach Kresge. All right, very good. So we'll make our way through, and I'll try my best here to tease who we have coming up next. But now joining us is Maine head coach Amy Vachon with the Black Bears, looking to make another push to a league title and make a push this year, picked second in the preseason poll. Coach, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. How are things going right now up in Maine?
They're good. They're good. Thanks for having me.
So,
hey, how are you?
Go ahead. This is bringing me back, like 10 years ago when you two were going head to head in the conference tournament in Portland. That was a good time watching you two go. And Amy, you've done such a great job building something really special with Maine, and you continue to raise the standard really for the whole league. So it's great to see that your team, as of now, knock on wood, let's stay healthy this year, right? You got Adrianna Smith back, and Maureen and I were joking, like, wow, we did this last year, and I think you had just found out that Adrianna was going to be out for the season. So you still persevered and did the interview with us, but I'm sure in the back of your head, like, yeah, like, please, people keep asking me about this, and how do I feel about it? But it must be really touching, and you must be elated for her to be back on the floor. And what's it been like for the team to have Adrianna out there and in position to make a return to the floor?
Yeah, it's been great. Addie, obviously, that's never something you want any player to have to go through. And it was her second time. She had torn one in high school and came back obviously very strong. And so we knew she would come back strong again. And, we had a conversation when she got her, what her future, what she wanted to do. And she was very clear she wanted to come back to Maine and play her last year here. And so we were really excited about it. She's worked really, really hard and off the court, and she's done a really nice job being a leader. We have 7 new players, 5 freshmen and 2 transfers. And so no one here on our team was with her when she came as a freshman. So it's a different look, but she's been awesome. And, having her back on the court is just, it's like having another coach out on the court. She knows exactly what we want to do and is able to communicate with that with her teammates in a different way from how the coaches can. So it's been great.
It's so great to see that. And, even just going on social media and seeing her, just what a presence she has. And that's just a really hard thing, for everybody to go through. And I know we had talked about that too, but, and it's probably a great reminder of players, from experience, just like how quickly things can be taken away. And I'm really excited for her and so happy that, for you that she's back. And I can't wait to see what she does this year. But just kind of talking about some of your newcomers, it looks like you added a lot of size to the roster.
Something new, right?
Yeah, I was like, wow, he got some size. Is that something like you think, obviously your style of play is, really hard to go against, but just having that size, is that going to change a little bit of the way that you play?
I think, we haven't had size that we've played in a long time. So, adding Lizzie Gruber, honestly, we didn't know what we were going to get with her. She really hasn't played in 2 years, and we knew what she was in high school. We recruited her, obviously she's a Maine kid, and she's come here, and, I couldn't be more thrilled. Such a hard worker. She's obviously learned a lot in her 2 years at St. Joe's. And we'll be able to play her and Addie together. We've really been working on that. So that will be a lot of fun, a little different look. But yeah, it's kind of nice to have, us not having to front the post all the 6'4" in the paint. It's kind of fun.
So you keep bringing that up, that it's a different look. Can you take us through why that philosophical change? I mean, you lost a lot of your 3-point shot makers from last year too. Just, if you could, just take us through as to why this shift in thinking. Is it something about the league? Is it something that you're looking to uncover? If you could take us there.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, we always say we just try to get the best players we can, and it doesn't matter if they're 6'4" or 5'2", we want the best players we can, and we'll work around what we have, and Lizzie was one of those players that we were able to get out of the portal, which we were really excited about. Kalia Sain's another player, a JUCO transfer from Kirkwood, that we're really excited about. And then we have 5 freshmen that are doing a nice job. It's as everyone knows here, who's going to be on this call, Maureen knows, freshman year is really tough with that transition, and some pick it up really quickly and others, it takes a little bit of time. So, I think it's a fun group. It's a different group. We have Esta back at point guard, who has had a great fall, and she's a great shooter and continues to be a great shooter. So, we're going to hopefully do what we do well. And if that's shoot threes, we'll shoot threes. And if it's go inside, we'll go inside. Whatever gets us the W's at the end of the day, we'll try to do that.
Well, just looking at your non-conference schedule, no news there that your non-conference schedule is always one of the toughest, not only in the conference, but in the country really. But it's great. I see that St. Joe's is coming up to Maine.
Yep. Yeah, they are.
Great. That's a great home.
Yeah, it's great. We did a home and home with them, and so they're returning. We get to open up with them, and it's great. It's not always easy to get teams to come to Orono, and so when we can get teams to come up, especially A10 teams and bigger teams to come up here, that's always exciting. So.
Yeah, when you had Indiana a few years ago, that was awesome. I mean, that was just I'm talking to Brad Walker about that recently, the commissioner of the conference, for those that don't know, and those kinds of environments. That's what makes it. That's when you look up and you go, I love my job, right? Those kinds of environments.
Yeah. I was just actually watching clips from that game because we played a zone in that game, so we were kind of looking at that, and just watching it again. It was I didn't watch the game, but I watched the clips, and it was. But yeah, the atmosphere was pretty cool. It brought me back. It was fun.
You mentioned Esta being back. You'll have Sarah as well. Are are those two like those are two X factors, right? Like they were on the floor for you last year and they look to take leaps, but with Adrianna seeing the game from a different perspective from the sideline, you have newcomers coming in. Like those two players, their jumps, their leaps are what maybe can separate, making a Final Four in your league or winning it, right? Those two are integral, I would imagine.
Yeah, and the consistency with them. Esta really came on at the end of the year, and her and I, it took a while for me to figure her out and for her to figure me out. And I think we finally did at the end of the year. And I think you kind of saw her play free. And she's been doing that all postseason, doing a really nice job. And the thing and Sarah Talon has had the best preseason she's had in summer that she's had since she's been here. So I think the thing with those two, and the thing about playing with Addie is last year, Addie creates so many shots for other people. And you don't realize that until she's off the floor. And so last year we had to manufacture a lot of offense, which was hard. And so that was difficult for Esta and Sarah and the rest of our players. And now you bring Addie back into the mix where she creates so much attention and she's such a great passer that you're going to get easy and open shots. And so I think both Sarah and Esta can really be a benefit of that, along with some other players. But yeah, those two for sure are very important to us in how we do this year.
I know I saw this firsthand, but when the top 25 over the last 25 years came out and I started to look who was on Maine, I said, oh, I got to play against those three. So Siggy, Blanca, and Ann. So I think that's incredible. We didn't really get the best of most of those games at UNH, but it was incredible to play against them. And they're some of the best players I've ever, as a player, as a coach, even as a spectator, got to see them firsthand. But just kind of talk about that. I mean, you coached all three of them. The impact that they made on the program and just their legacy. And do they still kind of come back? I know it's hard for some of them. They don't live around the corner.
Yeah.
But do they still talk to some of the current players?
Yeah, it is. That was really cool. To have 5 out of the top 25 from Maine was pretty awesome. And they're all still playing over in Europe, and Anne and Blanca are playing in the Euro Cup. And I actually just looked it up. I was just looking up this morning, just kind of checking to see how they were doing. And I think Blanca's averaging 18 points a game, and she's having a great year. Anne's doing a great job in Italy. Blanca's in Spain, and Anne's in Italy. So they don't come back often because obviously they're very busy in playing professionally where they are, but definitely keep in touch. And actually, Anne, this summer, a couple of players, recent alums and classmates of her were all together, and they FaceTimed us and FaceTimed me, and it was fun to see them together. And yeah, special people, obviously amazing players, but just really special people. And they have so much pride for Maine and for playing here and for all the people here. And, as we do we're so proud of them as well. So.
He's bringing me back. I mean, Blanca was a problem. I mean, wow. And then Ziggy too, because just the pace they both played with. The defense, of course, was a big part of it. And we just we had Alisa Kresge on, and we talked about defense. And Vermont has done a really nice job over the years with their scoring defense. I asked a similar question to her. I'll ask it to you, Amy. When you have, I think you said it's 7 new players, 5 freshmen, right? If I'm not mistaken, coming in.
Yeah, correct.
So how do you get buy-in on that end of the floor? Because if not, most every year, whoever's defending in health matters, of course. That's kind of off to the side, but health is a number one priority. But if you're defending, you're usually there at the end. So how do you get that buy-in from this particular group?
Yeah, well, exactly that. I mean, Vermont has, the last 3 years, they've been so hard to play against from the offensive point of view because they defend so well, and they're in it every year. And so that's all you have to look at, and that's all you have to show your players is, hey, This is the team that won the championship 2 out of the 3 years. They're in the championship game. They defend, and so for us, we've really put an emphasis on that, probably more than we've ever have. I'm typically not I don't spend a lot of time in defense a lot in practice, but we have this year, really just putting our basics and the fundamentals of how we want to guard things, and hopefully that will stick. And then if we need to change things scout based, game by game, we can do that. But it really comes down to working hard and being competitive and being motivated to get stops individually and collectively. And so hopefully we'll be a little bit better on that end of the floor this year, but it's definitely something that is critical to success, especially in our league.
It's a little off the topic of your team, but just like the impact that last year with such a great year. And I know you and Chris and Ashley are really close, and just what that was like. I think, obviously he's done a tremendous job over the years, but just to kind of have Graham where they're at, you have always been super successful, and just in a place like what is the community of now the men's program kind of up and coming.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, Chris is amazing. He's an incredible coach, but he's just such an incredible human being, so easy to work with and so supportive. It's so great to have that relationship down the hall. I know that's not always the case in a lot of Division I schools, so we're really fortunate. And I'm so happy for them. I mean, since I've been here, we've done a season ticket holder breakfast, and, we invite our season ticket holders. In the last few years, we've invited the men's team to come, as well. And this year, because of their success, they had to have their own event, and so things like that are exciting. Our new facility is going to break ground this winter. And so to have that, going to be opening up in 27, 28, that's so exciting. And just a lot of really positive energy happening around basketball here in Orono, which is awesome.
Credit to you, Amy. Great job building this thing. And I think if all goes well, you've got the pieces to make another run here to get back to that championship expectation that you've set and built over the years. So thanks for the time. We really appreciate it. Amy Vachon of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great day.
Okay, you too. All right. So she seems excited to have Adrianna back, and that's going to, I think, fuel if she can go back to her elite level, Maureen, from a few years ago, winning Player of the Year. Look out for the Maine Black Bears. They will be very much back in the discussion to win a conference championship. Okay, we have our next guest, the head coach at NJIT, Mike Lane, is set to join us here. Hi, Mike. Good to see you.
Hi, Brendan. How are we doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Hi.
Thanks for stopping by.
Maureen.
Okay,
I'm happy
Coach,
to be here. We're ready to kick it off.
All right, very good. So NJIT picked 5th in the America East Women's Basketball preseason poll. Again, want to thank the fine folks at the Field of 68 for this platform to do this show. So we're making our way through. We'll have Colleen Mullen after Mike, just to keep folks informed on who's coming up very soon. So, Mike, let's discuss your team as you turn the page for another season. What do you like about your basketball team right now on October 20th?
Well, I like that it's October 20th and not November 2nd. I don't think we're ready for quite that first game yet. So we still got some time. We had our first scrimmage this weekend, and that was huge just to finally get out there, get some results, get some real stuff on film. But we have some work to do before that opener. But obviously, it starts with our returners. I think we get to rely on some returners, which is nice in this day and age. And we have a big one, obviously, with Alejandra, and then Maddie Doggs and Olivia Kulik and Marissa Gingrich. They will be kind of the backbone of our program, and they have to carry us as we get some newcomers into the mix or some kids stepping into new roles.
Yeah, can you just talk a little bit about Olivia and her, her development now everybody's going to know who she is now. That's the beauty of being on the all rookie. It's just now it's not a surprise. So just her development over the summer, and what steps do you think she'll have to make to take that next leap for sophomore year?
Yeah, and it really started actually in spring. She had a fantastic spring, which sometimes, that's kind of like that time, it's like the season just ended. There's nothing really out there. And she really knew, because the scout had been out to hear, they knew they could be physical with her. They knew they were making her dribble. So she really worked off the bounce a lot more. She played point guard a lot as a high school player, just because of her high school. She was like inbounding the ball, getting the ball back, breaking the press, then in the half court, giving it up, and then kind of running through some stuff. So she's very comfortable with the basketball. She didn't do that a whole lot last year for us. So we love that she can really grow her game off the bounce, get to the free throw line. She's too good of a shooter not to be taking, 4 or 5 free throws a game. So she's got to get some easy points. We know our offense can provide her some open threes, but we're going to have to find her some opportunities at the rim and opportunities at the line. And I think she's really grown over this offseason, which has been really fun to watch, because she is so good, and she can do so many things, and she really does swing between playing the 4 and playing the 3. She was really able to learn how to guard in the post last year, which allowed us to be more versatile. So, there's a lot more good basketball in Olivia, and she still has a very high ceiling.
Yeah, 39% from 3 last year, made 53s, and your offense around the league. I think that the chatter about NJIT, Mike, because you do a great job on the offensive end of the floor. How can you, and you kind of sensed it and brought it up there with Olivia individually, but as a group, how do you feel you're going to evolve more on the offensive end?
Yeah, well, last year was the first year in the offense. That was a new offense for us last year, and we really scored very well, and we moved the ball very well. Our assists were up, our field goal percentage was up, our scoring per game was up, our turnovers were down. These are really good metrics for us. So we feel like we can score with anybody. You didn't mention that nobody's talking about our defense around the league, and that's where we have to make some improvements.
I didn't get there yet.
But we know we can score. I think we're a little bit more dynamic. We lose a big piece, obviously, down low with Trinity Williams graduating. So we have to find some points off the block and off rolls. But we'll find that, I think. I think our offense can generate that, and we have some answers there. But I really love how we've grown in this offense, and really even teaching it. The first year teaching an offense, even after games, you yourself are like, oh, maybe I'm not teaching that right. Or now that you see it live, you can make some tweaks. And so I felt going into this year, just in that off season, it was like a different way to teach it. And, and a good thing, I think we're ahead. Certainly our offense is ahead of where our defense is right now, but we're excited about that for sure.
Great. As a coach, you hate to hear this, but from my experience, when this happens, the next year we learn from it. But one of the stats I saw, you lost 7 games by 5 points or less.
Yeah.
And I think just with who you have coming back, and like you said, another year under their belt with their offense. How are you feeling about that? Like, after those kind of tough losses, did they dwell? Were they really, really upset about it? Were they motivated by that? I mean, just with that young group, now that they're a year older.
Yeah, I think that those losses, a lot of those were in the out of conference, especially early. It was a really tough kind of couple of weeks there. We had some injury issues. We weren't kind of playing with a full deck last year in that November-December period. Trinity Williams was out all of December. And really, I loved that last year. We were very resilient. I think maybe, as you know, coaches take those hard because if it's a 1 possession, 2 possession game, you feel like that's the possessions you have to get for them. So I think I took those a little bit harder than they did. They were always ready to bounce back. They were always ready to play. And we came off a very poor, November and December. And I think we had a very successful conference season. So kind of proving that it didn't really take effect. But I think those are lessons that we have to carry forward. I think one is, it is that defensive side of the ball. our offense is scoring. We have to play better defense, especially in this league that, can be really grinded out and physical. And we have to find that answer so that we're not in close games. Let's build a lead. Let's have a lead that can take some hits, but a lead that doesn't go away because 2 possessions, we give up points or whatever. So I think we're definitely more mature about that. And that is still something that's a scar that is healed, but it's also a scar that's there and that we, can learn about it and move it forward.
We have Mike Lane of NJIT joining us, NJIT Women's Basketball here on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. I feel like I keep beating a dead horse on this, Mike, but I think it's so cool when you examine your league, and Maureen and I talked about this off the top of the show, just the continuity in the league. You're one of 8 head coaches that were here last year, but we talked to Alisa, we talked to Amy, and it's like it's fun, and even the Power 4 teams, when you look across the country, like, you get familiar with everybody and you understand identities of programs, and that seems like a tough thing to do these days with the current landscape. But when you look around your league, and especially how your team continues to improve, and you ran a new offense last year, so you're looking to make another stride and really be in that mix and have an opportunity to be in the conference tournament, make a deep run. But when you look at your league and just having the familiarity with other coaches and other programs, what have you learned the most about the conference now, being around for almost, I think it's almost 10 years now, if I'm not mistaken? Are you getting closer to 10?
This will be my 8th year.
Okay.
And it's the 6th year in the America East, or 5th year in the America East. And you're exactly right. There is a certain comfort, like a security blanket. It's like, what Vermont's going to be, what Amy's doing at Maine, how Albany's going to play, which is like, right, more Colleen's team is a little bit different this year. It's not the team she's had, but you still kind of know what Albany's going to be. Maybe their offense will do this or maybe their defense will do, but you just know kind of the personality of the program. And that is definitely something that's, like I said, you go into it and you kind of know who they're going to be. And it's just really nice. And you see a lot of the same names. We are not a conference that generally, too many kids are leaving. We have great retention. And that's why I do think our senior classes and our older kids in this league are very, very good because they've been in their programs for a while. And so it's a really fun league. I always say it's a 5-point game with 5 minutes left kind of league, in, night out. That's probably where it's going to be. It might not turn into a close game. Maybe that 5-point game turns into a 12-point loss because they pull away or whatever, but it's a dogfight. The personalities of the coaches, the personalities of the programs, and it's a challenge every night. Those Thursday, Saturdays are tough on each and every coaching staff in this league, no doubt.
Just watching Alejandra, she's one of the most complete guards I've seen in a really, really long time. And how much fun has it been to coach her and just watching her evolve and develop into now a senior?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. Players like that make your job easier because she can find a bucket where it looks like there's no bucket to be had. And she just has that amazing ability to kind of slalom through kids that are bigger, kids that are faster, kids that are quicker. But she just can manipulate space really so well. And she has improved every year. She is such a gym rat. She wants to know the game better. She watches film like a coach, and she can implement it. I think that's the hardest thing for young players. Like, okay, we can tell you what you have to get better at, but can you add that to your game? And so last year, we really talked about playing off of 2 feet with her. She really didn't play off of 2 feet a lot. That led to a lot of turnovers. That led to a couple tougher shots. Doesn't mean that there won't be 1-foot finishes in the paint because, again, her ability to slide through people. But she really started to get like that jump stop and step through, or kind of that slide stop off her back foot and, ball fake up and step through. And it's also why her shooting percentages went up around the rim and in the paint. It's also why her assists went up because she was stopping the right way and being able to kick out. And when you had Olivia and Enya last year, kids who were hitting over 53s, there were really good people to pass to. And but shooting percentages went up, assist numbers went up, and turnovers went down. And that's an incredible thing to do when you're as good as she is as a sophomore going into being a junior, and already being an established player in this league. To take that jump last year, I thought was just really incredible to watch, and really matured her game. And now she's just ready to go. She's got everything in her. I think her free throws last year were like an anomaly, and she does get sent to the line because she really attacks the rim, and so she's really worked on that. And I know she left some points on the free throw line, so that's been a huge focus. And I don't think if she were in here, I don't think she liked the way that she shot the ball from the arc. So I'm all good with that. She can improve that percentage as well. So she's just such a threat, and I love coaching her. And it's sometimes you just have to sit back and watch her, and it's really fun to watch.
Amen. Like you said, the fact that she recognizes it on her own that's half the battle, right? Especially when you try to get the most out of elite players. We'll get you out on this. How do you feel about your non-conference? So you mentioned the grind, right? When you get to January, February, the Thursday, Saturday, what is give us the temperature of this November, December slate that gives you confidence that will prepare you for that grind of league play?
Yeah, well, we'll definitely be tested. We have some, what I feel like this is our first conference. We have all these kind of New York Metro games that we play. Mm-hmm. We're very lucky to be very close to a lot of. I know Amy has trouble finding games and whatnot, being way up in Maine, but we don't have that issue. We have so many teams within 1 hour, 2 hours of us, and like the Sacred Hearts and the Wagners and Monmouth, like those feel like conference games to us because we play them so often in this out of conference schedule. Obviously, there's some state pride when we're playing St. Peter's and whatnot, and Ryder, et cetera. So those games are really great. I think they prepare you not just from the physical standpoint, but even that mental standpoint. This isn't just like a throwaway game. It's a big game. It might not be in our conference, but it's teams that we're recruiting against. It's teams that our players have friends at. So these are definitely, very emotional games. And then I think we're testing ourselves amongst a lot of conferences, obviously playing Minnesota and St. Thomas. That will be a great trip, and two very good teams and teams you don't see a lot of, obviously, out here. And then, playing like a Drexel in the CAA, playing the MAC teams, and playing the NEC. So I think we'll be certainly prepared, and we want to have better results than certainly we did last year in our out of conference.
Okay, Mike Lane.
Have you ever played at Minnesota? Sorry,
I never have.
You ever played at Minnesota?
Yeah, the barn. No,
you sit down underneath the seat.
It's going to be very different.
There it was cool. It was an awesome experience. You guys will have fun.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really fun trip. We have two girls from Minnesota, from that area, and we have another, Maddie Dox, from Wisconsin. And my in-laws are from Minnesota as well, so we'll have some Highlander support. So it'll be really fun, and that's just such a great old place to play in.
Very cool.
Oh,
all right,
fun.
Mike
Good
Lane
luck.
of NJIT. Thanks for stopping by, and best of luck. Defense is going to take a step this year.
That's right. We're going to be talking about our defense next year, this time.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks,
I had to get that in just to make sure he understood. I asked a question about the offense, and he thought I was not going to mention the defense. But thanks, Mike.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Okay, very good. NJIT, this feels like their year to kind of take strides. They've got some. We keep using the word continuity, but they've got some players back from last year's team. Players that are ready to kind of take that next step, and with a new offensive system going into year two for Coach Lane, he's been building it here for 8 years. It feels like this is kind of their time to put a fright into the Albanys, the Maines, and the Vermonts.
Well, Alejandra, I mean, she's a heck of a player, and she can take over games. When you, like he said, when you have a player like that, you just sometimes sit back and watch and kind of see what happens. So I'm excited to see her senior year this year.
Love it. Okay, coming up next here on the America East Women's Basketball Media Day show, we'll have Colleen Mullen of UAlbany, Mari McGarity, Brendan Glasheen. Thanks again to the Field of 68 for all of their efforts to put on these media days. we're doing it from home, and well, Maureen's in the office. I'm at home, but I think they do an outstanding job of covering college basketball, men's and women's college basketball. So thank you for their partnership with the America East and what they do to put this on each and every year. I think it's a really cool few weeks that kind of puts them on the map and it gives them the proper due. They grind to put this on. So thanks to the Field of 68. So we'll have Colleen Mullen still set to join us. We'll have Bryant head coach Lynne-Ann Kokoski joining us. We'll have UNH coach Megan Shonniker. First-year head coach of the UMass Lowell Riverhawks will be joining us later on as well. John Plefka. We'll have the commissioner later on, and also we talked about Adrianna Smith with Coach Vachon of Maine. We'll have a player interview later on in the show. But first, let's go to our next guest. We have UAlbany head coach Colleen Mullen now joining us here on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. Hi, Colleen. How are you?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
Hi,
doing well.
Hey, Mo. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to see you. Feel like I just saw you
Good to see you.
yesterday, but it's been months.
All right, Coach.
Congrats
so,
on your wedding.
Thank you.
You may be the first coach to bring it up. I mean, Coach Kresge is right down the hall, so I guess that one doesn't count. But yeah, the wedding. The wedding's getting a lot of talk today. Very busy wedding season for Maureen. Okay, Coach. So look, let's backtrack before we look forward, because Maureen's brought this up now a couple of times. The top 25 players of all time in the conference just came out recently, and Kayla Cooper is a great one, right? In terms of what she meant to your program. Can you just reflect in just seeing her name on that list? That has to be pretty gratifying for you as the head coach of the program.
Yeah, I mean, Kayla is a very special player and certainly well deserving of that honor. I was really excited to see her be named to that, prestigious list of just terrific players in the history of the America East. But she's playing in Bulgaria right now, so we're very proud of her, and she's continued her career, and just her loyalty and dedication to the program and what she did on and off the court was really just so impressive. And more so for us coaches, just watching her growth, coming in as in COVID, and then what she ended up doing in 5th year, and how much success and how much winning she brought to the program, and her ability to carry our team and watch her develop into just a really skillful, talented leader was really special. So we're really proud of her. We're certainly going to miss her this year.
I'll miss her too. She was just such a fun player to watch, and it's I've just been really lucky in this league to be able to watch some just really fun players that even at having young daughters, you say watch her. She was one of them for sure. But so let's talk about your Italy trip from this summer. Talk about the pictures. I mean, it looked incredible, all the places that you went. But was this trip kind of planned, just the timing of it, or was it just kind of like with Kayla graduating, like good time for some of the younger kids to kind of bond and get ready for the season, or was the timing that really have nothing to do with that? But I'd love to hear you to kind of just talk about what you guys experienced.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was the trip of a lifetime. And actually it was supposed to happen the year of COVID. So we had part of the recruiting process with Kayla was saying that we were going to go to Italy on this foreign tour because Lucia De Cortes on our team from Italy. Mm-hmm. And we were going to go back and play in front of her family. And then with COVID and everything, it got pushed aside. But I really tried to stay to my word. And luckily the administration was really on board with us figuring out a way to raise the money to go to Italy. So even though it wasn't, it was still her 5th year and she wasn't able to play with us because she had already signed with Bulgaria, and she was that last person in her class, to be able to do that and have those types of, build those types of bonds and have that type of experience with our players that graduated in the amazing year that we had last year, and then welcoming the newcomers, and, a lot of new faces on our team just gave us a really nice opportunity to get to know each other and to build relationships and make connections. Certainly that we're hoping is going to pay off for us early in non-conference.
How was the food?
Oh, it was amazing. I didn't try any of the wine though. So Had my fair share of wine. It tastes a little different there. No, it was amazing. We went to Florence, we went to Rome, we went to Sorrento, and just
Cool.
unbelievable experience. And so we're just so grateful.
That's awesome. I'm jealous. My wife's been bothering me lately about doing a Europe trip. So now that if she probably hears this as I do it in the other room, so that will probably get brought up at some point later this afternoon. But I'm happy you had a great trip. So it's a new look team, right? You have a brand new look to your basketball team. With we talked about Kayla. You lost 5 of your top 6 scorers from last year. So I'm sure this fall has been crucial for you before you get into the grind of the schedule. And league play, it's 2 games in a 3-day stretch. So the practice time becomes difficult. But what are you finding out about your mix here in these last couple of weeks and now in this build up to the first week of November?
It's really exciting. I mean, it's a completely different group. We're young, inexperienced. The players returning bring a level of, a winning mindset and a level of consistency from last year. But we did, introduce 9 new players. So that's kind of been similar to the last couple of years. We've had 9 new players the last 2 years too. But I'm just really excited about this group. They're working really hard. They are really just practicing with a high level of intensity and have a growth mindset. And it's about how we're going to develop over time. And, it's the opportunity that you get. I'm comparing us to the Valkyries. These are players that are unproven, a team that's unproven. And how are we going to grow together and develop so that we're playing our best basketball in March? So it's exciting. It's exciting to watch them get better every day. It's exciting to, as we start our scrimmages and seeing how we're competing against other people. But we've got some really exciting freshmen. We've got some good transfers, but we've got some solid players coming back. So we have a good base. It's just a matter of them getting the confidence to know that, there is no Kayla Coopers or Lily Phillips or Jess Tomasetti to do it. They have to step up, and now it's their turn to do it.
Just kind of talking about your recruiting and the freshmen that you were able to, some terrific freshmen, but just when you bring them on campus and they're able to experience the games, I mean, I saw firsthand, like it's incredible just how the community is rallied around the team and the crowds that you get, and not only are they there, but they are into it and screaming. And so much credit goes to you and your staff and your players, because I obviously have a great relationship with Colleen, but just even checking social media. I mean, they're always in the community. And you guys just do a great job with that. But I mean, obviously that has had to have helped with some of these freshmen. I mean, just to come to school and to have those type of crowds, just kind of talk about that and, how proud are you of just how the community is rallied around you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. That championship game, Mo, I know you were at with Vermont, and it was Broadview is just an amazing arena to play in. They did such a nice job when they remodeled it, and the community loves to watch. It's a great venue for fans. It's an amazing place to play for players. But I think, there's no better time to be a part of women's basketball than right now. It's exciting. People in the community, we don't have professional sports in Albany. So, us in Siena get a lot of television exposure. The players get a lot of media attention. And that's really exciting. It makes them feel, like we're kind of big fish in a small pond. So, and then we do just a ton of community outreach, our camps. We have a Pen Pals Club. We do a lot within the community and our commitment to just really being engaged citizens and community members and campus members. The players do such a great job. They're great role models. So I think for us, being able to build that type of fan base and build our season ticket holders and just the interest and excitement is exciting to see. And when you look in the stands, it's just, to see where it was and where it is now. We just want to continue to give a great product on the court and be great role models in the community, so we continue to get this type of excitement and this type of support.
Yeah, I think it was 2,200 fans at the at that championship game, or somewhere around there. And we talked to Brad Walker about this. Just that's what you're looking for when you have this on-site component to your conference tournament. I know the results stung, but I'm sure it was a gratifying feeling to see the support. And I've been to Albany plenty. I've worked in some other leagues, and when people buy in Albany, in the city of Albany, they go all in, right? So if you build it, they will come. That's kind of how it works. I feel like in Albany, you've done a great job with that, with your program. So you discuss. I love the Valkyries comp, getting your team to try and rally, because what a story for not just women's basketball, but for pro sports, for young women that want to make a strong stand in a season. Look at that team. No one thought that team was going to do anything, and that's a credit to Natalie Nakase and what she built there. And I'm sure that's a great example. But I think for you, Colleen, when you go into a unique year like this, and you said you've had teams with new players in the past, but and you mentioned it, people are kind of sleeping on you, but how have you learned over the years to manage your own expectations when you know you have a group that's maybe more returners than newcomers? Just how do you shift your thinking each year? How challenging is that for you?
I think every year is a different, opportunity and has different challenges. And, I think of all those years when we talked about having the 9 new players, I still had Kayla Cooper. So when you still have Kayla Cooper and you still have your franchise player, you can, you have a person, a go-to player that you can run plays for, you can get the ball to. But, earlier in my career when I took over the program and we lost, we had low numbers and, we had lost 90% of the offense when our staff took over, it was a grind, and you just focus on the culture, you focus on building relationships, you focus on getting your players better. And, we started off the season, I think my first year, like 1-9, and then we ended up going 9-7 in the league. But I'm a much better coach than I was then. So I'm a much more comfortable in my own skin. I have a better feel. I have just more experience. I don't know if I'm better, but I just have more experience. And I'm focused on just pouring into the players' development. My staff and I are just really committed to making them better. And it's right now it's a team by committee, and who's going to step up in any given day. And I think that it's not like, okay, we're counting on 1 or 2 players. We're counting on our team. And I think that gives them a lot of excitement, and they can each really their roles can really develop over time. And I'm excited to see who really emerges in those types of key roles, whether it's defensively or offensively. But we're going to stick to our plan, and we're going to stick to our process. And it's always been about our culture. It's about how we do things on and off the court. It's a level of standard. It's our defense, how we defend. And if we can defend, especially earlier in the season, we're going to try to compete with everyone. And then our offense and our chemistry is going to come along as people start to emerge in those roles. But I'm sticking to the process, figuring out who are those players that, are going to really be able to be those go-to players when the game's on the line. But that might look different every game. And yeah, that's a challenge as a coach, but that's also challenging as an opponent's coach. So what are you going to take away, and what's the strategy to beat us? So we're just going to continue to have that growth mindset. I'm excited. It's an opportunity to really see a lot of development this year. So I know the conference is extremely competitive, and there's a lot of great players coming back, and a lot of terrific coaches. So it's going to be a grind, but hopefully our non-conference will set us up for some success in conference.
Love it.
The non-conference schedule is always tough, but Syracuse last year, obviously, you guys have done a great job with that game. URI and Vanderbilt. That'll be a great test, a fun trip for your players. Or is that like something that you're excited about, to take them to Nashville? Are they excited about that trip?
Oh yeah, we're gonna do some line dancing and then try to figure out how to get it over half court. So there'll be some different strategies there. I know they just got picked, at top 25, and they're just a tremendous team. So it'll be a great test, and it's fun. And last year when we went to LSU and Wisconsin and Syracuse, those proved to be really actually great games for us. So it's about the mindset. It's about what you're trying to get out of it. And I know we'll be ready and prepared to give our best effort. But no matter what game, It's about providing these amazing opportunities for these young people to build memories of a lifetime and also, compete and play against some of the best players in the country.
I can see what you're getting at, though. Line dancing and getting the ball over at midcourt. I think I can understand the parallels there. That's a nice idea. Hopefully that works out for you. Colleen, Mullen, the UAlbany Great Danes with a new look this season, look to make it back to the conference championship game, but with an underdog mentality. No pun intended. Thanks, Coach, for stopping by.
Thanks, guys, so much.
Thanks, Kyle. Good luck.
Okay, Colleen Mullen, great stuff. Again, I mean, another coach that's been at it now at the same school now for close to a decade. I mean, we talked about this. I think it's really cool how the conference has had some continuity with a lot of these coaches, and it makes a lot of sense why our first four guests, UVM, Maine, NJIT, and UAlbany, are all programs that are in the top 5 in the preseason poll. They're really building something, and Colleen just hit it there, Maureen. There are a lot of returning players to the league. So, while the Cooper loss is impactful, it sounds like Coach Mullen's excited about what she has coming back and what some noise they can make.
Yeah, I think especially the way that she's been able to defend and have had teams that have been in the top 5 nationally for a couple of years. I think that when you have that consistency and you've coached, she's going into her 8th year, that is just who they are. And I think that identity that you have always kind of gives you a little bit of a cushion, I think, as a coach, especially when you have a lot of new faces.
Yep. Last year, UAlbany women's basketball ranked 8th in the country in scoring defense. They were number 1 in the country in 23-24. So we've sensed that talking about defense in this league with Vermont and UAlbany, and that was a big reason why those teams met in the championship game last year. So, okay, moving on. Let's go to our next guest. We're making our way. I think we're at the halfway point, and we're joined by Bryant head coach Lynne-Ann Kokoski. Hi, Coach. How are you? Thanks for stopping by.
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Well, doing well, thank you.
Good to see you.
All right, Coach. So we're getting closer to the start of another season. Where are you at right now? What's the temperature of your basketball team in terms of how ready you are to play a game?
Yeah, I feel like it's been a fairly long preseason. You know what I mean? Excited to get a couple scrimmages here under our belt, but really excited about what we're returning and some of the new faces we added, and just looking to continue to build.
You guys last year were just really fun to watch, and just your passion. I think your staff. I saw that you hired some great new staff members as well. But just an incredible year. I mean, you're in your second year. Just some of the stats you guys made history. You're making it to the semis, playing in the postseason. So congrats to that, because I know sometimes it's you take over a program, it's very overwhelming, and I've known you for a long time, but even just on this call, I just felt you always have a plan, and that's how your teams look. So just having that experience under your belt, I mean, I'm sure your team's really hungry this year, and just knowing you, I mean, I know you're not satisfied, but how has the summer been? I mean, is everybody kind of just, like you said, chomping at the bit just to kind of play against somebody else?
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head there. Obviously we had a great run to end last season, and, a lot of tears in that locker room when we lost in the semifinals, and, a lot of returners that said, we're not done yet. We're not satisfied. And, they're playing with some fire, with some pride right now, which is exciting to see. I've got some great leadership, 2 sixth-year seniors, and then, 3 juniors that played a lot of minutes. So those guys know the drill, and they want it really bad.
How does that impact how often you have to actually, and I mean this as a compliment, how much you actually have to speak, if that makes sense, in terms of, I've got some leaders back here, like they felt the difficulty of that loss last year. You said it was a tough locker room atmosphere. So you're sensing that buy-in, I would imagine, right now from your older players.
Yeah, 100%. And you're exactly right. I will be honest with you. We had a scrimmage yesterday, and I still have a voice today. So that to me is we're making progress here at Bryant. But yes, you hit it. Miranda Nyborg has been, an incredible leader. Mimi Rubino, Mia Mancini has grown up so much since her freshman year in that leadership department. Nia Scott, between her and Miranda Nyborg down low, they got that interior play covered. So when they stop practice to coach our newcomers, hey guys, it's easier if we do this. And it really, I just smile. I stand back, I smile, and I say thank you. So I do have some, extension of coaching staff on the floor, which, I am really excited about.
So that's so great. And you can see it on the court too, just how well they mesh with each other. And so you talked about the newcomers, obviously having so many returners back, that's always a fun, tricky kind of thing, just trying to find the right newcomers that will mesh with a great cast of people coming in. But you want to talk about some of those newcomers and, what they're going to do to complement the returners?
Yeah, really excited about a few of the newcomers we have coming in. First and foremost, obviously no stranger to the America East is Abby Lindsay. Incredible human being, first and foremost. Just a joy to be around every single day. Great teammate, and has really done some really good stuff on the floor. I mean, she's a proven scorer in the league, and she'll help us in that regard. And another one is Rose Nelson, transfer from Fordham, played with Miranda, a few years ago. So they have a great connection, great chemistry as well. So I think those two right off the bat can really help, as you said, come in here and just really add some great value to, those returners that we have.
What's the just taking a look? We mentioned Mancini's on the preseason all-conference team. What steps specifically has she taken to take her game to another level?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, her mindset's been tremendous. Her attitude, the leadership that she's shown to me, and this is no disrespect to her whatsoever, but she seems like a brand new person. And to me, that's just growing up. I put a lot on her as a freshman. Obviously, she was Rookie of the Year. It's really hard all the time to follow up a Rookie of the Year season, as we all know, right, with the players we've had. So it was a tough year for her. And honestly, I love where she's at. I love her mindset. She's really selfless kid. She wants everyone else to do well as well. And she's a competitor. And that's been, the biggest thing for me. And I'm really proud of her for that. And obviously, those have been the conversations we've talked about is, you want to be a leader, let's start making those steps. And that was after last season. So I'm excited for her.
Love that. Nice.
She's terrific. I mean, she's just a terrific scorer. And just with the minutes that she's played already, that's exciting to hear. That there's a lot of other people that obviously will hold her accountable as well, which is really exciting. But just looking at some of your non-conference games, it's funny because I was thinking to myself when I was at Holy Cross, this happened a few times. It doesn't look like you have any flights.
No.
That's kind of a nice thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, and again, as you're been around New England for how long, right? There are plenty of schools and great competition within this, 2 to 3 hour radius. So, really trying to just, get our footprint here in the Northeast. And, the less flights you have, the more they can sleep in their bed. I do believe the better recovery we're going to have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Those
No, go ahead, Maureen. Yeah, Holy Cross is on the schedule this year
games, too. Right, like those rivalry games. Are there obviously Providence just being in state, but is that a game that your players, non-conference? Is there one of those games? Is that the game that your players really get up for? Just curious.
It's funny, and we don't talk a ton about like, hey, this game on the schedule targeted, and I'm sure you guys are, going to bag on me for it, but it really is one game at a time for us. It's one practice at a time. I've said that since the day I stepped foot on this, campus to be the head coach. We continue to preach that, and I hate getting ahead of ourselves. I really do. The most important game is the next one, and that's how we've been. So I think to me as a coach, you start overlooking, hey, down the line we have, X, Y, Z. And then you forget about the person in front of you, So we open with Central Connecticut November 3rd. So it's that game right now that we're, really, really looking at.
We won't give you a hard time. We get it. That's part of the job. I understand. I've learned in my 10 years of doing this, like that's what they're going to say, and you have to think that way. I understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I think, Torrey Verdi really instilled in me, working for him. And we always talked about that, just one game at a time. And I think that was, a lot of the reason we had some success there.
So we were just chatting before we brought you on. This is your third season upcoming. You're picked third in the preseason poll, which I'm sure you're not paying attention to that either. I understand that the preseason poll thing is for people like us to talk about. Maureen, Maureen now, this is year 2 of Maureen doing a media show. So Maureen is sort of in the media, at least once a year when it comes to this particular show. But anyway, I bring that up because Vermont, Maine, UAlbany, NJIT, they've had continuity with coaching. Where do you feel you're at now with how you've built it at Bryant, where you can go into your conference schedule and look at those teams and go, okay, I kind of know what they want to do. I kind of know what they want to do. Just where are you at in terms of your comfort with how you've built your program and how you stack up against some of those teams that have had success and they've had the same person in the role you have?
Yeah, I mean, I look at, we've had some changes, but we still have a lot of returners in terms of the leadership. So that's exciting. I have a couple new faces on staff as well. For me, I look at it as first year vibes right now, but with 3 years of, 2 good years of experience head coaching under my belt. So it's kind of like, you're a little bit more comfortable now. You understand, your system, you've made some adjustments and whatnot. It's not as new. So hopefully, it's just continuing to build and, be what we're about, that energy, effort, attitude, toughness, trust. That's our EAT motto. It will forever be, who we're going to be about at Bryant. Our teams are going to play tough, hopefully show up every single day. And, we're going to give everyone our best shot every single night.
I noticed that you signed a team impact, which I always, when we were she was the sweetest, and how, I think it was one of the best things that we did at Holy Cross. And she would travel with us, and she would come to practice, and just talk a little bit about her. We don't have to name her if you're not comfortable naming her, but she just talk about your team and the impact that she's made on you guys.
Yeah, we signed her a year and a half ago probably, and actually Mia Mancini was the one who kind of brought it to our attention. She did a fellowship there with the Team Impact organization, so she kind of brought this to our program, and it's been great, to have someone who obviously would looks up to our girls and being in the room and can laugh and joke, and she's done a couple team activities with us. She'll sit on the bench every once in a while. So that stuff is fun. It really grounds you. It makes you, appreciative of, what you have, what your abilities are. And, as someone you can really make a huge impact on.
Okay, Coach, thank you very much. That's great insight and what you're building at Bryant. The Bryant Bulldogs have improved their record in each of its first 2 seasons under Lynne-Ann and earned their first America East playoff victory last season with that win. But now you're trying to take another step, one game at a time, one season at a time. It feels like year 1 vibes for Coach Lynne-Ann Kokoski. Thanks for your time and thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Lynn.
Bryant making noise, picked third in the preseason poll. And yeah, Mancini should be quite a factor. They've got Scott back, Nyborg. They've got some returners as well. 6 players overall returning, and all with starting reps. So don't sleep on Bryant. Okay, we're going to welcome in our next
really
guest.
Feisty.
Oh, go ahead.
Feisty.
Go ahead,
They're
Maureen.
feisty
Sorry.
like her. No. I said Lynne-Ann is just one of those, as a player and as as a coach. You sometimes have players that play like you, and she has that passion, and that's how her team plays. I mean, every time I've ever watched her team play, they're just scrappy. They fight. I'm really excited to see what they can do this year.
When she painted that picture of her watching practice, and the fact she still has a voice, that was a good line. But also when she's just nodding, and she's got that that coy smile of, yep, all right, I don't have to talk as much. That's usually a good sign, I feel like, right? If the head coach does not have to speak as much and the players are doing that for her, I think that's a great sign, I would imagine. So, okay, let's welcome in our next guest. We have New Hampshire head coach Megan Shonniker now joining us here on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. The Field of 68, again, their efforts here getting us up on socials, on YouTube. Thanks to those of you who have tuned in throughout the afternoon. We had the men's side this morning. Megan, hello. How are things in Durham, New Hampshire?
Oh, things are great. Things are great. Beautiful weather, beautiful foliage this time of year. In the gym, working hard. So yeah, it's can't really complain right now.
Wonderful. I miss Durham. I miss stopping by. We've got Maureen McGarity here, of course, the former head coach at UNH as well. So you're very familiar with the foliage, Maureen.
Yeah, I see the beautiful view of her office as well. It looks familiar.
Oh yeah, a couple updates maybe. I don't know, since you've been here. Maybe not new desk or two, but yes,
a new desk. Good for you. I'm just so happy with the job that Megan's been doing there and her staff. She's got an incredible staff. And that actually was one of the things I wanted to talk to you about later. But but I'm so happy to see you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here with you guys.
Coach, so you're going into year 2. What do you know now that you didn't know when you first arrived? You were doing this show with you last year, and you're trying to lay the foundation, get familiar on a personal level, but also learn your team, get your team clicking on the same page. Like, where are you at right now entering your second season, just in terms of your comfort?
Yeah, I mean, still learning, right? Still learning every single day. I think that's probably the number one lesson I learned being in this seat is every day is something new. You know, every day there's an opportunity to learn and grow, you know, as a coach in this profession, and then also as an individual. Every season, you know, brings its new positives, its new challenges, and but I'm really excited about this group. I love coaching this group. I thought, you know, we worked our butts off in the off season to really bring in some kids that, you know, fit our culture, fit how we wanted to play. And, but they're definitely keep me on my toes. That's for sure. But yeah, I think every single day is new lessons, you know, to be learned, which is also really exciting.
Going back to just talking about your staff, I mean, I'm obviously very familiar. Kennedy was on my staff at one point, but having player assistants on your staff, that, you know, that's not super important. And I've talked about this all the time, that you don't have to be a great coach to have played, but it's just to have experience. I mean, Kennedy played in the league. Alexa Brody, I'm very familiar with, you know, played a great player at Colgate, just was like a fiery competitor. You're a fiery competitor. You know, Jessica George was a great player. How has that helped, you know, just the culture of your program, having so many people that your players can relate to, that they can go up to the office, that they can get extra shots, you know, up with?
Yeah, you know, I think it's showing them that, you know, we have people surrounding them that have been there, done that. And most importantly, you know, I put together a staff based off of just who they are as people, not even necessarily about their resume or their experience in the business or anything like that. You know, the people are really, really important to me, and, you know, pouring into our young women and giving our young women a support system that they trust, they can look to, and they can lean on. And I give my staff a ton of credit. Like I think a lot of head coaches say this, but I truly feel like I have the hardest working staff, you know, in the country. You know, we practice late at night, and they're in here at like 7, 8 a.m. watching film with our kids, taking them out, you know, cups of coffee and breakfast and stuff like that. So, you know, Kennedy has been really unique and, you know, kind of special for me to see, because I did coach her at Binghamton and kind of helped her get into this business. And now seeing her flourish as an assistant and just growing each and every day and really learning, you know, her new role, so to speak. So, and then, yeah, Alexa Brody's awesome. Like, I think I struck lightning, you know, when I hired her last year. She is just unbelievable, really fortunate for her. And then, yeah, Jess George is playing at a high level and being able to, she still gets out there and practice and gives our kids buckets from time to time. So, yeah, I think it's important, the people that you surround your kids with. And I think we've done a really nice job of supporting or surrounding them with the right ones.
The Wildcats of UNH, they bring back 5 players who started at least 15 games a year ago. You have 2 of your 2 leading scorers from a year ago are back, 4 of your top 6, and we'd be remiss not to just discuss Ava and what she's meant to you on a personal level, just how you've connected with her going back to your time at URI. The basketball part we'll get to as the league's returning leading scorer at just under 18 a game. But how did you know, going back a few years now, what's your relationship like with Ava and how you connect to be on the same page?
Yeah, I recruited her at URI, developed a really strong relationship with her, her freshman year, just helping her navigate, the transition and the difficulties. And, one thing, I've seen her at her highest and I've seen her at her lowest. But there's never a moment where I don't believe that, when she steps out on the floor, she's capable of being the best player, each and every time. And, I think the one thing I'm most proud, about her is she's a mentally extremely tough individual. Her story is bigger than, just basketball and bigger than the numbers she put up this last year with just navigating some things off the court. That I love that kid. I go to battle for that kid. And I think the feeling is reciprocated with her, with me. And I think that's why we work so well together, is just the respect, the care, and the love that we have for one another. I think it speaks volumes that the kid, wanted to come here and play for me as a first-year head coach when she had plenty of other opportunities, and just couldn't be any happier and prouder, that what she did this past year. I think it's going to be a different set of challenges in front of her this year, but fully believe that, sky's the limit for her. It really, really is. And so, I just can't speak enough about just the pride. I think I'm going to say that over and over, just how proud I am of that kid, not as a basketball player, just as a human.
Maureen, I'll follow up quickly on that. Just, Coach, when you bring up challenges, can you dive into what exactly you mean by that? And we can talk on the floor now too. When you're the league leading scorer and you come back, when the scout is coming out, especially when you get to league play, it starts with Ava. I would imagine for most teams. So dive into some of those challenges she will face.
Yeah, I think she started experiencing them towards the end of last year. They're the secret. She's no longer a secret, right? She's going to be the first on the scouting report. It's going to be, how stop her, win the game, things like that. And so part of our off season was trying to bring in some kids who could help, support her and give her a better supporting cast. And also really helping her understand that, because of her talent, because of the attention that she brings, that she can really make lives easier for, the other 4 people on the court as well. And so, I think the challenge is going to be her balancing of that, of, when does she stay aggressive as a scorer, and when we need her to be that in those moments. And then also, how she can get others involved and make life easier for her teammates. I think some of the kids that we brought in can certainly help her with that. And then the challenges for her is also growing as a leader on this team and finding her voice. She's not the loudest kid. She's not going to jump out the gym at you with all of this smiley personality, but really pushing her to become more of that vocal leader. And that's something that she's definitely starting to dive into a little bit.
Just looking at your team, you haven't been the tallest, the biggest, but you led the league in offensive rebounds. So you're second in total team rebounds. Is that something that you guys work on every day in practice? Is it just you just are gritty, you just have a lot of heart? The games I've watched, I'm like, wow. It's your guards that are just seem to be all over the place. But is that something that you emphasize a lot?
Oh yeah, we do it every day. It's on our practice plan for today. We do a rebounding section, defensively, offensively. And it's really just holding them accountable to that and letting them, know that that's the expectation, that's the standard. And I believe rebounding is as much heart as it is height. I don't think you need to be the tallest to be the best rebounding team. And but it's also our philosophy as a staff that we really value that aspect of the game. So, we hold them accountable to it, but it's also those kids getting out there and getting nitty gritty. And, we lost a lot of rebounding too with CG and B graduating. And so that's something that, we're trying to figure out where we fill that void and with who and what that looks like. But again, give our kids a ton of credit. They just, they are. They're gritty. They're dirty. They'll do whatever it has to do, or they have to do to get the rebound. And but yeah, it's also something that we practice and preach.
Yeah, it's an effort stat, and it does not hurt to have the ball, right? That's what it comes down to with rebounding. You have the ball, that is good. So you've discussed the depth that you've got some transfers that you've added. Just can you discuss the depth of the team and maybe some unsung heroes that have emerged to you here in these last few weeks leading up to your first few games that can make an impact?
Yeah, I think it's a nice problem to have as a coach when we're sitting here and we're talking about like lineups and starting lineups and first off the bench, and it's kind of like it's going to be whoever's game it is for that day, and I think that makes for a really competitive, fun environment. And off the top of my head, I think Cam, Fiore from Binghamton, obviously she's very familiar with the league. She's undersized post, but man, does that kid just battle and play hard and rebound. She can shoot the three a little bit. She's given us some really nice kind of different scoring options than what we've had in the past year here as far as her ability to face up. I think Katie Ledden, just playing at URI, playing at a higher level. Again, I know how those practices are. I know that talent at URI. And so I'm really excited to see her kind of come into her own and figure it out now that she is, in the rotation and going to be playing, Division I basketball. Like she's really getting some minutes now. So excited to, again, brings more of a stretching of the floor, stretch four that can really shoot it and put some points up. And then I'm interested, to see what our freshman class bring. Carolina Williams is someone that was highly sought after in the league. And I think she'll get some minutes as a freshman at that guard spot. And again, just talk about like a blue collar, tough, gritty kid. Just really, really excited to see her develop over the next year. I'm excited for everybody. I think we do have a group that some kids could play 20, 25 minutes one game, and then the next game, maybe it's not their day. And then they're playing, maybe a little bit less and somebody else is playing more. But this group is fun. They compete. They play really, really hard. They love one another. The fact that they've only been together a short period of time, the relationship they've built thus far, and the connectivity they have has been pretty cool to watch.
Something that I saw on social media, I think everybody should go back and watch. I've never seen a head coach not dive on the floor for a loose ball in practice, not once, but twice.
Oh,
That was super. That brought me back to like when I coached against you. I was like, oh, there's that Shonniker. Talk about gritty.
Yeah, we were doing one of
Are you okay? Are you sore from that?
I was fine. My staff was worried. I'm like, guys, I still am in shape. I work out. I do all that. I could probably still walk on the court and get it done. But no, it was spur of the moment. I didn't plan it. We were just, the intensity was good. The girls were diving on the floor. They were having fun. So I just kind of said, you know what, I'm going to do it. And I twice, I don't know. That was the shocker. My staff was like, really though, twice? I'm like, yeah, I had so much fun doing it the first time. I said, I'm going to do it again. So yeah. It
was very impressive. I was a very young head coach when I was at UNH, but I can say I never did that. So good job.
I'm sure you found yourself in some other situations though, where maybe you were mixing it up on defense or offense. I'm sure you got out there a little bit.
Whatever it takes to get the most out of your players, right?
Hey, whatever it takes. Different generation now. So yeah, you got to mix it up a little bit from time to time.
I thought that was awesome, Megan. That was great.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I can confirm from when I was around UNH when Maureen was there. I don't think I ever saw anything to that degree, Coach Mo.
Too tall. It would hurt too much.
Yeah, you have a little bit further more to go than I do. I'm a little bit closer to the floor, that's for sure. So,
all right, Megan, thank you very much. Best of luck to you and your program this year. A lot of new faces, but it should be exciting to see what steps you take in your second year. So, thank you for the time.
thank you, I appreciate it, and congrats to you, Mo, on the wedding. You look
Thanks,
great.
Megan.
You're welcome.
You're sweet. Thank you. Good luck this year. Go get them.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll see you.
Excellent. Good stuff from Megan Shonniker, head coach at UNH, entering her second season, and UNH hopes to, they've got some returning players that started a bunch of games last year, and with some of these moves in the transfer portal, which we haven't spoke a ton about in terms of the utilization of the transfer portal, but Coach Shonniker did bring over some talent elsewhere to try and take that next step, and I think it's fascinating to see how. She mentioned the challenges for Ava Duquette, who led the league in scoring last year, like how she can handle Maureen having that expectation, the target on her back, if you will.
Right. And she, I have all the trust in the supporting cast, there at UNH and in Megan and her staff. But Eva has to show up, and she's, it's just one of those things as a player like that that's capable of scoring the way that she can score and has the presence that she does. She has to night in and night out, show up, and that's a lot. That's tough, but she's proven that she can do it. Like I said to Megan, the team plays like her. I coached against her she was a great player at URI, and that's how she played. She was just gritty. She could score. She was just relentless, a really competitor. So her team is definitely taking after her. So they're lucky to have her there.
Yeah, UNH last year averaged 53 points per game. Ava Duquette, the league's leading scorer, just under 18 a game. So she's a big part of what they do. All right, up next we have the one of the only of our 9 coach guests, our first year head coach. We have 8 returners, but the newest head coach to the America East in the women's basketball front, John Plefka at UMass Lowell, is now joining us here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day, brought to you by the Field of 68. John, good to see you. Hope everything's well. Hope you're adjusting to life in Lowell. Lowell is my hometown. I grew up in Lowell, so I went to Lowell High School. And one thing I will say, when I do go home to visit mom and dad and see family, that the construction by the university does still drive me kind of crazy, but it looks beautiful. They're doing a great job with it. So
They are.
How's it going in Lowell, Mass for you?
It's going very well. It was on Long Island last year. I come back and all of a sudden the Patriots are 5-2. I think it's a phenomenal change. Maybe I'm the good luck charm. But no, it's going really, really well here. There's so much innovation here at UMass Lowell, and as you mentioned, with the new construction and how upwards our athletic department is going, it's just a great spot right now, and we couldn't be more excited for the future here at UMass Lowell.
It's nice to meet you, John. Congratulations.
Likewise.
I don't know you personally, but I know Coach Kuntz over at Post on the men's side speaks really highly of you, and what an incredible job you did there at Post turning the program around. So just, looking at your team and kind of where you're at right now, a lot of similarities between when you took over at Post to UMass Lowell.
Yeah, a lot of similarities, a lot of differences. I think our cupboard is a little bit more full here than when I started at Post. Especially with our returners, we have some really top-notch returners that have had success in our league. Of course, not on the win-losses side, but that happens. But Maddie Rice has been a phenomenal returner for us, be a junior this year, and just leads by example day in and day out. Jenna Johnson, who last year was a freshman here, has shown a lot as well from summer and on to here in the preseason and end season. So it's been a great adjustment, very pleased with our returners for sure. And of course, our newcomers that we brought in, 7 of all diverse backgrounds, levels, you name it. So we're just excited to hit the ground running here on the 3rd.
John, when you're year one, you've got 8 returning players as you hit on. What can you take us through what your approach was to connect with them, to stay on board, and why you could be the person to not just guide them individually for their own aspirations to get a degree and whatnot, but also just, I can be your coach and we can get this thing on track, and we can connect and be a special group. How did you go about that?
Correct. I think the biggest thing was being as present as possible when I was here early before school finished. So I started, I believe it was May 5th, so the last week of exams. So thankfully, I got to see the entire team, the returners, that is, at that point. So having meetings at that point as well, and really having an open door policy has been great. I've always had that everywhere I've been, but creating those relationships that way was very, very important. But also the vision that I had, in the interview process, and, they were bought in, which is fantastic. And, not every player is going to be 100% bought in. I always say, meet me 50-50, and then we'll grow from that point, and we'll earn each other's respect from that point. So the vision that, I have for our program, I've had some success in the past as well at programs taking over. So they know it's been done before at this level. No, but, that's what I was preaching. And I was preaching the word hope as well. We can all go through times of adversity and success that we've had or didn't have, but the hope of a clean slate, the hope of a new beginning, but the hope of really having a championship caliber program is something that we've been stressing as a staff, and I stressed from day one. So, they're there, they're bought in, they're excited, they're confident. And I think too, it's one thing to really praise the past coaching staff. It's very difficult to not be here anymore. That's the way of this business, but the returners, they learned a lot from that coaching staff. And once again, we're thankful to have the players that are here with us. And of course, the newcomers that we brought in, starting in May, when the portal was not as hot as it was in March.
Hey, it doesn't hurt to meet all the student athletes when the exams are over. Good timing on your part, right? They're all in good moods. The exams are over. Hey, nice to meet you. How you doing?
Hey, you're a great guy. This is great. Everything is fantastic. No, it was the perfect time. And they're like, we're going home. I was like, oh, best of both worlds, So, yeah. But no, it was an awesome time. An awesome time around here as well with graduation and such. So, couldn't help but thank the timing on that.
And obviously, you're familiar with the America East, working at Stony Brook, being in Post in New England. But what are your, first thoughts about the conference overall? The strengths of the conference, what kind of things do you think over the next couple months in order to make you guys successful? Just, your first impressions of the league.
Right. Extremely tough. I think that's something, watching film of, Vermont, Maine, Bryant, NJIT, and it goes on, New Hampshire. I mean, they're phenomenal teams. I think for us to stack up, it's kind of what our identity is on offense and defense. And I say special teams like we're football. But those little things matter, those 50-50 balls. And, the baseline out of bounds is a sideline out of bounds, the presses, you name it. So there's a lot of talent within this league, a lot of established programs that, we're learning day by day about. And, I've been, hearing many of our coaches on prior to me, they have teams that have been established for years and years. And those freshmen are turning into seniors that are really huge parts, and they're giving them the success that they have. So we're excited about, how we're going to fit with our style, but also with the players that we brought in. I think we have a really versatile group of players that have experience within this league, those that have experience in other leagues at the Division I level, but also we brought back Janai Edmonds, who played here a couple years back. So another key piece to our puzzle that knows the conference, knows what it is day in and day out. And, just excited once again to get on that floor and see how we do.
So unique to get a player that started at one place and then eventually return. That's a cool dynamic, and that's exciting to get like you said, a clean slate, kind of start fresh again back in Lowell. We gotta ask you about this. I'm sure you've been asked about it before. You played for Bobby Knight, going back now in your playing days. So I'm curious, as a former player of Coach Knight, did you want to get into coaching because he inspired you about his approach, or did you say, Man, it was tough playing for that guy. I want to coach one day so I can do it my way.
I think it was all the above. I think, I was so blessed to have that opportunity to play for him in his last 2 years coaching. So was a part of his final NCAA tournament team, which was great, even though we were the 11:30 a.m. team and we were done before anyone else played. But that's neither here nor there. And funny thing was that Coach Duke, our men's coach here, he was at Boston College at that point. So it was kind of a small world where my career ended. I was like, oh, you're here and now you're here now. So, but no, I learned so much from him, especially the preparation side. I think the media has portrayed him in every which way possible, but how he prepares and he prepares us is something that has really helped me in this journey as a coach. And we were never the most talented teams. We didn't have All-Americans. We knew what we were good at and we accepted our roles. And I think that's something that was really, really important. So to do that, to, play man-to-man aggressively and also to run the 3-out, 2-in motion, which is pretty much extinct now, was something that really guided me, on this coaching journey. But it's always been a love of mine as well. I worked my way up from being a volunteer high school coach and really worked to being a JV coach in my alma mater, then coaching at Post on the assistant side and, working my way through. So he's been a big inspiration to me coaching wise. His style is a little bit different than mine, even though my voice does project because I'm 6'8". But couldn't thank him enough and for all he's done, especially that staff as well. And, it's really prepared me for who I am today.
Very cool.
And congrats. I read that you and your wife welcomed twins.
Yes.
Recently, so not too long ago. How old are they now?
13 months. Yeah. So Lola and Luca, Lola was for my grandmother. So that was an easy name. Luca took to the 23rd hour of the last day before we left. So we had so many names. Of course we had Brady because New England and Tom Brady, but like, maybe this doesn't fit. And then, really outside the box was like Xander because of Xander Bogart to that. We were like, wow. And then, we left, on Luca and you're like, Luca. My wife's, 100% Italian. So it's just like, should we do Luca? But then the Plefka doesn't work well. So we went to Luka. So everyone thinks Luka Doncic, and we're like, well, he's not too bad. So I was like, hey, this
pretty cool.
Works really well for us. So, but no, 13 months old, they're growing like weeds, and starting a little bit later in our lives too. It's our first children, so we're so thankful. And one thing is for sure, Coach Mo, with your children as well. Everyone said they're like, oh, they grow up so quickly, and when you don't have children, you're like, you guys are full of it. I don't believe it, and now. You're like, wow, they really are growing so quickly. So, but we're so thankful, so excited. And of course, to be back in New England is something that, we're even more blessed to be a part of.
So exciting. Cool. Congratulations. And to have the players, I just think your kids are going to be so lucky to grow up.
Yes.
That was just something I was very blessed when my dad was a men's coach growing up. And then my kids, that's all that they knew, okay, what are we doing today? Going to the gym. So, it's like they learn to walk in the gym. They learn to read in the gym. They learn that, how to do everything. So
correct.
That's really, and for your players too, I think it's just an incredible experience for them to help raise them. So congratulations. I saw that. I was like, oh, that's so fun. He has twins. I love that. I don't have twins, but.
Thank you so much. No, one, we're like, hey, and that was, when we were down in Alabama first, and we're just like, two? They're like, yeah, we see twins all the time down here. And we're like, we maybe had an expletive in there because we were so shocked, and but we're so thankful. And, one boy, one girl, we're just like, wow, this is the best of both worlds. So, we couldn't be happier where we're at.
All right, good stuff. Coach John Plefka, newest head coach to the America East. You're all in on the Patriots. I like to hear that. They're off to a great start. You're from Harvard, Mass. Is that correct?
So my wife is from Harvard. I'm from New Britain, Connecticut originally. Yes. So she's right down the road. Family grew up there. So so an easy transition here.
Okay. So I know Connecticut's got good pizza, but you got to go to Supa's. Have you been to Supa's Pizza yet?
We have not.
Yeah.
No, Supa's. Okay.
Right down. It's right near campus. Supa's Pizza.
Okay. Supa's. We'll try it out.
Right off Mammoth Road. You'll see.
Okay. Yeah, we've tried.
Yeah.
Joni's here is the hotbed because Joni's had
Okay.
on One Bite by Dave Portnoy. So everyone said go to Joni's, so we've tried that. We buy into the social media effect as well too. But no, we'll definitely try that one as well. We love our pizza. Soup.
Have to try it. Yeah, they have and there's a big chicken thing they have there too. I grew up in Lowell. Yeah, it's delicious.
Yeah.
You got to go try
All
it.
right.
Soup
You give me some places to go, and we'll go check them out.
Okay. All right, Coach. Thanks for stopping by. Best of luck here as UMass Lowell women's basketball has a clean slate and set to try to get some wins this year. So thanks, Coach, for the time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Congratulations again.
All right. Excellent. Interesting guy. I mean, he's grinded, right? He's grinded through New England, and he you asked him about his journey prior to, but he seems poised, seems ready to go to make an impact here right away.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, I mean, it's you take over a program, but you also inherit a lot of returners, and it's what you do with that. And I think he seems super positive, upbeat, and just to really instill his values and have a great staff in place. And obviously has a terrific experience as a player and as a coach, and he's very capable of rebuilding programs. So I'm sure he's going to do a great job this year.
All right, we still have two coaches set to join us here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day. We'll have Mary Grimes later in the show, Binghamton head coach. We have a player interview, Ben Stockwell of the America East Conference. Ben does a great job on the content side of things. Adrianna Smith, Maine Black Bears player, who's coming back from injury. And we'll also have the Commissioner, Brad Walker, joining us later in the show as well. But next up from UMBC, Candice Hill is now with us here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day.
How y'all doing?
Candice, hi, how are you? We were just making
I'm
sure
great,
your audio
man.
is good to go. Everything good down in Baltimore? How are things?
Everything's great. Really enjoying the process of working with our group that we have now, but everything's great. Thanks for asking.
Okay, so year two, we asked a similar question to Megan over at UNH, right? You laid a foundation last year, but now I'm sure you're in a very I would imagine you're in a good place. I don't want to put words in your mouth because you got to play a game in like 2 weeks, right? So maybe, I don't know, are you ready to play a game yet? How are you feeling? No, we did this with you last year and you were just still trying to figure it out, but now you've got a year under your belt. Where is the mind at this point a year later?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I thought last year was amazing because we got so many. I got put in so many different positions from roster, having injuries and being able to play through that to actually being able to pull off a couple games and win a couple games. So I'm feeling great. I think we brought in some great pieces that I'm really excited about, and it's go time now. So we've been working hard all summer. I have a group that's really bought in that wants to win, and I'm just excited to what this season is going to be.
Hi, Candice. Great job last year, and I watched a bunch of games, and your energy and just how passionate you are on the sidelines. Your players obviously are really bought into what you're doing. So great job. But and honestly, I mean, 14 wins ties the most since 16-17, which is a great accomplishment. What are you most excited about, year two? I mean, year one is kind of like, yeah, I'm a head coach and you get everybody, and then year two comes around and obviously you set the bar. What are you most excited about with your group? Have you guys talked about goals yet? Or are you just kind of taking it one game at a time? What's your kind of mentality with year two?
Yeah, we've talked about goals. We actually defined our goals last week going into, this past weekend we had a scrimmage. So we wanted to define our in-game goals and our season goals. And I'm really excited. I'm just really excited to build off the momentum that we had last year. I think we were able to do some things that we weren't expected to do. And now I feel like I really have, when it comes to athleticism, I really have a lot of athletes in my program now. I think we're way younger than we were last year. I mean, we graduated 6 seniors. We love those seniors. They laid the foundation. But I went and brought in 8 new players. Out of the 8, 4 freshmen. And out of the other 4 that were transfers, 3 out of the 4 will be back for the next year, and they'll be in the junior class. So it's just exciting. it's funny because I feel like with this group, I had to get in shape more because, they in practice, they want high fives and they want even more excitement and more energy than I had last year. So I really locked in on that and just trying to be in shape and just be ready for them. But I think that they're going to be a fun group. Just the things that they can do, the size and the length that we have, I'm just really excited about it.
Yeah, you've got it's a new challenge for you, right? Like we talk all this, we're saying all this stuff about how it's your second year, but as Maureen hinted, you've got a bunch of new players that are going to have players expanding their roles. There's opportunities here to be had, right? For your women. How have they embraced it? How have they embraced that opportunity now to get more, whether it's playing time, getting a chance to start if they didn't from a year ago? How is that all going?
It's going great, man. I've always said this in practice since we've been here in July. It's like the good thing about this group, unlike last year, we didn't have a deep bench. Now I feel like we have a deep bench. So it's easy to hold people accountable. I tell you that each and every day. Because if one person's not doing it, I got one more on the bench that's willing to come in and do it. And so we've really been locked in on just like everybody being bought in, sharing the ball, being sharp on offense and defense, and just playing to our strengths and continue to build on our weaknesses. But they've stepped up to the challenge. I tell you that. We had a really, really tough summer. I pushed them to levels they probably never thought they'd be pushed to. But they bought in. And, man, one thing I can say, about this team and this program so far is that they are competitive. They compete against each other each and every day. If one team loses, they're going home mad. They want to win. Each team wants to win, and every player on our team wants to win. So that's been fun. That's one thing I've kind of hawked on a lot. It's like the one thing we can hang our hat on is how we compete and our toughness.
Very good. Nice.
And your non-conference schedule is pretty tough. It looks like a great non-conference schedule. Really fun.
Yeah.
And last year, at Maryland, which is a great, I know, being from Maryland, being from Baltimore, that's such a big game. But Virginia, FIU tournament, I mean, your crew must be pumped to get to Miami. Obviously, you're there to play basketball, but is that something that you're trying to do now with your program? Is obviously you want to play the best players, the best teams, the best programs, but going on a trip. Like to kind of help with recruiting?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it helps with recruiting. It also, helps when it comes to being in positions where you have adversity and see how they respond. I think this is a team that will respond to the adversity that we're going to be put in. And ultimately, I mean, if you look at our team, even from our freshmen, like we have players on our team that have played high level basketball. Players that had played for EYBL teams and played on the circuit. So they played against the best of the best. And in the recruiting process, they asked me, hey, is it going to be, who are we going to play against? So they want that challenge. They want to play against, the top teams. I thought last year was great against Maryland. We opened up with Maryland here. This year we're going to be on the road there. But Brenda does a great job with her team as always. And it's just always good for us to be in those situations. And then going down to play at UVA, I mean, their staff and their team and their program has done a great job. So we're just excited about the challenge. And I think our players are going to step up. And I'm excited to see how they respond to it, playing Maryland and Virginia back to back, and then going down to FAU and playing some pretty competitive teams.
I can just remember, it's bringing me back now. We did this chat with you last year, and you can tell your coaching background in the Big East, that competitive nature that you're bringing now to Baltimore. It shines through chatting with you. Let's discuss some personnel. You've got Carmen back as your lone returning starter, and Carmen was your starting point guard. And I would imagine, I don't know, Maureen could maybe weigh in too, but when you have it, if it's your point guard who's returning, does that put your mind at ease because they need to be on the same page with you to then get everybody else in the right place, right? To be that floor general.
Absolutely. I mean, look, having Carmen back has been great. I think last year it took a lot of her getting used to my coaching style and having somebody that truly believes in her. She would, every game, if she had a bad game, she would be looking to see, hey, am I going to start? Am I not going to start? And I told her, I believe in you. Like, I'm not taking you out of starting lineup for one bad game. Like, I need you to lead our team. And Carmen, I mean, a lot of people don't know this. Carmen's from Spain. She decided to stay here all summer. So we were able to put in work all summer. She didn't go home, didn't get to see her mom. And she's our leader. I mean, on the floor, I trust her. She knows what I want. She knows the reads that I want us to have. And they listen. And English is her second language, man. But when she talks, our players listen, and they wholeheartedly look to her. It's funny because we did a poll to see who would be our captain this year, and 1 through 14 voted for her. So they all believe in her. Wow. They all trust her. And it's been fun to just see her grow and be more comfortable and more confident. So I'm really, really excited. And man, she gonna have some big shoes to fill. Somebody's gonna have some big shoes to fill after this year, because I'm really, really excited and proud of Carmen and her growth.
That's great. I saw you guys had a Retriever Madness last week.
We did.
That's so great. I love when programs do that. I feel like people are going away from that, and it's just looked like such a great event and experience for your players, and just to kind of celebrate it. Talk a little bit about that. Did you guys do it last year too, or was this the first year?
So this was the first year that they did it since, I believe, like 2018. And I thought it was great. Yeah, since 2018. And so our AD, Tiffany Tucker, has been doing an amazing job of making sure not only is she in the community, but we are, and all of the programs in our university are out in the community. And what better way to give back and to show our players love and just get everybody hyped about the season than to do something like Retriever Madness. And I thought it was great. I don't know if you guys seen me. I came out on the scooter. That was the highlight of the night, I'd like to say.
I didn't see that. I got to go back and check that
out. I have to put like a little clip up there. I came out on the scooter. So my players got me a scooter for my birthday, since they all ride scooters around. So I came out for my birthday and I had a scooter and a helmet, and figured I'd wear that out for Retriever Madness, which was pretty cool.
I love that.
And you get to keep the scooter. It was an actual gift.
They bought it. Yeah, they bought it. I ride it around campus.
Okay.
I need to clear my mind. You know, I go get lunch and some more stuff around campus. So it's fun. It's honestly funny when I bump into them on campus when I'm on my scooter and they're on their scooter. So it's been a fun time these past 2 weeks.
That's cool.
Oh my gosh. When was your birthday? Did you just have a birthday?
Yeah, October 5th.
Oh, happy birthday. Aw,
Thank you.
I love that. Oh, that's really cool. All right, I'll definitely go back and check it out.
Man, I wish it just popped up right away, but that's great. That's cool. All right, Coach. I mean, one of the last things I guess we'll get you out on is just look. It's a new challenge for you this year, as you've talked about with some new players coming in. Like, how do you look at the league? Like, you know the standard of the league now after one season, seeing your Albany's, your Vermonts, NJIT, Maine, some of those Bryant common customers towards the top. Like, how do you now, having 1 year under your belt, being in it on a 2 nights a week, the Thursday, Saturday grind of the America East schedule, how do you get to that level where those programs have now been consistently the last handful of years?
Yeah, I mean, our league is a well-coached league. I'll tell you that. Last year was obviously my first season, but coaching against some well-organized teams and some great coaches, it was a great experience. I learned so much from it, and I think one of the biggest things that I've seen within our conference is that we're a conference that keeps players in our conference. And so I think in order to be successful, you have to get freshmen, you have to get people that want to stay in your program and to continue to grow and continue to build. I don't think that this is a conference where it's like a turnover. Everything you have to get and keep players in your conference and continue to grow them. And so that was my goal. That's why I brought in 4 freshmen, because I feel like our freshman class could really be special in these next couple of years. But I'm just excited, man. If you look at the schedule, we had the privilege of beating 3 out of the top 4 teams. So it's just like going back off of the things that we did to be able to have some success. But also, like, with the quick turnaround is, having players that, number one, can learn quickly, because a 1 day's prep for a scout, it's pretty hard. And we were older last year. We had players that knew the league. So I think that that'll be our challenge this year, is just being younger and not having a lot of players that have experienced this lead and how quick it is. And so we challenge them about that in practice each and every day. And I make them very aware of how it's going to be a quick turnaround from, Thursday to Saturday, and how you got to be able to adjust and learn as quickly as possible. So I'm just excited about this group. I think, we continue to put them into situations that simulate what it's going to be like in our conference. And we're going to do that with our non-conference schedule as well. It's just make sure they're in those positions so that when conference comes around, it's not anything that's new. It's something that they experienced before. But I'm just thankful, for the experience that I had last year within this league. And I'm just excited to continue to grow as a coach and continue to grow our program and win some games.
Very good. Very nice. All right, Coach. I just found the video, Maureen, of the scooter. That's fantastic. That is a sharp scooter. That's top tier.
Yeah, that's a nice one,
I
man.
gotta
Look,
say
I was excited
Your
when I came.
player
I was
point.
surprised, number one. But it was exciting. I
it.
mean, it was fun, and I think we need to do. Keep telling them we all need to do like some video together on our scooters because they all have them. I finally have one, so it's fun. It's fun for sure.
Yeah, if you publicize this, Maureen's going to be hearing from the UVM players. Hey, when are we going to get some scooters?
I never got any of that. I never got anything. I got like flowers maybe one time in 15 years as a coach. You're doing something right.
Look, hey, I said the same thing. I said, "Oh, these guys really love me. I'll take it."
That's right.
Love it.
Keep it
That's
coming
great.
every year now. They got
We'll do.
That's cool. I mean,
Good job,
hey, I
Candice.
think
Good luck
it's
this year.
Thank you.
great content. All right, very good. Candice Hill, UMBC. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Bye, guys.
All right, thank you. Okay, very good. We've got one more coach joining us in just a little bit. We have Binghamton's Mary Grimes joining us. We'll have Brad Walker, the commissioner of the America East, later on in the show. But coming up now here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day, Ben Stockwell, who handles a lot of the multimedia side, does a good job covering the league, manages a lot of the content. He had a chance to sit down and have a discussion with a player that we are all very excited to see back on the floor. Adrianna Smith of the Maine Black Bears. She missed all of last season due to an injury. She is set to make her return to the floor. Ben Stockwell with Adrianna Smith of Maine.
I'm Ben Stockwell from the America East Conference. Today I'm joined by Maine standout women's basketball player Adrianna Smith. Adrianna, thanks for joining me today.
Yeah, of course.
It's hard to believe we're only about 2 weeks from the start of the season. How have practices been going for your group so far?
Yeah, they've been really good. We were all here all of August, got to get used to each other. We have a big new group, I think 7 new people, which is the most that we've ever had since I've been here, but we have a lot of talent coming in, and it's really been exciting to see everyone get adjusted to our offense and really start to get going. So it's been great.
For you personally, how great is it to be back, from the summer on here and be fully participating and ready to go?
Yeah, it's the best. I feel like I've just been waiting ever since I got hurt, especially watching team play last year, just waiting till I could be out there with my team and stuff. And yeah, it's just the best feeling ever. I'm just so grateful that I got the chance to come back and be here again. So
What was that experience for you like in trying to rehab and get yourself back and work through those tough days and just kind of, push forward?
yeah. It was definitely hard, but I mean, my teammates were there for me, even on days that sucked, they knew it, they understood. And I mean, I've gone through this injury before, but it was completely different, being away from my mom and my family, and this time but luckily I have my family here, the coaches were always there for me. And they really let me keep a leadership role, even though I wasn't on the court, which is really important to me to still be so involved in what's going on. And I learned a lot just watching and having a different perspective for the game. So that was really helpful just to still be involved, even though I couldn't be playing.
Yeah, I feel like every single game I see you up yelling on the bench and right up with everyone. What was that aspect in maybe how that is going to maybe help you going forward, having that year where you're just watching the game, you're watching a little more the way the coaches are watching because you're not thinking about, I need to get back in there. I mean, you are, but you can't.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it definitely helped me understand my coach's perspective a little bit more, not being able to be out there and make changes. And I feel like I understand more what they're talking about. and I'm able to just see the game from a different point of view, which really helps like make adjustments in the game. And I've learned like how other people on my team play, which has been really helpful for me coming back now and playing with them.
One kind of last question about your injury there. Was there anything that really kind of you relied on through this rehab process, whether it was some kind of messages or mantra, Bible verses, or a book or something that you kind of held on to with you through this process?
I would say leaning into my faith for sure was really important, that there was a plan, there's a reason this happened, and really just holding on to the timing of it. Like it sucked that I missed the whole season, but because it was the whole season, I get to come back. I get to have another year up here with like the best people that I've ever met, which really was like what kept me going, and that had this injury in high school too, and I know that if you put in the work and the time that you'll be back on the court. So just leaning on my past experience and focusing on the future, and but not like too much, but just knowing that I will get there eventually really helped me.
Now that you're back on the court, what excites you about the role that you have with the team this year?
Yeah. I think it's a different perspective for me. I'm the oldest one on the team, the most experienced. Like everyone that I came in with isn't here anymore. So this is like a completely new group. And I think it's a leadership role, but it's a little different because it's the experience that I have is the most on the team. Like my junior year when I was in a leadership role, I also had Anne, but she had more experience than me. So it's a little different being the one that people are coming to for like all types of stuff. But I'm really grateful that my team trusts me to come to me with stuff like that, and just being able to form connections with all of the new people that we have. Cause like I said, we have a lot of new people with so much talent. And so just getting everyone adjusted and trying to help them learn the offense. Cause to me, I've been doing it for 5 years. So it's easy for me, but helping other people learn it and get comfortable in it.
Related to that, how is that on-court chemistry going since, you only have, two starters from last year and then yourself and only one person who started last year also started with you. How is that on-court chemistry going for you guys, but also the group as a whole?
Yeah, it's going really well. I think, like I said, like watching, like Sarah, I know how Sarah plays. I've watched her a long time and all the times at practice and stuff. And we might not have like been on the court for a lot of minutes, but I've been watching her play like the whole 4 years that she's been here. And like Esta, the other one that started last year, we really took this summer and really like focused on playing with each other, feeling each other out because we hadn't really gotten those reps, but I feel like we're there now. And it has actually been kind of helpful to have a whole new, like basically a whole new group of 7 people, and Maddie and Amaya who redshirted last year. That's like 9 people that didn't get on the court last year. We're kind of just taking it like one step at a time and working with each other, but it's going really well, and I feel really comfortable with where we are right now before the season starts.
With only a few, kind of starting spots taken for, and you said those 9 newcomers, how great has the intensity and just the competitiveness been in practice, knowing that people are feeling like they can play for spots and minutes and there's nothing set in stone?
Yeah, it's been great. I think our compete every single practice is always there. And that's like what I love. Like basketball is meant to be competitive, meant to be played at a high level. And I think that's making us get better each and every practice, is pushing each other in practice like all the time. Like I know like me, Lizzie, Bailey, like we always push each other when we're guarding each other to like force different looks and just get better each and every practice.
You mentioned Lizzie and Bailey, both 6'3" plus. How nice is it to not feel like you're always going to have to be that person guarding all the fives this year?
It's great. It would be nice. It would be nice. Yeah. I mean, I'm used to it, but it's just great to have like height is great. Height is always great. But like playing them, like practicing guarding people that tall is really great. And being guarded by people that tall is really great for me too, just to practice that, because unfortunately not everyone I play is a 5'10" post player. So yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned Maddie earlier. She also was out with an injury. What was that experience for you, and maybe being able to, help her as you guys are going through a similar circumstance and her being in her first year with the program?
Yeah. Uh it was hard for sure. I think we had days where like it was hard, and it was hard for us, I think, in different ways. Because she had just gotten here, you have all of that, like, I'm so excited I'm here, and then you get injured, and that's really hard when you haven't like set your spot on the team or your place in the team. But we just worked through it together, had like really open conversations about like what we were feeling and stuff. And each game day, we would use that as like talking to each other about what's one positive thing that you did in rehab like today. And I remember like one time ours was like we went down the stairs without having to use the railing, and that was our game day good little piece, and like stuff like that, just making it like super positive and still being there for the team.
What's it been like playing for Coach Vachon and the rest of the staff at Maine?
Oh, the best thing ever. I mean, yeah, they're some of the best people I've ever met. I'm so grateful that like my path led me to come here. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. And that's why when I got hurt and Coach Amy said, like, there's a spot for me next year if I want to come back. And then she said, or if you don't want to stay. And I was like, nah, I don't I'm not going anywhere. If I'm gonna play college basketball again, it's going to be here. So yeah, I've learned so much, and the way they were there for me, even before I got injured, just like being away from your family and all of that is hard, and going through stuff. But once I got hurt, like they were just there for me all the time, and they always have been. So yeah, yeah.
Related to that, last time you got to play a game in the pit was your conference championship that you guys won. What is it about the pit and that just makes it such a tough place to play and makes it such a great home for you as the Maine women's basketball team?
It's our fans for sure. I mean, they show up every single game, even when we put on not our best showing. That next home game, they're also there. They're also there cheering just as loud, um, no matter what. And it just means like the world to us having that kind of support. And like seeing a sold out crowd, especially I remember I was coming to one of our playoff games, and people were lined up outside before I had even got into the locker room, and I just remember feeling, I was like, wow, like people are really here for us. They're really cheering for us. They want this just as much like as we do, and they're so excited for us, and that just means a lot having the fans there every single game.
You guys opened the season this year with a tough home game against St. Joseph's, and then you go on the road at NC State, VCU. What do you think is your team's going to be mentality kind of going into these games with three tough opponents, two of which are on the road?
Yeah. I think what we always bring is compete. Like no matter what, we're rarely the biggest, most athletic. Like people usually don't always pick us to win in those like out of conference games, but we always go into it ready to fight, ready to compete. No matter, even like when we played Indiana my junior year, even though they won, we made it difficult for them. We made it a fight, and that's what we can do, and we're gonna get better doing that, and that's what we want to do. But of course, we always go out there to win. We always go out there to, yeah, come home with a win. So
What can the fans expect from the Maine basketball team, kind of offensively and then, defensively this year?
yeah, I think a real focus on defense. We've really been focusing on that, turning it and using that to turn it into offense, and offensively just a lot of talent. I think we have a lot of different types of players this year, and I think fans are really gonna like it, and just be excited to see us all back out there. And it will be a new group, but I know the fans are gonna love these types of players and how hard they work and their fight.
Nice. What have you enjoyed about your experience at Maine as a whole, the university?
Yeah. I think the people in Maine are really like it's unmatched, like the type of community that we have throughout especially like in the athletic department, but also just like around the town and throughout the campus. There's just such good people that really care about you, that I feel like is really hard to find in a university when you're just one of however many people at the university as a whole. Um, I think that has really been something that I valued, and it's why I really can't imagine myself anywhere else, is just because of that like family culture and the environment that the university creates for its students.
Adrianna, best of luck here with the last few weeks of training before you begin the season in a few weeks.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Adrianna Smith, and again, kudos to Ben for handling that interview. And Maureen, you can just hear it in her tone of her voice and her delivery. Just she's in a good spot right now mentally, and is very she's excited. Adrianna Smith's excited to get back on the floor.
Absolutely. She's just been through, she's been through it before, like she mentioned, unfortunately, when she, had the same injury in high school. So, I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it. She knows what to expect. And just how important it is when you choose a school. It's not just about basketball. It's about the people that you surround yourself with, your teammates, your coaching staff, the college, university as a whole, the community, and all those things. Obviously, that's her home. So she wanted to come back, and I'm really excited for her. And I really hope she has a great year.
Yep, former player of the year in the America East, going back to the 23-24 season, missed all of last year. And even with that, Maine persevered, was a tough out, and they're looking to make a run with Adrianna as the head of the snake, if you will. Our last coach guest to America East Women's Basketball Media Day. Let's welcome in Mary Grimes, who is back for another run with the Binghamton Bearcats. Hi, Coach. How are things going in Binghamton?
They're going great. It's great. We got some liquid sunshine today outside, but it's always 70 and sunny in the gym, so it's great.
So we've had a handful. You're our last coach to join us, but we've had a handful of second-year head coaches. We just had Candice on. We talked to Megan earlier from UNH. Just what are the vibes for you right now in terms of, okay, I did year one, I'm acclimated to the environment, to the community. What sense of direction do you feel now with a full year, now an off season under your belt, trying to get things right now into a second year?
Yeah, it's definitely an exciting time for Binghamton women's basketball and being in my second year. Obviously, I've been in the conference before, so I understand the Maines, the Vermonts, and the Albanys and things of that nature. But being here at Binghamton, I mean, the fans have been awesome. The community's been awesome. And we're just kicking it up a notch. I thought I was busy before, I think I'm dressed for you, but I was dressed for the day. I got lots of things going on here. So, that's what's been awesome is the community and the fan and the alumni engagement has been unbelievable. So I'm happy I'm on this side of it now.
Hi, Mary. So great to see you. And you did a great job last year. And I know this year you have, high expectations, because I know that's how you were as a player and as a coach. But like you mentioned before, I mean, Binghamton's such a special place, as far as the community and your attendance at games. I mean, it's just a great place for women's basketball. And you just have such great fans. And, like you said, I mean, kind of talk about that in the community and just the responsibility of your players and of your coaching staff really to get out. And I mean, another full-time job in itself, besides just, it's not just the coaching and the recruiting. It's really, all the PR stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been awesome. Our sports information, our marketing has done a really good job of not only getting me out into the community, but our players as well. And, we've taken it upon ourselves to actually get out to the schools and get out to the community centers over the summer. So, yes, it's a full-time job. People think, oh, you just do coaching part-time. But, there are a lot of other things that come with it. And they're invested in us as a community. So we are going to invest ourselves in the community and make sure we immerse ourselves, with fans and alumni. And, I get the hi, Coach Grimes, when I'm at the at the grocery store and things like that. So that's pretty cool. It makes me kind of feel like a superstar. But, I've welcomed it. We have, the top attendance in the conference, and it's a fun crowd to play in front of, especially when the band gets going and Mo does his thing with the mic and the band.
Let's dive into the nitty-gritty a little bit of your roster and the players you have coming back. You have 5 of your top 6 leading scorers from a year ago returning. Bella seems poised to take another step. Was nearly 2 steals a game, got it done on that end of the floor, digging in on the defensive end, 9 points a game, 5 rebounds. But what have you noticed from Bella from the spring into the summer and now here in camp to kind of get ready for another year, that she can be a go-to as she tries to take another leap on the floor?
Yeah, I mean, Bella, she just wants to do whatever it takes to win. So if it's scoring, if it's defending, at the end of the day, she wants to win. And however that looks, when Binghamton is on the top of the scoreboard, that's what she wants at the end of the day. But she's taken on more of a leadership role, maybe not vocally, but she definitely does it, by her game and the way she's playing at practice. So it's been awesome to see her growth and just her aggression, whether it's on the offensive end or the defensive end. I mean, she is fast. I mean, she finished first in our mile, so that's awesome, and everybody's trying to chase her. So, figuring out how she can use that speed on the offensive end and the defensive end, and then everybody trying to keep up with her. So, she definitely sets the standard for our team as far as pace of play and the way we're trying to play this year.
Maureen, if I could follow up there, just when you say that, the pace of play, you want to speed it up?
Yeah.
Like what's the mindset of how
we
you want to
definitely
play
want to
this
speed
year?
it up. I think we've got some more athletic players on the roster. We got some more talent across the board, and to play a traditional game of, you only play 5 or 7, down the stretch, which is the way most of the United States plays. If you look at UConn, South Carolina, at the end of the day, they're playing 7, at the most 8, but we're trying to, get more players involved. I think our upperclassmen have come in and they've come ready, and our younger players, our underclassmen, have just been sponges. And freshmen play fast anyway, so might as well play into those hands in a game and style of play. So a lot more faster pace. I really feel like it, that we're trying to push the pace and score in the high 70s. It's always been the goal, but I really feel like this is the team that can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, scoring in the 70s, defensively, I mean, you led the league in steals. Obviously, Bella had a lot to do with that. And you're number, top 3 in rebounding. But just, obviously, this is your second year, but you're very familiar with the league and knowing just some of the teams in the top, just defensively, how they play. How are you going to be able to balance that, I guess, with your offense? If you want to score in the 70s, are you guys going to just like run and jump, what defensively to help create those offenses?
We talked a lot about that in the postseason, that we were averaging the most steals, but we weren't converting those steals. So that's really been a focus of ours, is when we get those steals, converting those 2-on-1s, those 3-on-2s. So that's something that we've been working on a lot. And the conference is all over the place. You had NJIT, who was averaging, the most points, but then you have Vermont, who was defensively, very stingy and giving up points. And then you had Albany with the largest margin of victory across the board. So, I mean, it just speaks to the talent of the conference, So, but our focus is that same defensive mindset of getting those steals, but also converting them. And that's something that we've really been working on is cashing in on those steals.
You discussed your depth, and if you want to play fast, I kind of see where you're going with this. If you want to play a faster brand, there's a chance you can get a little tired, right? So you got to get fresh bodies out on the floor. But what do you like about the depth of your team? Leah Middleton, for example, she'll be a junior. Kendall Bennett, some of the players that might not get as much shine as a player like Bella would.
Yeah, that's our sports information, David O'Brien. That's his gripe is, we're a team. We're a team. We have people as averaging 9 points across the board. I really feel like I like to call her Paige because we have 2 Leahs. But Leah Middleton, I'm really looking for her to step up big time this year. She was with me at Lemoyne and she grew, and last year was her sophomore year. So, I've watched her trajectory in high school. And, sky's the limit for her. She averaged almost, ended up getting 1,000 points in 2 years in high school. So she has the capability to score. And I think now she understands what we're looking for as far as offense and defense. Sky's the limit for her. And, the way we've been treating it is no shot's a bad shot for Leah. So everybody else go rebound.
I love that. Wish you were my coach.
Come on, Bryant would have let you shoot anytime.
Yeah, you know him. It was ball fake, pass. Looking at your non-conference schedule looks obviously really, really tough. I mean, that's something that, I know you've taken a lot of pride in as an assistant in the league and then as a head coach. But some of these games, I mean, what are you looking to come out of your non-conference, knowing moving forward to conference play?
Yeah, I mean, I really love it. I feel like it's a lot of different styles of play, which will bode well for the conference. We got the big timers with Michigan and Syracuse. So, by chance we do make it to postseason, at least we've seen teams of that caliber, but even the Marist, the pass, and the Buffalo, the speed, we got some of everything. We got a mixture. So when we get into conference play, it's not a surprise. We've seen ball screens, we've seen man, we've seen zone. So I really think it's a really good, mixture of styles of basketball. So we'll be ready for competition and conference.
A few times today, Mary, we've brought up the America East released the top 25 all-time players in the conference for both the men's and women's. And wow, I mean, in my time covering the league, Maureen knows it, like Amani Watkins, Alisa James, those are some excellent players that have come through the program. And you had hit this, and you've been kind of everywhere. You were at Syracuse, you've been through the Big East with Xavier, you were in the league previously with UAlbany. Do you show your current players like the alumni? Like, how do you try to connect with the younger players that you have now with some of the alums who were excellent in their time at Binghamton?
Yeah, I think we're making huge headways, especially this second year. It's just reaching out to alumni, and I had to compete against Amani and Alisa James and whatnot. So I understand the gravity of how good they were when they were playing here at Binghamton. Is how do I stop them? But we also have former players that we're going to be competing against at UNH. So we're making sure we make connections wherever we go. Leah Bowers is usually does the call for the games that all guys stay neutral most part, but making sure we, she's welcome to say hi to the team. And so, I talk about them as if they were the best players in Binghamton history, and they were. So we need to know our history of Binghamton women's basketball and, where we're trying to take it. We stand on the shoulders of giants. So we're excited about continuing to build alumni relations as we move forward.
There were some great players, weren't they? And half of the players that were there were when Mary was an assistant at Albany. I mean, you could arguably say the top player on that was Sharisha. That was Mary's player at Albany. But it during our time when I was at UNH and you were at Albany during that 10. I mean, there was a lot of those players. I mean, we talked about it with Amy, Siggy, and Blanca, and I mean, there was some great players, and even Andrea Holmes at Binghamton. I mean, she could have been on that list. I mean, I could tell you about 5 games that she hit game winners against me, but obviously that's a huge part about taking over a program, and I think the alums are very proud, and I think you're just putting such a great brand of basketball out there that they can feel really proud of and want to come back. And
for sure,
I think that's awesome. You're doing such a great job with that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary, thank you very much for stopping by. Mary Grimes of Binghamton, best of luck this season, and should be a lot of fun.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good one. Go Bearcats.
Okay, you look nice.
Thank you.
That jacket, that's sleek. School colors, school pride on display. Oh, yeah. All right, very good. Our last guest here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day, the commissioner of the America East. He was up and at 'em early this morning to chat with the guys, Jeff and Rob, doing the men's coverage. So let's talk to Brad Walker now about the landscape that is of the America East Women's Basketball Conference. Joining us now here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day, the commissioner of the America East, Brad Walker, joins us. It's been a busy day for you, Brad, with your appearance on the men's show earlier this morning with Jeff and Rob. As we shift gears now and discuss women's basketball and the state of women's basketball in the America East Conference, let's start with the success on the floor. Those top 5 programs in the preseason poll have been consistent teams near the top of the league. But what do you make of the product now as we get set for another women's basketball season?
Well, first, thanks for having me, Brendan. Any opportunity to talk about America East basketball, how competitive we are, I want to take advantage of those opportunities. I was noticing, I was looking at the preseason polls. It looks like at the top, I mean, our coaches predicting the same thing that they saw last year, at least with the top five programs. I think that has a lot to do with the consistency we've had with some strong coaches at our top institutions. Also, I think women's basketball, it's interesting. You know, basketball, men's basketball, the transfer space is the wild, wild west as soon as the season starts ending. And women's basketball, sure, it exists, but our kids, women want to come back and play for these programs. They want to get their degrees from these programs. And I think that adds to the ability of our top programs to stay pretty good over an extended period of time.
Right. Continuity is so important, and it allows you have basically all but only one new head coach in women's basketball in the America East this year. So to have continuity, to truly build a program, I know we hear that phrase often, but that must make your coaches, that must give them energy and that excitement each year when they can really, truly build a program.
Yeah, when you think about it, when these head coaches got into coaching, it was the opportunity to develop a student athlete with hopefully you getting the return on that student athlete getting better over time. In the current collegiate environment, you might be developing them for someone else. And I'm glad that some of our institutions get to kind of reap the benefits of seeing the growth of some of these young women year in and year out. And I think it's great when you have examples like the young lady Addie up at UMaine being able tearing an ACL, taking a year off, and she's our player of the year before she gets hurt, and she's coming back for one of the top half programs in our league. I mean, that speaks to Amy Vachon as the head coach, and it speaks to her as a student athlete at Maine and how much she loves the culture up there.
Right. Yep. And that's a great example. And that's why Maine is going to be one of the threats to win the league once again. Vermont picked first, and you have Bryant, UAlbany, and NJIT rounding out the top five. But excitement, UNH has the returning leading scorer in the league back in Duquette. So there's some high tier players here in the America East. Just looking back before we switch gears to this coming season, you had a great championship environment last year at UAlbany. Over 2,200 fans that attended the UAlbany Vermont championship game. That intimate setting. Okay, that's a great barometer, but what's next? What can we build on now going into next year? And I know we're starting out, it's mid-October, but we're looking ahead to March a little bit already. But how do you keep building that environment?
Yeah, and you know what? I think our schools, we're one of only 4, maybe 5 conferences in the country that have highest seed for their postseason tournament. And we feel like we're doing it right. It's what's right for America East basketball, and give them an opportunity to build over the regular season on some of these rivalries with these programs in the league, to where when you get to the tournament, it's not just the final that's getting 2,200. How are we going to do on the semifinals? How are we going to do in those opening round games? And, it's kind of building on something. And I think it's great too, because that final is on national television, the opportunity for people to see like, oh, that's what basketball's like in the America East. You're going to get this really competitive contest in front of 2,200 people that are supporting women's basketball. I think everybody else is motivated to see that at their institutions as well, not just at UAlbany.
Yeah, I think it's outstanding. It adds value, not that there isn't already, but the value and the importance of a regular season. I mean, earning the highest seed possible, there is meaning. You're 2 games-ish per week. That's the idea, right? Is to have some stakes in those regular season games you hear this across all sports, right? You get to sleep in your own bed. You get to go to the dining hall that you go to. Just the routine of having the on-site element is really cool. Okay, from your seat now as the commissioner, okay, some of the business that we want to take care of here. Okay, units are now involved as it pertains to the women's national NCAA women's basketball tournament, right? How does that change from an America East standpoint, which you're the best person to ask this? What is your perspective on units becoming part of the pie here?
I think it's great. I think it's long overdue. They're competing in the postseason, and I'm glad to see that the new agreement that the NCAA made with regards to women's basketball and other Olympic sports this is one of the big benefits coming out of that. I am curious, Brendan, to see if schools or women's basketball programs strategically approach the season differently than they had before. Now that money's tied to it, they were still always trying to win. They were still trying to compete and win those
Yeah.
games in the postseason. But I'm curious to see if there's a little bit more motivation if things get tighter, or do they change how they approach the postseason now that money's tied to it? But I'm most interested in, once that money starts coming in, what kind of investment changes with women's basketball on each of our campuses. And I know from a league perspective, we have distribution plans that if teams wins games in the postseason, there's more of a share of those funds going back to the two institutions. And now that this adds to what would go to some of our women's institutions if they won as well. So there's some changes from a conference perspective, but I'm most interested in seeing how strategically people change things on campuses across the country.
Okay. Yeah, it's more to come. That's an incomplete right now, right? We need to have probably more data and to see some of this through to have an idea of what kind of impact it has. So we discussed briefly about the portal, and you hinted at this. The men's side, you see more the wild west, as you put it, with the transfer portal. But make no mistake, and by the way, I mean, you would agree with this. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Like, we are out for the best of the student athlete. I think it's fantastic that they have that ability to make a shift in their collegiate career, if that is what they best see fit, not just on the floor, but off the floor, if it makes the most sense for that 4 or 5 years that they are on a given college campus. But the transfer portal has had an impact in the America East on the women's side. Duquette, for example, who I brought up earlier, went to UNH last year and was your league leading scorer. And with the continuity you've had with your head coaches, what do you think in terms of what the portal, when they do make those tweaks, especially those contenders that we brought up, when those teams make tweaks, there's a place for it, right? The portal in women's basketball.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the great things about, I think, dealing with our coaches, their willingness to adapt to the new environment that they're in. The transfers are a part of college basketball now. And it's probably going a little bit slower on the women's side than it was on the men's, but don't get me wrong, on the women's side, they're adapting quickly to be competitive quickly, because you don't have as much time to develop a freshman to get to the point where you can compete against some of the older teams within the league. So I'm happy to see that they're adapting, and they are impactful. Particularly with our league, you're going to see some transfers that are going, let's say, lateral,
Sure.
from like peer conferences and stuff like that. But sometimes you can get that kid that's a transfer from Penn State, for example, that maybe wasn't getting the minutes that they thought they would. Now they're coming and playing at one of our mid-major institutions that can make an incredible impact. And it could be seen in size. If it's not size, it's just a certain skill level that they can make an impact at the beginning. And I'm encouraged to see our coaches leaning into it as much as other coaches are around the country.
Yeah. I mean, the example, Duquette, right? She played at Rhode Island, played for Coach Shonniker previously. So you have those relationships, and that's this business, right? It's not just on the floor, but it's a lot of businesses, relationships, previous stops, and how you best connect with the student athlete over the course of their careers as well. And that's what allows them to have flexibility. And like you said, that word adapt is so important now.
And I'll say one more thing on that. It does speak to the coaches how quickly, when you have freshmen, transfers, and returning players, how quickly you can get that team ready to play. It speaks to how coaches are probably approaching non-conference, knowing that you're then getting the league play, and that's when everything's on the line heading into the postseason and trying to get that one bid that we have right now.
That's why I find with the summer, if teams do the team builders that you can use, the allotted time they do have to practice in the fall is so crucial, because once you get into league play, health and safety becomes a priority, but you're getting, like I said earlier, you're getting 2 games a week, you got classes, you're balancing the travel. It's a lot. So you got to really lay that framework in the fall, especially with freshmen or younger transfers. So look, I work in the WNBA with the Connecticut Sun. I've been there now 5 years, and I bring that up because the growth of this sport in the last 5 years, really, to me, the pandemic, which was not great for a lot of reasons across all sports, but what it kind of did, it served as a vehicle to put more women's college basketball games on television. And you brought up your your conference tournament championship game being on national TV as an avenue. But I'm seeing more and more women's college basketball now on TV in key primetime windows. And that's at the major level, but even the mid-major level, that's what's next, I feel. What's the future of the America East? And you can take this, I'm sure the guys with Jeff and Rob brought this up on the men's side. Like, how can you now take a mid-major league like the America East? What's the future? How can you take it to another level where we're looking at the entire landscape of women's college basketball, not just your common customers every year to win a national title? How can we take it to new heights? What's the future of the league?
Yeah, I think there's only when you're looking at the conference and how we can support our institutions in this space, it's how do we get more eyeballs on the product that we have so fans and supporters of women's basketball know where they can go to find it. So that's either you're watching in person, how do we increase attendance across our league? But also it's just eyeballs on, for us, it's more streaming than it is linear. I mean, we already have every women's basketball game in the league on ESPN Plus throughout the regular season. I think one of the big benefits for women's basketball in comparison to men's basketball, in non-conference scheduling, we're still in an era where women's basketball programs from P4s through all of the mid-majors are still playing each other. So some of the best exposure that we can get is when Indiana, a couple of years ago, when they have an All-American, is willing to come to Maine. Maine's willing to move the game downtown, and you get thousands of people in there to watch a women's basketball game. It's when Maryland is willing to go to UMBC and play it, and it's when Notre Dame was willing to go to NJIT to play some games. So I hope that continues within women's basketball. It's a little bit harder to come by on the men's side. But on women's basketball, I hope that's one of the things that stays different between the two, and that there's this willingness to travel and play each other. And I think that it's only going to help women's basketball across the board.
Excellent examples there. And those are very recent, to your point. So that's cool that they can keep that going, hopefully, in the near future. Last note, again, we discussed this briefly, but with the conference tournament format, where are you at on that? Is that something that's going to stay for the near future? Why is it right to kind of keep that where it is now as a league?
Yeah, I think it's with us for the foreseeable future. I mean, we're always going to talk about it. If it's not every year, it's at least every other year to make sure we're still adapting to the current environment. I think the value of the regular season, when we're looking at just one automatic bid, unless we have that unique situation where someone has really put themselves in a position for an at-large, it allows our coaches the opportunity to earn the right to host one of those top 4 bids, and then earn their right to win it through all the regular season games that they're going to play. So I think it's right for us right now, but we're always going to revisit in the future.
Excellent. Very good. Last note. What do you have the most fun doing with your job? What's the most fun that you have?
Yeah. For me, really, it's the championships. It's because once you're in a conference office, you don't get to be on campus and enjoy the interaction with the kids all the time. For me, it's the championships. Obviously I'm coming off of one of the best years that we had, given that we won a national championship in one of our Olympic sports and men's soccer. And so you get those kind of experiences where you see like why we do all of this. I hope in men's and women's basketball that we get an opportunity to have one of those experiences too. The UMBC win on the men's side was before my time. So I'm looking for one of those in basketball.
All right. Very good. Brad Walker, Commissioner of the America East. Busy morning, busy afternoon for you. Thanks so much for stopping by.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks so much again to Brad Walker for his time throughout the day. That's going to put a wrap on it, Maureen McGarity. Another Big East. I'm going to Big East Men's Basketball Media Day tomorrow, so my mind is already shifting gears. America East. I apologize. America East Media Day is in the books. We had the men's this morning, the women's this afternoon. Look, I know it sounds cliche, Maureen, but this is going to be another fun year for this league. Look, Vermont's the pick because they've been to 3 consecutive championship games, but I'm a believer here in some of these programs to make some noise that some might be thinking they're being slept on a little bit.
Absolutely. There's a lot of depth, and I think it's going to be a really fun year. A lot of parity. I think even in the middle of the pack, some tremendous individual players that are returning, and it's going to be one of those years. I think the top teams are always the top teams to beat, but I think Bryant's going to really push. I think to be the top of the league, and I think even, Binghamton and NJIT, I think they have some really nice pieces as well. And I'm really excited.
All right, and you'll have an opportunity to watch a bunch of these programs come through come January and February. I'm sure. I mean, you can't help yourself, right? You'll be in the gym, peeking out there and checking out the action.
Oh my gosh, of course, it's the best time of the year is next weekend when the season starts. But yeah, I'm pretty lucky here, in Burlington. I think even last year the women had Missouri on campus here in Burlington and upset. I don't know if you'd say upset, but beat Missouri here on their home court. And, obviously with the men, it's a lot of fun. Great crowds. Get to see some of my former colleagues, my friends come back into town. So I have a pretty good life up here.
Love it. All right. Mari McGarity, the director of major gifts at UVM with the Catamounts. My name is Brendan Glasheen. Thank you all so much for tuning in all day long. Again, want to shout out the guys at the Field of 68, Rob Dauster and Jeff Goodman. They had coverage of the men's side this morning. And thanks to our producer today, Dagan Hughes at the Field of 68 for getting us up online, making us sound good. It's all looking good. And thanks again to all of the schools, their coaching staff, Adrianna Smith, Brad Walker, all of the guests that we had today to make this day happen. And we fully cover the America East Conference. That concludes coverage of 2025-2026 America East Basketball Media Day. Thanks for watching, and we'll talk to you again next time.